TopstepTV. Up next is that Hoag guy and that other guy. Oh yeah, Horn. Hoagland Horn.
Hello, friends. Hello, fellow traders and everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and most watched futures trading stream you will find. We have an all-star cast each day and every week. Real traders, real educators that give you 100% transparency into their trading. You're not going to find another show out there like this one that offers education, support, and, of course, tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He's Jim Nance, and I'm Tony Romo. We have an exciting, informative, educational programming for you today. And throughout the week, we'll be your trading buddy, trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and yes, even that voice in your head that keeps telling you, keep your face always towards sunshine, and the shadows will fall behind you. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. John, is your game plan ready?
See, it's all ready.
That's good. That's good. Checklist. Checked with a check?
Checked and
All
rechecked.
right. Thank you very much. I'm glad that you're checking on the checked. And a journal. You got your journal ready, open, ready to go?
All set. Yep. Got a nice blank page right here.
Ready to go. Fresh. Monday morning. Episode 101. TopstepTV. Good morning, John. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing good. Feeling good this morning. Had a pretty restful weekend. Got a few things done. A little rest, a little football, a little of this, a little of that, and ready for the week.
Yeah, same here. Good to go. Well, let's jump in here. We'll get this started. U.S. stock futures hovered around the both sides of the flat line today as traders gearing up for a week of key corporate earnings and central bank decisions. Yes, central bank decisions. Dow futures shed about 55 points, 0.1%. S&P dipped 3.1%, and the NASDAQ had added about 19 today. The S&P dipped 0.1% Friday, leaving the benchmark index near the all-time high. Move that reflects market hopes that inflation may be cooling without a meltdown in the growth scenario, commonly referred to as that soft landing. So also we've got mentioned about the Feds. So markets will be keeping an eye on the Federal Reserve in its latest two-day policy meeting. Fed officials are tipped to keep interest rates on hold more than the two-decade highs following the gathering on Wednesday, placing extra focus on any comments regarding the outlook of borrowing costs in the near term. In December, the Fed signaled that it could reduce rates 6 times this year, fueling hopes for a cut early in March. But, yes, there's that but, several policymakers have moved to temper these expectations, indicating that worries remain that rapid loosening in financial conditions could reignite cooling pressures. Well, we'll see. We'll see what they've got to say here coming up this week. But, Johnny, what do you got for us?
All right. So as far as economic numbers this week, today is relatively light. At 9:30 Central or Chicago time, the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Survey is out at 10:30. There's a 3-month auction and a 6-month bill auction. As the week goes on, we get more and more important information. On Tuesday, we've got the FOMC meeting beginning. We've got the Case-Shiller and FHFA housing price index, consumer confidence or lack thereof, job opens and labor turnover survey also on Tuesday. Wednesday, probably the biggest day this week. Well, one of them. We've got the mortgage rates, of course, ADP employment report, Treasury refunding announcement, employment cost index, a couple of note and bond announcements. We've got the EIA petroleum status report on Wednesday, as always, and then, of course, the FOMC announcement at 1 p.m. Central, and then the Fed chair presser at 1:30. Markets are going to, of course, be very focused on the numbers coming out and what the Fed decides to do on Wednesday. If they do anything, probably not. Thursday, jobless claims, productivity and cost, PMI manufacturing index, ISM manufacturing index, construction spending, and the EIA natural gas report. And then Friday, the unemployment situation, unemployment numbers due out. Consumer sentiment, also the Michigan consumer sentiment on Friday, as well as factory orders and the Baker Hughes rig count. Now, this week, 23% of the S&P earnings are coming out this week. Nothing really notable today, but on Tuesday, before the open, Pfizer, UPS, GM. After the close, Microsoft, Alphabet, and AMD. Wednesday, MasterCard, Boeing before the open, ADP before the open, Qualcomm, MetLife after the close on Wednesday. Thursday, Merck, Shell Oil after the close, Apple and Amazon. And then Friday, before the open, ExxonMobil and AbbVie. So a lot of our really, highly touted stocks coming out at different times this week, mostly on Tuesday and Thursday, with those big tech stocks coming out in those days. So we've got a lot of information coming out this week. Markets are relatively stable and balanced for the most part, waiting for some of this information. They seem to just be kind of sitting around, hanging around, waiting for new information. And it's going to get it this week. It is going to be an interesting, challenging, and hopefully a very profitable week for you all and all of us. Looking forward to seeing what this week brings. Saw somebody mention in the chat, start stacking bricks. And that's what we're doing here, one brick at a time.
Exactly. All right, crude traders. Dude, where's my crude? Well, oil prices were a little choppy today as traders fretted over the increased disruptions to supply in the Middle East following the drone attack on U.S. forces in Jordan over the weekend. Crude futures traded 0.4% lower, and the Brent fell 0.3%. The attack, in which President Joe Biden said carried out by Iran-backed militants, resulted in the death of 3 American service members. It was the first deadly strike against the U.S. forces since the Israeli-Hamas war erupted. Iran denied involvement in the attack, but it still raises concerns about more direct confrontation between the two countries. So I think things aren't getting better, but let's hope that they do. Now, John, on a different note, did you ever get out of the shower and look and say, boy, I got a flat butt? Flat butt. What happened to it? You ever do that? Probably
I try not to look.
Okay. My God, man. Like a vampire and sunshine. Over in Brazil, they've got a medical cosmetic surgery. It's called butt lifts. Okay. These things are not good. So if you plan on going to Brazil to get a butt lift, what they're doing is the procedures. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but they're killing people. Nearly 100 people from the U.S. have died since 2009. U.S. officials say that they have died after the cosmetic surgery in the Dominican Republic since 2009, with many of the recent deaths involving a procedure known as the Brazilian butt lift.
Not worth it, ladies and gentlemen. Not worth it.
Yeah, not worth it. But I've heard of the Brazilian wax, right? I've heard of that one. Never did it, though.
No.
So be careful about that. Also, I'd like to congratulate the 49ers and Chiefs. I got to say, yawn. Didn't this just happen in 2020? They just played the Super Bowl in 2020, which wasn't too long ago. But congratulations both to the 49ers and Chiefs. Coming from behind for the win.
That was quite a game yesterday. That second game, that Detroit 49ers game. Wow. That looked like Detroit had it sewn up, and not so fast.
Yeah, and that's I would have liked to see them. I mean, they're like 60 years without going anywhere.
Right?
Yeah. But anyway, yes, the 2020 Super Bowl, the Chiefs won 31-20. So that would be funny if the script does say that the Chiefs win again. We'll find out. Anyway, James, good morning, James. I see you in the background. You got our tip of the week today? There it is. Emotions. My God. Emotions have nothing to do with trading. Of course they do. Emotional control is crucial for successful trading. Don't let fear or greed, oh my goodness, do not let those two in at all drive your decisions. And take breaks if you feel overwhelmed or stressed. Now, trust us, that is very good information. If you feel that stress, if you feel that pressure, make sure you check your platform first. I'm flat. I'm going to take a break and I'm going to come back again and see what I can do. Emotions, don't let them hijack your account. Johnny, what do you got on emotion?
I was going to say pretty much the same thing. I mean, it's very, very difficult to try and control emotions. I personally don't think it's all that possible, but it is very important to pay attention to them.
Yeah.
And if you are trading emotionally, if your decision making is overtaken by emotion, anger, venom, greed, fear, all of those things, definitely take a break, let go of that venom, get back to center, and then re-engage in the market. It's very important to be paying attention to those emotions.
Right, exactly. You do that. All right. All right. Let's get to the charts. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. As always, I have a tendency on Mondays to start with the weekly chart. So this is the weekly chart in the E-mini S&Ps. Obviously, I mean, we've got a meteoric rise that has been going on since pretty much the end of October, November, December. We had a little hiccup here where we kind of balanced. And on the weekly chart, the move to the upside continues. It's almost like one time framing. The upside structure is most certainly intact in the longer time frame. Take a look at the daily chart now. So here is that move. Here is that balance that we sat in for about a month. We broke out a week ago last Friday. The market is continuing to try and push higher, but has largely fallen into two areas of balance, a 2-day balance here, a 3-day balance here. We're still inside that 3-day balance right now. Friday, volume was a little bit low. It was a little bit low on the New York Stock Exchange as well, as far as I can remember here. We had 3.3 billion shares finish or trade on the New York Stock Exchange. On Friday, volume was lower in futures. We lost 1,100 in open interest in the E-mini S&Ps. Probably a lot of folks hedging and positioning for everything that is due out this week. Taking a look at the 30-minute chart, a little bit of a shorter time frame. What kind of context are we looking at for the day time frame? Well, here's a 1, 2, 3, day 4 in balance. Wednesday's low, Wednesday's high, Friday's high, even pretty much with Wednesday's high. We've got a little bit of coiling going on. We've got higher lows and even highs overall. Where are we? Overnight inventory, we might be a little bit long, but it's taken us right back into value from Friday, inside the range. No major change in the perception of value of the S&P is something important. So this tells me that this 4-day balance, the extremes of it are going to be really more important for me to be kind of thinking about and looking for opportunities. The profile on Friday, I mean, we have a little bit of excess on both ends. It was a normal variation trading day. The one thing that I would be looking for a possible opportunity for in the S&Ps is the afternoon pullback high, which came all the way back up to here, 49.2375, 49.2375. The market opened, looked higher, better trade location as the day went on. As kind of predicted, we opened in range and in value. Best trade location happened at on the 10 o'clock bar. The market rotated, looked back lower, pulled back to that level, and we still have not seen that level. So that looks like kind of an interesting area for an execution. Overnight low, overnight high, also important levels. So, if we're getting information from the profiles, it is the fact that we're in a 3-day range. The afternoon pullback high from Friday looks like, an early possible opportunity. We're going to have to take out that overnight high for us to be able to see that. What about the NASDAQ? NASDAQ weekly, same situation. The upside structure is intact. We did have a little bit of a pullback here for about a month. We'll see that on the daily chart. The market is continuing to attempt to move higher. Take a look at the daily chart. So the volume again on Friday was pretty low, but we did manage to add 4,000 contracts in open interest in the NASDAQ. That's a lot for the NASDAQ considering the S&P lost 1,100. The daily chart and the 30-minute chart is setting up a bit of a bull flag here, a little bit of a bull flag. I know that folks have been talking about the Market Watch article that says that this market is setting up a bear trap. So this bull flag could kind of indicate the potential for a continuation higher if that is indeed the case. So in the NASDAQ, it's more of a 5-day balance than 2-day and 3-day balance. We've kind of pulled back into the balance from the first 2 days of last week. So again, both of these markets, all of these markets are setting themselves up. They're positioning, they're hedging for new information. These markets are seeking new information, and you can just feel that in the fact that they are relatively range bound. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So here is our range basically for the last 5 sessions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inside range, inside value from yesterday. No major overnight inventory with which to talk about. Maybe a little bit long, but again, opening in range and in value. These trend lines, these lower sloping trend lines, would kind of envelop a potential bull flag. If we break out above this trend line and we show some volume, participation, time, or momentum, that might start the next leg to the upside. But again, with all the information due out this week, I'm not looking for anything to happen, especially today. That said, the market likes to make a liar out of me. We'll have to see how this plays out because everybody do a shot now. As we know, ACH, anything can happen. Here's the weekly and crude oil. So we last week had a little bit of a breakout to the upside from a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 8-week balance area that we had down here. Volume looked like it was pretty good on the week, on that breakout. What's it look like on the daily chart? Okay, here is our balance area. We were 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact. We broke out to the upside earlier at the end of last week, actually. But when we see the volume increase on that push to the upside on Friday, we added 30,000 in open interest. There's money coming into this market to the long side, ladies and gentlemen. Money coming into the long side. We had a 30,000 increase. That's an estimate from Friday. On Thursday, we had an 11,000 contract increase in open interest. On Wednesday last week, we had a 16,000 contract increase in open interest. There is money coming into the long side here. And as long as we see that money coming into the long side and we continue to see the delta on the short side, we may take a look at this on the next segment here, fast markets, because this is telling me that I do not want to fight this move to the upside. I mean, of course, it can change at any time, but from what we're seeing with delta, open interest, and direction, price action, this is a pretty strong move and maybe likely to continue. Now, it's being pulled back right now. This would, I think, be healthier for the upside move than anything that's going to break the upside structure. We've got a ways to go before that. Here's the 30-minute chart. Friday, we opened, we looked at the previous day's low, we rejected, we closed higher, almost putting up a late spike, not really a true late spike. Overnight inventory is currently short. Overnight inventory is currently short. Our overnight value is still overlapping to higher Friday's regular trading hours session. So, what are we looking at? Well, we might be looking at an opportunity for a chance to buy a pullback in a market that is exhibiting healthy upside auction tendencies. We don't know for sure. We don't know for sure, of course. Opening inside the range and value from Friday does suggest maybe better trade locations as the day goes on. But you got to remember, the current market state is breakout continuation. So, if we do open and we do kind of drive higher from the open, doesn't look like that's happening just yet. As a matter of fact, our opening range is the high of the session. So this pullback may not quite yet be over. The profile yesterday, Friday, again, was a normal variation day. The afternoon pullback low, I would say, was 77.40. That's pretty much where we opened, well, a little bit above where we opened, and we seem to be rejecting that level now. So be patient, look for better trade locations as the day goes on, because again, this market is inside range, inside value, and probably seeking more and more information. And if there's one market that has some questionable or anytime news that might come out, it's going to be crude oil. Gold has been coiling. This is the weekly chart since beginning of October. Well, maybe even before that. Here's the high, here's the low, here's the most recent high. We're putting in higher lows, we're putting in lower highs. This market is coiling. It is seeking new information for a new change in market, a new opportunity to move price to facilitate trade. After all, that's the market's job, right? Is to facilitate trade. So here we are. We're really, really kind of range bound for the last week or so. Weekly kickoff levels are really tight because I'm looking for this market to find some sort of impetus or some sort of technical reason to go looking for new opportunities, new areas to facilitate trade. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 8 days in balance. This market is, again, one of the markets that is seeking new information, range bound for now. The 30-minute chart here, we're going to be opening with a gap. Are we going to be opening without a gap? Looks like we've opened with a gap and we've driven away from the gap. If we can't close this gap relatively early, the opportunity might be to look for opportunities for weakness, for a continuation. And again, we've got last week's high. We got weekly kickoff high 2064 or weekly kickoff high 2064. If those remain resistant, because there is that possibility, last week's high looks pretty close to the upper extreme of the balance that we've been in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days, whatever it is. And the overnight low also, that was that pullback on Wednesday when the numbers came out, Thursday, I think, when the numbers came out, and rejection from there. So range bound to break out rules apply. I don't think we're really close to any major breakouts from this range. So I'm going to be looking for opportunities to look for trades as the day goes on. Now, this market did open with a gap that might indicate earlier opportunities, but we'll have to see how things play out. Again, not expecting a lot from these markets as far as big directional moves, except for maybe crude oil, because of all the information coming out this week. Now, take a deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And always remember every day, please say a prayer for peace. And let's get down to the business at hand here this week and start stacking some bricks. I love that.
There you go. There you go. Thank you, Johnny. Give it up for the Hoagster. Today is Monday, and we got lots going on here. We got Fast Market coming up with Deanna. We're going to have a shoulder tap Hoagland Mick. We got our good friend Max Maserati going to be here for Power Players, Jack and Bonnie, and group coaching. We got a special coach here. Robert's going to be leading the pack here for group coaching. And we got Back to the Future. Actually, we've got Strategy Lab with Anne Marie today. And Power Hour is going to end with Andre Dolby and DannysTrades. So stick around. We got lots going on. Like I said, all-star cast. We're going to take a break. I think Hoag and me, I'll meet you at the coffee machine, Johnny, and I'll get a fresh coffee, but we'll be right back.
All right, I'll see you there.
Promise. And welcome back. Johnny, the coffee is hot. Boy, it is hot. Speaking of
Gotta be
hot,
careful.
we got Andre here. We got
Morning.
Deanna. And Michael is on his way. He's going to be here, and he'll be on his way. But welcome back, Deanna. Happy Monday,
Thank you.
Deanna.
Happy
And
Monday,
Andre,
Eddie.
it's oh my goodness, it's going to be a good week. I can
Yes, it is.
I can feel it.
It's a
I
big
can
week.
feel it in my Brazilian butt lift.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, you're gonna have that round butt, man. That's what it's all about, right?
I don't know.
Oh boy. Big
But
week.
anyway,
Holy
okay. Let's fire this up. Andre, welcome back. I love that. Where'd you get that hoodie, man? Everybody
This
needs
one?
one of those.
I know
Yes.
somebody. I know people.
You know people. All right.
You know, people.
We'll post
That
a link.
sounds dangerous.
We'll post a link up there to the swag shop. But yeah, we can hook it up if you guys want one of these. But yes,
Oh, that's cool.
know people.
All right.
Part of the team.
I've got the founder hoodie. I
Ooh,
think this is
look at
called. So
That's
yeah,
swag. Looking
Nice.
good. I love it.
good.
Nice.
Very
Topstep.
comfy.
All right. All right. Well, let's get our swag in the gates. We have inside uno momento. For those that do not speak the foreign language, it's 1 minute.
Thank you.
Let you know. Got the bell coming
Thanks,
up
Eddie.
here. Of course, I want to make sure
Oh,
everybody's
boy.
on the same page.
Yeah, my
Right.
crude oil is opened already, so we are halfway through the initial balance. I'm gonna wait.
Okay.
So let's see what happens with equities here.
Equities right in the middle of range of value from yesterday.
Go.
I don't see any
Friday.
reason to be trying to jump into anything. Or Friday, yeah.
No.
I always call Friday
Yeah.
yesterday. It's like,
Yeah, same. Yeah, I do the same. Like yesterday. It's like
Here we
it's not
go.
yesterday, dude. Oh,
Because at the weekend's a blink of the eye when you get older.
yeah,
It seems
exactly.
like
Yeah,
yesterday.
that's right. Everything goes by very quickly.
Yes, it does.
Well,
All
kids,
right, here
we're
we
open.
go. Here we are. Yep, Monday, big week, a lot of big earnings ahead, FOMC week, a lot of stuff on the schedule. No reason to jump into anything just yet unless you see some good opportunity. Let's take a look around. Nothing in
And also
tilt.
end of the month, right? So whoever's had
That's
profits
true.
for the month, you want to save that. You don't want to be
Oh.
going gung-ho, guns a-blazing into the last 3 days of the month. So just
Very
preserve
true.
those profits, guys. This is the time to buckle down. Don't be rushing into any trades. And in fact, that's going to be my my plan for today.
Like it.
I'm not sure whether I'm going to be trading for the fast markets unless I see something super obvious. But at the moment, crude oil is in the middle of the value from Friday. So
Mhm.
that's not a good trading location. We had a big gap up, and that seems to have been completely retraced and then some. So yeah, I'm going to wait.
Yes. Johnny, anything with the
So-
opening range?
I just took it. It broke to the
Yeah.
downside.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Okay.
very small opening range. I mean, it's three and a quarter points.
Mm.
So do you look at the size? What sort of a size do you want to see for that opening range for it to validate your trade properly?
Well, I mean, if it's a volatile period, like not today, if it was a 6-point opening range, I probably wouldn't take it. But because
Okay.
it's so cheap, I had to take it because I mean, what am I risking? Risking, let's see here, short at 17 half. My stop is at 20 half, so I'm risking 3 points on this. Is that right? That's right. So
Looks
it
right,
seems
yeah.
like a worthwhile risk if the market does kind of drift back down to value low from yesterday or something. That's just my 2-to-1 right
Mhm.
there. It's
Yeah.
not looking for a big trade here. Just it's a very cheap trade, so I'm in it, and whatever happens,
Hey, 2
happens.
to 1. However you get 2 to 1, that's an
Yep.
excellent trade. Statistically viable. Awesome. Let's see what happens.
Right. I mean, we're seeing some liquidity above the market. We've got 2075. There's 233. We've
Good call,
got
Johnny.
90 to 49.25. There's some liquidity, but there's also a little bit of liquidity down below. We're looking at 1915. There's some liquidity. So we're just gonna take this because it was so cheap. And if you guys have heard me for a while, some of the best trades I've ever made were taken pretty much solely because they were cheap.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Eddie, if you're there, you have a question I'm going to ask you. What do we got today, man?
We got nothing.
Nothing.
we
No
got
number Monday.
Nothing, honey.
All right.
Well, actually, we've got some minor. We're going to be having a. Let's see here, real quick here. We do have. Oh, here it is. 10:30, 3-month bill auction and 6-month bill auction.
All right.
And we got the Dallas Fed in about an hour.
Yeah, you're right. We got
9:30,
nothing.
yeah.
We got nothing.
There's nothing really going on here.
Nothing.
All right. So no number Monday. No number Monday. Big week. The meat and potatoes come. I guess Wednesday things really get popping. So, like Deanna said, unless something really sweet comes in, discipline, patience. Don't force anything. We're literally 5 minutes into the week, so
Right.
someone's up. Someone's up. That's
1,000
$1,000
already.
I thought someone said they're up $1 million. I didn't read that correctly at first.
Up $1 million.
Man, that's pretty good. You
That'd be
take
a
the week
good
off,
Monday
man.
morning.
You can
Yeah.
take the rest of the week off.
Take
You're
the
good.
gear off.
The year off is right.
Take $1 million, 5 minutes, you're done. So enjoy your life.
I'm with you, Andy.
sure.
Let's cook.
All right, so down $154 flat.
All right.
Cool.
It's tight wrist.
That was
cheap.
cheap.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. John, you're the opening range trade, man. That's you kind of got to do it now, don't you?
Yeah, no, a lot of times it's not going to work for a period of time, and then all of a sudden you'll get like 8 out of 10 days when it's
I know,
just beautiful.
I've seen you cook with that thing a lot, so I get it. It's a probability play.
Yeah, you're just going to let those probabilities come true over time. And
Right.
in trading, time is really the big decisive moment of what actually works and what doesn't. I see a lot of traders who just do 1 week and they're doing really well. And they're like, yes, I'm opening up a hedge fund.
Right.
Dude, it's 1 week.
I know.
Chill.
I know. You got to do this
Yeah,
50
fine
more
if you
times.
can find something. Yeah, exactly. If you can find something that works for you at least 50 times in a 3 to 6 month period,
There you
then
go.
you've got something, right? So
Right.
sample size versus time, very important.
Yes, real quick.
And I
we
probably should not have taken that opening range trade. We've got VWAP, which is leading higher. It's been holding VWAP since 2 or 3 o'clock this morning. So, what was I thinking? Probably just because it was cheap, but very little damage on that. No damage really.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't
but if
consider
you don't,
150
you don't
bucks
take
anything.
if you don't take the trades that you're seeing,
Right.
what are we doing, right? So
Exactly.
if you see something, we take the trade, and some of them work, some of them don't work.
Yep.
Okay. Next.
Okay. So Nasdaq a little tilty here, 70% long. S&P is 70% long. We look at the tilt constantly. It's just a aggregated bias sentiment indicator of all the simulated traders in Topstep program, and we present it to you. You can do with it what you please. I'm not telling you one way or another, but it's just another tool in the shed, as we say. Currently looking both getting a little heavier long in Nasdaq here as the market continues to rally. So maybe getting with the crowd has been the play.
Jim Carlson actually has a good question. He's asking me whether I'm watching or using tilt. What was the question? Hold on.
I think we watch. I mean, remember last week,
It was
Deanna, when
something
it was, 90%? Crude was like 87%.
Yeah,
80,
but
that was crazy.
interestingly, I've noticed whenever we have like big tilt numbers skewing
Right.
to one side, and then the market might be slowing down on a very, very low time frame, and then tilt drops off to 50%. So it goes back to half. There's
Right.
a pullback. So that's something
There's a
I've
pullback.
noticed. I've only been watching it for maybe about 10 days. So again, it's not
Okay.
enough for me to go, yeah, I'm definitely going to be using that. But it's definitely interesting to see all of the traders using all of their ways of and skills of reading the market. And they obviously read it pretty bloody well because, every time that's happened, we went all the way back and then some. So there's definitely something I'm keeping an eye on, and I might be actually using that to maybe cut some positions early in the future. So it's really fascinating.
Very interested to see how you start digesting it, Deanna, and what your takes are and what you gather from it as time goes on.
I like it.
Anne-Marie's starting to get a handle on it. John, I know that you've been working with her, trying to dial in what she sees. I think I'm starting to get on board with where she's at with it. I think it's ever evolving with the tilt, if you want to call it indicator or not. Like I said, it's a practice. We're always evolving with this based on market state.
Absolutely.
Where we're at, it's hard to stay short in these equities. John, as we know, it's if you're gonna be short, you can be short for a few minutes, but everyone's gonna come in, and buyers always come in this market.
Yeah,
always come
right.
Always come in. You think we'll see all-time highs this week?
Seems like it.
I do. Yeah.
I can't predict. I don't know. I mean, there's so much information due out this week. Freaking anything can happen. Anything can happen. We just had a look. The afternoon pullback high on Friday in the S&Ps.
Okay.
We talked about this on the opening call, was 49.2375. We just traded up to 49.23 even and had a pretty decent pullback. That, some of that tilt did come off on that pullback off that level. NASDAQ is kind of holding that level, though. That afternoon pullback high in the NASDAQ was 17.8. What was it? 857, 17,573 and 3/4. It did trade above that. It's testing that level now, but if it comes back off that level, that might be something interesting. But again, with the VWAP kind of pushing higher, any shorts I think would probably have to be short-lived.
Yeah. It's gonna be tough.
Pullbacks. Yeah.
There will be downside opportunities, but you just can't hold too long. But yeah, it's what a market. What a market we're in right now. Hey Eddie, what do you got over there in gold? I think we got some action over there if something's popping.
Yeah, we got some heavy sellers coming in here right now. We just ran through Friday's high, 2046.80. Soon approaching here the value area high, 2039.20, and very close to that's the VPOC at 2036.50. So I mean, we're breaking hard here in gold. Gravity is kicking in.
Yeah, we had some pretty substantial overnight longs. Oh, and by the way, folks, you should be trading the April contract. I'm sorry, I probably forgot to say that during the opening call, but the April contract is now the front month. It has greater volume than the February contract. It's not dire yet that you do so. They're about even. But just so you know that this is the April chart. I think there's about a $19 discount in Feb from the April contract. So it's 2020, 2024, 2038. Sure. Yeah, it's about, it was the other day about $19. But so you got to adjust all your levels when you move to the new contract. This is, again, April contract. So these are April numbers.
Good looking.
Sorry about that. J is the month code.
The brother's here, Hoag.
Is he?
Pardon?
Rick Hoagland.
Hoagland.
Yeah.
Brother Rick.
What's up?
Yeah.
Welcome to the party.
Randolph, good morning.
Slow Monday, slow start. Don't get in too deep right now. Hey, Deanna,
I'm just watching crude tanking. Yeah.
Yeah, quick question about crude. Being short in crude, it also seems like it's a tough thing to be short in crude with all the geopolitical risk going on in the Middle East. Anytime you see a headline come out of the Middle East, we'll see oil spike. What are your thoughts on that? Obviously, there's opportunity. We see these EIA numbers and such, but staying short for too long in crude seems like a pretty tough position to hold.
Well, at the moment, what's happening is that I think we have some technical breakout to the upside showing a markup beginning. So that you're right, it makes it very difficult to go against that. Having said that, is sometimes when you have these gaps, the open, they're pretty fierce. So they will go all the way to the next available larger time frame demand. So be very careful going against it unless it's like later in the day and you're not, you don't want to rush into these moves because it would be a FOMO move with the way we're opening inside value.
Yes.
So for me, this is not a setup yet. I might be looking at the edge of the range on a 30-minute chart from Friday. So there is some intraday demand there that has been holding even since last Thursday. And while I don't really like to reference demands on the 30-minute chart longer than about 48 hours, that would be the first area where I might consider a long, especially because there's an average session range at 76 as well, 76 bucks. Yeah. So maybe get to that point, smash it slightly lower. That's the first area where I would consider a long. But I'm not going to go short because I don't see a good profit margin for this at the moment with the way I trade. Also, another thing, if we end up in a very, very big initial balance range, that's going to be very difficult to kind of keep going and keep dropping. So it opens up the possibility of a failed auction long. So if I see that, so we have a big initial balance, we are reaching some of my levels of interest, we fail the auction, that would be my trade. So in a way, I don't really want to go against the macros and the geopolitical risks that we have. And that's why I'm demanding a really good trading location. And today, if I find one good trade, that would be it for me. Right?
I love that. I love that. That's discipline, patience. That's the type. That's what it takes. So you're saying technically too, it's hard being bearish or being short in crude as well. Not necessarily because of the macro, the geopolitical, but technically speaking too. So there's two confirmations as to why you should kind of look into the upside.
Yeah. So we have potential markup, which is effectively markets going up. Gap fill could also be a sign of, some inventory adjustment overnight. And then you just need a good area where you want to express your views. We're already in a daily supply. And yes, we've come off the highs massively. But so far, like if I show you my daily chart, you will see what I mean. So this is the daily supply. And as the market is going into that supply, usually if you have a good supply level, technical supply, you will see some sort of a reaction from it. But what's happening is that we keep pushing deeper into it. So here's one push, then higher high, then this massive gap. So this could be just literally slight inventory adjustment, then we go higher, right? So this is why I'm pulls off the trigger, pulls off the mouse, step away from the mouse, like Eddie says.
Don't do anything crazy.
Slowly.
So I don't like the fact that we're constantly pushing deeper into the supply. That's a very bad sign generally. So maybe it's because there's no sellers. So there were sellers before. Look at it. So we had sellers here. We had sellers, but now we just keep pushing into it. It's like, why? 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 Higher high, higher high. You don't want to see that when you're at a technical level of resistance. You just don't want to see that. So this is why I'm kind of going to err on the side of that long. Again, not today in particular, not interested in any shorts. So yeah, it's just the way the price action looks. This wouldn't be my ideal play to do a short intraday trade. I want to see an immediate reaction. And if I go back in time a little bit, you will see what I mean. So here was another supply. So we created a supply 26th of December. We tested it on 12th of January and created this, let's say, a reverse hammer sort of formation. That's what you want to see. You don't want to see yet another candle, bullish candle into it that closes inside the supply and then to keep going deeper into it. And from that point of view, I don't like what I'm seeing here. It means that there are no good sellers that are managing to keep the price down for longer than maybe a couple of hours. Either way, so far, the sellers have not managed to hold and sustain the price below the supply. Okay, so that's a bad sign. That's not a bearish sign of supply rejection. Now, if we stay where we are or we fall lower, that would mean that there are sellers here. So that would maybe change my mind Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But until such time that I get a proper bearish candle that holds on the daily chart, I'm not interested in shorting this market this week.
Good stuff.
So
Very
in
good
essence,
stuff.
what you're talking about doing, D, is letting this initial balance play out. Ideally, you would find a failed auction below that level to look for your opportunity to get into the long to limit risk.
Yes, correct.
Absolutely.
Excellent plan. Excellent plan.
Yes.
I love when a plan comes together.
Me too, John. Sometimes it doesn't, though. It's
That's true.
Last week was wild.
Yeah.
Last week was wild. I've seen Apple's falling here, John. I think you have some. You can just post some stock charts over there if you got a second. Apple's tanking right now. We know the Magnificent Seven bleeds into obviously Nasdaq and S&Ps. Let's take a look. I think we need to do better. Shoot.
Yeah, Apple is on the Apple
kidding.
is on the down.
Wow.
Take a look at Google also. Google taking a hit.
Getting hit too. I think, we probably need to be more cognizant of the Magnificent Seven and how it plays into these indices. Obviously, the most heavily weighted stocks are playing. Yeah, damn, it's getting hit hard. We need to be looking at that more. Thank you there in the chat. Eddie, too. Keep all eyes watching all around. Head on a swivel here at TopstepTV. Looking at all the stocks. Man, Apple dumping big time.
Yeah, it is.
What did Apple do wrong?
Somebody dropped their iPhone.
Is that what I actually did this weekend? I thought it was toast. I thought I did it.
Really?
I thought I did it. Yeah, I thought I was getting a new one this weekend, but it fell the right way, landed on the case, not the screen. Got away with that one. All right, so I'm not seeing much until right now. Equities trading sideways a little bit. Deanna, anything going on in crude? Anything inside gold? I think gold's where the party's at right now, but
yeah, I think so. Gold is having a gap fill, so whoever caught that, well done. That was a pretty technical play. Nothing, we're just reaching the value area low from Friday from the inside. And just on a YouTube short where, somebody asked me which is better to be used as support resistance, and then they kind of go value low, value high. But you need to use those almost like in the opposite way. So from the outside, you can use value low as resistance, and from the outside, you can use value high as support. We don't have that. I don't use value high and low as some kind of weird SR. So that's not how you use those. And if you try, yes, it might work sometimes on a very quiet day. And usually that sort of play tends to work statistically better in gold, bizarrely. For all the other instruments, it's a very low probability setup. So don't do that. Don't long over value lows and short over value highs unless you have another reason to do so, especially coming into maybe the end of the session, or maybe you have settlement there, maybe you have the average range there as well. So you have to have something else stacking up to use it as support resistance.
Some sort of other structure in the day time frame.
Exactly. So far, I literally don't see anything. I would want to see some kind of a break of that value low if I am going to go short. But then again, I have the average session low right below it. So still, I think I'm going to be sticking with my original idea. Another option is that we end up in a range-bound day. So in that case, I may miss the failed auction if it's not favorable enough. Like, for example, if we fail the auction, but we go way too deep into the initial balance, that's not a good thing for me, right? I don't want to see a failed auction that I can't play. So in that case, I will miss out on all of that. And then I will wait for the market to establish a new structure, either to test the initial balance low after failing the auction to the upside, and then maybe look for a fade on the other side as a range-bound play. So those are some of my hypos that are kind of kicking around in my head right now. So failed auction long is the first choice. Double dip into initial balance low after the failed auction. That's another hypo. Third hypo would be a short as a range-bound day after we establish a neutral day type, if that happens. And then the fourth lower probability setup would be if we close below the value area from yesterday and ignore the average session range, then go into a sustained auction lower. Then I might be like, okay, let's do a short somewhere here as a breakaway trade, but I'm not a huge fan of that today.
Yeah, that's
Very
like
strong.
a fourth hypothesis.
Fourth hypothesis, but yeah, every time
Plan
I do
D.
4 hypotheses on the day, the fourth one is always a lower probability kind of backup thing. If
Mhm.
all else fails, none of my other hypos are working, it's like, let's try breakout.
How often you get to plan D there, Deanna, would you say?
Actually, you'd be surprised. Like if the
Really?
market does something, yeah. I mean, I always do at least 3 hypos, and then, like I
Very
said,
good.
some days I have 4. If I get something that changes the entire day, obviously you have to adjust your hypos as well, because
Yes.
sometimes you have news coming in, and that changes the whole dynamics. And suddenly
Exactly.
you have a neutral day, but you have a very strong auction to one side that just keeps going. Well, that's obviously kind of not really a range-bound day anymore. We've had extra information, so you have to take that into account. But I don't really tend to change my hypos that often. However, I do get to my contingency fourth hypo relatively frequently. Like it will happen probably at least twice in a week where I don't really read the market at the open correctly, or something comes in and then I have to adjust. But again, twice a week, expect that. It's a contingency plan. Four
100%.
hypos are so that you can have the scenario for nearly every situation that is possible in light of what we have happening on the profile, larger time frames, context, narrative, all of that good stuff.
Very strong. Strong stuff. Good job. I love it. Yeah, Johnny, I don't see much doing in either of in S&Ps right now.
There's
NASDAQ not doing
nothing.
a whole lot either. What kind of levels do we have? Anything, John?
Well, I mean, in the S&Ps,
Above.
we were looking at that afternoon.
Go
In
ahead.
the S&Ps, we were looking at that afternoon pullback high, which we haven't gotten to. We've tested above it in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ, the overnight high is above that. That would be something that I would kind of look at, which, is kind of a shorter term look at things. It's relatively close to value high from yesterday, which gives me overnight structure against that. We still have the VWAP, pointing higher and looking higher on both the S&P and the NASDAQ on this 30-minute chart. But I mean, we've got a 7-point range in the S&Ps.
Yikes.
We've got a 54-point range in the NASDAQ. These markets are range bound.
Yeah.
Waiting for information. They're just so hungry for something to change to offer the opportunity for them to facilitate trade at different levels. But there was so much coming at them this week. I just have this feeling this is what we're looking at today is just small range, not volatile, just kind of sideways barcoding, whatever you want to call it, action.
Right.
And if nothing changes, we talked this morning about in the S&Ps, we've got this would be the fourth day in this range, in this area of balance. It's stacked very neatly on top of a 2-day area of balance. Is this market slowing to the upside? Is that why? Or is it just waiting for new information? There isn't really anything that I'm thinking about doing as far as hypotheses are concerned until we get to one of the extremes of the current areas of balance. We've got a kind of a higher low trend line here. We've got a flat trend line at the top, and we're right in the middle of it. So what am I doing here? We're in the middle of value. We're in the middle of range. We're in the, if I'm going to be doing anything, it's probably going to be quick, short time frame trades, which I'm really not that big on or that good at. But we're going to be looking for opportunities today at 1:00 with Anne Marie off the 5-minute chart, and we're going to see what we see, and we're going to take trades, and we are probably going to be asking the viewers their opinions on anything that we try and do, almost like make whole money again. So that's
Awesome.
I was
it's
just
going
about
to
to
be
say that. I was like, the return of Make Hoag money.
fun.
Speaking of that, we got Anne Marie and Hoag at Back to the Future today at 1 o'clock. That after this, we got Shoulder Tap at 10:30. 11 o'clock, we got myself, Robert, and Maserati, Max Maserati. You guys all need to tune in for that guy. That guy's so much
Good
energy, super positive. One of my favorites to join us here at TopstepTV. Top quiz with Jack and Bonnie, 11:45. Group coaching, Robert and JD. Ooh, that's a new twist. I like that.
Mhm.
Then we got Hoag and Anne Marie, Back to the Futures. Everyone tune in for that. And to close out the day, we got Power Hour with myself, Dolby, and DannysTrades. Wow, DannysTrades is back. He's gonna be with us twice this week, I see. And we're gonna talk to him. I know everyone likes watching him trade. He trades size, so you want to see some swings, tune in for that. But yes, Anne Marie and John Hoagland at 1 o'clock today, Central Time. Looking forward to that. And then I saw people in the chat also talking about how busy of a week it is. Just looking at the schedule. After the bell, we've got this is Tuesday. We got Microsoft, AMD, Alphabet. On Wednesday, we got the ADP jobs report with EIA. Then FOMC and Powell press conference. This is a loaded week. Thursday, we got ISM numbers. And then Friday, we got the employment numbers. So buckle up, everybody. We're half hour into the week right now. No reason to jump in or cannonball into this market. Wait this sucker out because the opportunities will come. I can assure you that. But don't force it. We're just t-shirts,
Thursday
like John
after the
says.
close. Thursday after the close, it's Apple and Amazon. So
oh boy, I didn't miss that one. Jesus.
Yeah,
buckle
a lot
up.
of the big tech stocks coming out this week. About 23% of the S&P stocks report this week.
Wow. Okay.
So there's a lot coming out.
It's got some heavy hitters. All right, got some heavy hitters this week. Yeah. I said we'll outweight this market. Here at TopstepTV, we're going to force. We're going to beat it in everyone's head. We beat it in our own head. Discipline, patience, sit on your hands. Don't pull the trigger. Don't overtrade. Don't ruin your week on a Monday when you know there's so much opportunity coming down the pipeline. We're not saying don't trade. We're saying just be patient and join us here on TopstepTV. We'll all hold hands in the patience game here. We'll wait this sucker out.
We'll sing Kumbaya.
Yes, we will. Yes. Wait till Michael gets in here. He'll come in here guns blazing too. Just start swinging aside. Not have any idea what's coming up on tap this week. He just got in town. He's probably a little jet lagged. He's gonna come in here just start slinging size, and it's like, what happened? For those tuning in, tune in.
All
Michael,
the while, while running from an avalanche.
As if that wasn't dangerous enough, he's got to come in here and start slinging size. But yes,
he is a risk taker,
Yes, he is. He is indeed. For those who missed Michael the last couple of days, he will be here probably hours. So I'd give it. He got in late last night, and I'm sure he has some stories to tell, and hopefully maybe some lessons that he carried over from the mountains into the markets. Hopefully, he got some perspective. I was able to recharge the batteries. But yes, the boss will be in the office at some point today. So tune in for that. Uh-oh.
And just like skiing, it's a lot easier to go down the hill than up the hill.
Thank you. I knew there was something
like markets, right?
I knew there was something.
Markets grind higher and they ski down if they ski down.
It's very true. Why is that? Why is a breaking falling market? Why is it so much easier to catch a short and catch a runner to the downside than it is to the upside, John? When there is a natural bid to that, at least for the equities, we always talk about there's a natural bid to the equities. We say 85% of the trades are to or longs or buy side. Why is it so much easier to catch a runner to the downside than upside? Do you think?
Well, I wouldn't say it's easy to catch it. It's difficult to time it, but
gotcha.
But when there is fear in the market, something happens and the market drops. I mean, you can see it in charts. You can see it in VIX. You can see it. When the market's going lower, it's usually caused by something. There's some sort of impetus, some sort of fear. Something happens. I mean, look at COVID. COVID came out and the markets just dropped, right? So, if there's no bad news, the market just continues to grind higher. If bad news hits, bang, everybody jumps.
Gotcha. Good stuff. I was wondering that. Yes, COVID was unreal.
Yep.
Perfect point. It was limit down. Have you ever seen anything like that before, John? Ever in all your 40 years? You have what financial crisis? Was something similar?
There was 2000. What was it? 2000. It's so
87?
long ago now. It was like 2022, 2002, something like that
Yeah.
when Bear Stearns fell apart and Shearson fell apart and the
Crazy.
subprime market, just kind of collapsed everything. There was the crash in '87 that I wasn't involved in trading, but I was an ARB clerk. It was very scary. You don't know what the heck is going on, basically. But and then 2011, 2012, there was another big pullback, and the traders.
Crazy.
Traders either kill it or they get killed in those periods of time. And
Pretty much.
I've survived a few of those, and I'm never looking forward to them. But if there's opportunity, you're certainly going to want to be able to participate.
Exactly.
So keep your powder dry for those big things when they happen. And of course, we hope that they don't, because when there's a big pullback, it means something bad has happened.
Yep.
And we don't hope for anything. We never hope for anything bad to happen to anybody or anything or any markets or anything like that. But you have to be able to protect yourself, number one, and number two, if people are profiting on it, you should profit on it.
Yeah, you can't just sit there and stare at it, right? I know we talk about it.
Right.
We talk about the the dichotomy in your head, or you're conflicted inside sometimes that something bad's happening, like you're saying, and we're here sitting here profiting off of it, but that's just kind of the name of the game. As we see Nasdaq taking a little bit peak to the downside here, coming up to settle, just hit settle Nasdaq. See the sellers come in S&Ps as well. They're kind of trading hand in hand right now, which you don't really see very often. So that's interesting to see us coming up to settle here. See if we push through. Till not showing much 50-50, so this could be a range-bound day. S&P's coming up to VWAP as VWAP continues to tick higher. The VWAP at 49.17 in the S&Ps and 17.548 in Nasdaq. We've broken through that on Nasdaq, coming up to VWAP here in S&Ps. Still not showing much.
Still seeing Apple down,
Banking,
0.2%.
Is it really? You pulled that chart up, John?
Yeah, it's right here.
The hell happened to Apple, man? It's a good company.
Yeah, it is.
It's like a really strong company. And they got earnings this week. Maybe someone got the tap. Oh boy. Okay.
Yeah.
Eventually it's gonna be a buy.
It's not like a dividend payment or something. A dividend adjustment.
No.
Good question. I don't know, but something's happening. Yes, I think we're here this week. We'll do a better job of keeping track of the Magnificent Seven, as that seems to be catching the headlines for the trade lately. Definitely influencing the markets, equities at least.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, maybe that's why Nasdaq took a dump to the downside there.
Their market cap is so huge. I mean, it affects everything.
Yeah.
Oh shoot, sorry about that. Anything happening in crude there, Dan? I know we're gonna be patient as hell today. Not seeing much on tilt. So what do you got over there?
I've got nothing. It's still in the same price as the previous 30-minute candle. We're still inside the initial balance. There is an average daily range that got smacked here, but so that was at 77.07. And the jury's still out whether that's going to be a reversal point or not. So again, another reason to just stay patient, focus on a 30-minute chart rather than trying to battle it out on a 5-minute and lower. So I'm still not seeing anything. So just chatting with Casey here.
Oh, nice.
So we wait.
How's Casey?
Sorry, I'm being a bit boring today. I'm not.
No?
I'm not really. Yeah. So I'm just waiting for my setup to come in. I'm looking for that really high probability setup. I don't want to put my money behind anything else today. Like I said, we're coming into the end of the month. This is not the time to start doing risky setups, quite the opposite. So I want to preserve the profits that I've already made and to start the February on a good note rather than go car crash. So I want to avoid that.
I'm looking so forward to February.
Oh, where's that?
Oh, yes, that's right. Johnny, how many more days you got? You got 2 more days, Johnny.
3 more. Thursday.
Three more.
Thirsty Thursday.
Thursday. We'll have a toast to John. To be $1,000 richer. Todd, get your butt in here. Let's get that big check.
I've
for Johnny.
already noticed that. Already noticed you started mentioning drinking games and stuff. ACH, everybody take a shot.
Right. I saw that in the chat last week. Somebody was saying, "Hey, every time Hoag says ACH, we have to take a shot." So I figured
That's a
that
good
I'd
idea.
add that in this morning. Right,
Yeah.
little morning drinking, a little wake and bake.
Yeah, wake and bake.
Just
Yeah.
a sip, just a little sip. John, you're doing great, man. Everyone's pulling for
Yeah.
you here, and I definitely want to see
Sounds
you take
so
Patak's
well.
money. I want you to see that take that G.
It has been surprisingly easy.
Really?
I haven't missed it. I thought I would be, missing it. I've been out with friends who are drinking. I just been, you know what? I'm just taking some time off, man, and it was much easier than I thought it was.
Good on you, man.
And I guess I can, tell myself then that, I'm not at risk of taking that step, that switch that flips, that turns it into something that is dangerous. Dad always said, everything in moderation, which he never listened to. He was an alcoholic. He had to quit drinking in like 1970 because my mom was going to take her and the kids and move us out to South Dakota. Thank God he stopped, because then we were able to stay here.
Yeah.
But he was board of trade. The grains were open from 9 to 1:15, something like that.
4 hours.
And he was always home late for dinner. What was he doing? He was down drinking. So, and a lot of his buddies, his friends were like Gene Cashman. Gene Cashman made, like $165 million in 1973 when the grains jumped. So, Uncle Gene would say, "Hey, everybody, I got plane tickets waiting for you at O'Hare. We're going down to New Orleans for the weekend."
Jesus.
So they
How do you say no?
Yeah, when I worked in the city here, because we have the equivalent of kind of Wall Street, so we have the City of London, where all the banking companies are, like banks, but also prop firms, and there's a big pressure to get involved in that, like drinking camaraderie, and that used to happen every Thursday, which is like, it's all very well, but at one point I just got so sick and tired of being hungover all the time. And I come from a music side. We've done a lot of partying and all that, and I got sick and tired of that as well. So at one point I just became one of those boring session musicians that would go do the gig, go back to the hotel, sleep, and everybody else would be like, looking like death the next day. And I'd be like, yeah, good morning.
Goodness.
Yeah, so I'm sure I was like, they were really annoyed with me. And similar thing happened when I just decided to go heavily into fitness. I started preparing for a bodybuilding competition, and I ended up doing 10 bodybuilding competitions in the space of 12 months. Because, D doesn't do anything halfway, right? I have to get the trophy or not do it at all. And I just stopped drinking. And to be honest, even my husband got a bit annoyed with me because he likes a bit of a drink and stuff. However, my health kick had a knock-on effect on him as well. Because he's not an alcoholic, but he has alcoholic tendencies, I suppose, because he loves his booze. He's like, yeah, let's have a bottle of wine. Yeah. And then it kind of turns into 2 bottles of wine, and then he's passed out on the sofa. But, I just got tired of that. And I'm like, I was a little bit overweight. I wasn't feeling good. I was getting to an age where, you don't have the youth on your side anymore. So it got really difficult to try and do other things. It's all to do with your energy levels. And in the end, he kind of got on board, and he cut down his drinking to like once a week rather than 3 or 4 days a week. And then he cut it further to the point that now it's like the weekend, and I'm like, yeah, should we like get some wine and stuff? And he's like, you know what? I'm not gonna drink tonight. And I was like, who are you and what have you done with James?
Well, good on you, D. You're a good influence there, Deanna.
Yeah. So now we're kind of in a really nice spot where we're both taking care of ourselves much better than we used to. And my husband is 58. He's not that young anymore. I mean, it's still young, but it's not prime youth kind of thing. And it's very nice, just waking up on a Sunday without a hangover and actually having the energy to do other things, to maybe spend the day going out shopping or, walking the dogs without kind of going, oh God, I don't know if I'm going to throw up or if I'm going to pass out. So it's a
Hey,
good
real
way
quick,
to be, health.
we're seeing
Yeah.
S&Ps. Sorry to cut you off there, Deanna. We're seeing S&Ps making new highs on the day. We really
See?
almost bounced
Yeah.
off VWAP there. NASDAQ positive again, bounced off settlement. So for those that did the old settlement play and got long off that, good on you. Hopefully you're still carrying that and riding that to the upside. But yes, Deanna, I think one of those stories that
we're right at that afternoon pullback high from Friday too. It was 49.2375, just right to it.
We just gone over it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We rejected above it in the NASDAQ.
Right.
So close
Go ahead,
loop. I think we're just more clear-headed. When you keep everything in moderation, you're just more clear-headed. You could possibly see, the sleeping gets better. At the very least, you're sleeping a little better, which makes you more rested, which makes you see things more clearly in the market. Trading, I admit it, I've traded hungover before, and I've traded very tired before, and yeah, it's not. You just simply. I don't know that I've ever. Sure, I made money a couple days, but it leads into a snowball effect, and you start trading like crap. And then you get mad at yourself, you get down
it's
yourself.
also to do with impulsive decisions. I think alcohol messes with your decision-making process because it kind of lowers your inhibitions. So, you're not going to be as risk averse if you are hungover, you're not feeling great. You're supposed to react to all the markets. We're intraday traders. It takes a lot of focus to be able to make the right decision and to stay objective. And I find every time I try to trade hungover, I'm never objective. I'm always doing stupid things, even though the market's like staring me in the face, going, "Your setup is wrong." And I'm like, "No, I'm keeping it. Why?" Why?
Exactly.
So that
You don't know
doesn't
what
really
you're talking about.
Yeah. I know better. I cannot do any wrong here. I am the wizard.
I am the wizard.
As soon as you start thinking like that, you are not the wizard. The market just humbles you and just goes smack across the face, and you're like, "Ha! I am not the wizard." Okay, got it.
All right. Well, that being said, hey, Eddie, what do we got over there, man? It's 9:15. What do we got?
Well, we've got our first Topstep news pack, and I've got Jack I'm going to bring in, and he's got some goodies for us here. What do you got, Jack?
Hey guys, just for those keeping track at home, the NASDAQ has traded in the green for 12 of the last 13 weeks, which is a positively monster trend. I know Patak loves his streaks. I'm sorry he can't be here yet because this is one for the ages. Also, we talked about this earlier, but Reddit has been advised to target a $5 billion valuation for its IPO that it's trying to do in March. And I mean, can you really put a price on the content you can get from Wall Street bets on Reddit? For instance, the correlation between Baidu's stock price and the distance between Saturn and the sun.
Wow.
There's, put up the disclaimer. This is a free trading clip. Or I also like the difference between stocks and hustle bro passive income. This was another one that they showed here. You're on stocks. I'm focused on passive income. We're not the same. 1 cent dividend payment for Apple.
What is hustle bro?
What's a hustle bro?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, John. You know what a hustle bro is. They're guys on Twitter who do 80 tweet threads about passive income and putting cheap toilets into their 100 rental properties and stuff like that. Hustle bro.
Hustle bro. Hustle bro. I like it. I like that.
He's not, but Patak has hustle bro tendencies. Eddie, you got some plugs?
Yes, yeah, we sort of mentioned that. Andre mentioned about Hoag's dry season. So we've just got about 3 more days here. 3 more days, John. I'm sure you can do it. Seems like it's pretty easy for you here.
I'm thinking about going longer, but at least there's one milestone. It's at the end of the month.
Well, I mean, I'm not too much of a drinker. I like doing shots, but usually I'll order a RC, Coke, Pepsi, and I'll say, put a lime on top. So it looks like I'm drinking a rum and Coke.
Right.
But otherwise, keep it up, brother. You're looking really good,
Thanks.
man.
Yeah,
Nice.
I gotta say,
Also,
Jet, you're looking good. Sorry, Eddie, go ahead.
also, we're looking for some positive team players. Are you positive? If you're not, close your ears. We're looking for help in our customer support team. We'll drop that link now live in chat. We need customer support specialists for both daytime and overnight shifts. So if you're looking for something exciting, a great team to join, Topstep is the place. So get that link and check it out. See what else we've got offered here at Topstep.
Absolutely.
Back
Join
to
the
you,
team.
Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Hey, we're seeing some new highs in the S&Ps. We got liquidity upside, seeing 300 at 49.25. They're seeing 285 lot sitting at 49.25 half. Lord knows that these markets like to fill those liquidity orders. I might just buy one and see. I'm buying the highs. Can't buy the highs right now. What's going on in crude? I see in the chat they're talking about crude. Deanna seems taking some moves to the downside, but a little pullback here. Crude's
Yeah,
we selling
I'm
off there.
just formulating some of my hypos here just to put
All right.
them into the actual concise thoughts. So, so far the initial balance is pretty normal size. I use average session range to determine whether the initial balance is normal, small, wide, or crazy. So the
When you talk
larger
about
the initial balance,
Can you talk about initial balance? Because actually, that's funny. I was out to lunch with some people this weekend, and they're asking some of the jargon we use, the vocabulary we use. What is initial balance? They actually asked about initial balance and point of control. What is initial balance, Deanna? Can you help explain it to?
Yeah, sure. Initial balance is nothing but the first hour of trading range when the regular hours begin. For crude oil, that would be 8 a.m. CST, and then the initial balance officially finishes at 9 a.m. Any moves that happen after that and they break that range, they're considered an extension of that first hour trading range. So really, it's just a fancy way of saying first hour of trading, and it serves as a as a reference to what sort of an auction we're having. So based on how the price acts around the initial balance edges, you can determine whether the price is going into strong auction, whether it's failing the auction, or whether it's just doing it very slowly. And each of those conditions show me a different view of what I should do as a trader. And to me, it's been very, very eye-opening ever since I started using profile. First time I was taught just the volume profile. Then I came across Topstep and Hoag, who further got me onto TPO profile. I like it a lot more than volume profile because it's got so much more detail, many more references. You don't see the strength of the auction. Like if you have just a volume profile, it's very good for directional moves, but for the most part, you don't have that, I call it the resolution, to see whether there are single prints, to see whether, we are getting away from the initial balance or not. Like none of that is really in volume profile. So I only really like it for directional moves. But even then, I will still use mainly the TPO profile. So everything that I talk about comes either from the supply and demand concepts or from Dalton's market profile concepts.
Very strong.
And then I have my own twist where I also use the average ranges. I even conceptualized a twist on the average daily range where I only use the regular trading hours. So I call that the average session range. And I did it purely because I needed it as a trader myself on days when the market exhausts and exceeds and overshoots, completely ignores the average daily range. I was like, well, now what? And then one day I was trying to solve that. And I was like, hold on a minute. Why don't I just use the regular trading hours to see whether that's going to give me a different level? Lo and behold, it did. So I started testing it every day. I would see how the price. I'm very big on walk forward testing. Back testing to me, it's a good starting point. But really, hindsight bias, walk forward testing.
What is that? I've never heard that term before.
You show up every day and you effectively see how the market behaves in real time around your levels. And then you see whether you can actually, walk forward is a very known term in coding. Whoever does any kind of mechanical trading systems, you will know this term, like Robert will be very familiar with that. And in fact, when you do an algorithm, it's not very good to just use a backtest, because backtest can be over-optimized, overfitted. You can actually have, if you're a manual trader, just try to do some backtesting. You can have a lot of backtest bias, hindsight bias, where you think something is super obvious, but actually in reality you've overfitted, and then you come to catch the same setup and you realize that actually you inadvertently saw something that happened after, and you're using that as your signal. So in reality, real time, when you come to trade, that's never going to work. So what I was doing is just making sure that my levels do show me some kind of price action around there that I can actually take advantage of on the day in real time, and then just see how many times that occurs. And for me, average session range, especially average session low in crude oil, is a very high probability reversal level. So I just match all of that with profile, supply and demand, also time of day, because there are certain times of day where you expect high probability things to happen. So one of them is right now, so after 9 a.m.
Right.
And then another one is after 1 p.m. So those are the times of
Yes.
day when you would expect the market to turn around. And that's usually the time when I look for my major setups. So those big moves that I can catch that will give me my 2-to-1 risk reward. So that's kind of the gist of what I
like
do.
that.
I know
Learn
that there's
something.
a lot of lingo, but at the end of it, like, it's just like a meta language that we use to clarify some of the conditions. Rather than saying the first hour of the trading range, we just say
Right.
initial balance. It's a little bit
Yes.
shorter.
I
Or,
like
you know,
that.
if
Oh,
I'm saying, you know, the price went below the first hour of the trading range and then it came back into it. Well, no, failed auction.
failed
Right,
auction.
so we're just
Exactly.
kind of abbreviating setups that we're seeing, and yeah, it's been a complete eye opener since I started using the profile, in particular for intraday. I still maintain my supply and demand on large timeframes with price action, just pure price action patterns for that particular part of my analysis, and then everything else that you see, I might do a scalp. You know, sometimes you have opportunistic setups that don't necessarily have the 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 risk reward profit margin inside them. But you can see something happening and you're like, I'm just going to skim like 20 ticks, which usually happens during that first hour. And then I have my big times of day when I catch the bigger moves and, you know, throw all of that in and do it very objectively, not kind of going, I think it's going to go this way, just see what it's already done. That's also been instrumental in me not doing stupid things or continuing to do stupid things because of my bias. So stay objective.
Excellent. While we were talking there, it's very good, very strong. Walk forward testing. Learn something. I'm going to look into that more. But
Yeah.
all right, we're seeing some action to the downside here in S&Ps and NASDAQ. S&Ps just went negative. I'm telling you, I got long there. At VWAP at 17.
There's
Three-quarters.
a block of water
I don't
sitting
know.
here, but they're assaulting it pretty badly now. So we'll see what
Yes, they
happens,
are.
whether they get filled or not. Yeah.
Yes, they are. Did something come out? Because we are selling off pretty hard here. We are now negative in the S&Ps. NASDAQ looking to also turn negative as well. Still has some more room to do. More room to go, I should say. It's looking like the dollar has popped here. I'm assuming Apple and the big heavy hitters are also taking a dip to the downside. Johnny, you there, man? When you
I'm
get
here.
back. All right, when you get back. Yeah,
I'm here.
Anne-Marie said, yeah, we missed the shorts. Anne-Marie, the upside was around 24. We could have gotten short. It was
That
just
was that
hanging around there.
afternoon pullback high. I've been talking
Yes,
about
it was,
that afternoon pullback high since this morning, and that it rejected above it in the NASDAQ. It's traded up to it through it by about 2 ticks in the S&Ps, and now we're back to VWAP. Back to VWAP.
So we still have 400 orders sitting at 49.15 though. So we'll see what they do with that.
49.50. Yeah, I noticed that there was on the way down here at some point there was about, I think it was probably 1920. There was about 600 or 700 on the offer. Those are now not there, but
they're not.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
No.
Great. I was counting
No,
on those
no,
to
but
be
the
there.
300 and 400 are still there though, and they seem to be defending. Yeah.
Thank you, Johnny. I got long. I got
For
long
now,
off
it's quite a
VWAP there.
bit.
I see that.
Yeah. So could have got long off settle. Even could have been a better entry there. No, we're not supposed to be trading, but the opportunity looked a little too.
That's
juicy.
okay. No,
low risk. Low risk.
Hey, this is fast markets, man. Anything goes.
Anything. I like that. And And the boss is away right now, so he ain't gonna see you. When he gets back in, I'll be fine.
Oh, he's watching.
Oh,
he's
is he?
watching.
Hey.
He's
Oh, yeah, he
always
always is.
watching. He's
He
always
always is,
watching.
man.
Always
He's everything.
watching.
Hopefully he got back safely. I know conditions were pretty treacherous out there in British Columbia. I saw some footage, and it looked pretty crazy. What do we got here? Yes, it looked pretty crazy. He is a risk taker, like Deanna says, so it kind of goes hand in hand with how he trades and his skiing style, snowboarding style. So I'm sure he's going to have stories to tell. Hey, we got 3,100 people watching us. Our likes are down a little bit. I know we're not always going to be begging for likes. Let's get those likes up. Subscribe. Please like, please comment. Positive vibes only in the comments. Last Friday was super crazy. For those that tuned in, I think we had like 74,000 views or something. It was a wild day. 100th episode. So this will be our 101st episode. Thank you to all who joined. I think you guys are asking about Bell to Bell. I'm sure we got something in store this week. We got a meeting after the show today. I'm sure we'll discuss that. But yes, please tune in all week. Loaded week with earnings and FOMC and I can't remember a action-packed week like this in a while. So yes, last week of the month. February starts on Thursday. And yeah, we're gonna trade it up. And hopefully you guys join us for the ride.
Yep.
How we look, Deanna? Anything happening in crude? My crude chart is not working.
In about
right now.
1 minute, it's looking like it might be failing the auction. A couple of things I don't like is that we have a lower low, and then the 15-minute chart is still looking a little bit like a drop-based drop formation. So I'm still not happy with the level that we're at. I would like to see it tag 76, because every time it's kind of floating in this bearish formation above the round numbers. I know we've got, ways to go, but still, it has to be more interest at the round number, which is exactly where my average session low is. So if I take this trade, it's going to be not as high probability as I would like it to be. So for now,
would you take it to a smaller trade size then?
Well, I mean, because we're going into the end of a month, I would be trading with a one lot anyways.
Okay.
Yeah, but really, ideally, I would. Yeah.
I mean, we have what looks like a failed auction on the market profile down below the initial balance, 76.62. And that's pretty close to value low from Friday. Now, I know you don't trade value low from the inside.
Yes.
But now you've got a little bit of reference against that with the failed auction below that level.
Yeah, a little bit of reference, but it's not a strong enough reference, because this is now moves that are happening intraday, real time, not any kind of set in stone move, if that makes sense.
For sure.
Like something that was created previously. And then, so what I would like to see, again, I'm going to be, excuse my French, really anal with my position.
It's not so bad, Deanna.
Yeah. To really kind of look for very, very good opportunities. So again, I'm sorry, guys, for being super boring, but sometimes that's what you've got to do. You have to demand perfection as much as it's possible from the markets. So one particular setup that I might want to look for is for us to tag the initial balance low and then maybe to reverse from it again. That would be better for me.
Okay.
I'm not happy with the amount of access that we've left. It's only a few ticks. And
it's only a few ticks, right?
Yeah. I mean, crude oil likes to chew those up and then reverse. So all of this, the price action, it's just not calling out to me, going, yes, failed auction, yes.
Well, I can appreciate. I can appreciate your desire to be a stickler for any opportunities down here. So, in a way, you're just keeping your hands on your butt.
I'm keeping my hands on my butt.
No one does it better. No one does it better. Yeah, it's boring. You know what? I know they call the tune and they want to see us trade, but hey, we're not going to force trades here. We're not just going to just like I always say, we're not a piano bar. We don't take requests here. We're going to trade good opportunity, good entries. We're not going to just trade just to, appease you guys. We're going to trade like we normally would, as if no one was watching, as if we, like how we've been doing it for the last few decades.
if it's the beginning of the month, and I have like full 20 days to drag myself out of slightly more suspect decisions, maybe riskier trades, I would probably try this and then maybe bail early. But I don't want to do that 3 days before the end of the month. So there's definite like accounting moments that are in my head. And I remember when I was working for a prop trading firm, before I established that habit, I would be like just going these trades on the last day of the month, and then just destroy half of the profits for the month. And then they would pay me out, and I'd be like, "Why did I do that? I'm an idiot." So I like to, pay myself out about 20% of my profits if possible. And, if I've traded pretty well, you want to keep most of that for the payout. You don't want to blow it on suspect decisions. So that's
Right.
why I'm going to keep my hands on my butt for now.
Your hands on your butt. Oh, shoot, I'm taking heat on this trade. Hello. Okay, well, I was in the money. Now it's
Ooh,
like the sellers are control. We've got negative in the S&Ps. That's not cool. I thought I was in the black there while we were talking. Now it turned on me. I get stopped out. Tight risk. Nope, got stopped out. Robert down 250 on that trade. Damn, I thought I was in the money. Okay, got stopped out. We'll see what happens from here. No worries. First trade of the week. 250 is manageable. We got power hour. Definitely making back in that. Oh, we got a quick poll here. How did you do trading in January? Great, pretty good, could be better, not good. Could be better. Personally, yeah. 49 early votes. It could be better.
It's a safe answer. It can always be better.
It can always be better in all aspects. In all aspects of life, it could be better.
I'm also going to say could be better.
Could be better.
Yeah.
What a good trade. Like, it could be better. We'll recap that here in about when it closes. Okay. Oh, I got a COVID pull up there. You got COVID. What year was it? 36%, 21. 36% saying 2021 they got COVID. It was a pretty even distribution. I think everyone got it at least once. If you didn't, good on you. You dodged some raindrops there, to put it nicely.
I remember the first time I had it. It was nobody knew what it was. It was just kind of freaky. It felt like there was an alien inside of you. And
dude, I know, man.
It was just really tired and that kind of thing. But nobody knew what to expect. Nobody knew what was happening. It was very, very strange. The second time I was like, whatever. I got COVID.
Yeah. Yes, we did. Yes. It was wild time. Wild time. Oh shoot!
A lot of folks, a lot of folks have long COVID, and it's still affecting.
That's me.
I think Deanna still has
right?
something.
Yeah. So I had some mild well, it wasn't so mild. So I got COVID in March 2020. From
early,
one of my
early.
friends who both worked. Yeah, they both worked in retail, and I saw them both that week when the lockdowns began. And that's like the same next week, all three of us got something. I had this cough that wouldn't go away for 6 weeks, but I didn't have a fever. I didn't feel, bad or anything. It was just like a cough that was very persistent. And then after that, I started getting like nauseous, like just out of nowhere, and it carried on. So I ended up with this weird allergy or intolerance to chicken, beef, and a whole bunch of other animal proteins.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah. And I kind of lived with that. I was like, yeah, whatever. So I can't eat chicken and beef, boo-hoo. People live with worse conditions. And then 2 years after that, obviously the vaccine started coming out, and I took the first 2 doses, and I was better. Like all of the symptoms kind of went away. So I was like, I'm going to take the booster as well. So I take the booster, and a day later I get shingles. And the doctors didn't catch it. Yeah, I know. It was horrible. It was horrible. They didn't give me any medications, nothing. And it took like 5 months for my body to actually start fighting that. But because I was sort of left on my own, nobody knew what to do with me, I started getting really tired. And, I still have the chronic illness. Every so often it comes back up. But I found this way to kind of deal with it with antibiotics. Weirdly, antibiotics tend to bring me into remission. I don't know why. Because it's not a bacteria, apparently, but it's just so odd. And since then, since I made this public, a lot of people have come forth and they said, my God, I've got the same thing. Like, what did you do? Did you
Wow.
make yourself better? And I'm still not back to normal. I can't do any exercise without serious repercussions of like falling into
Gosh.
bed for 2 days. So I'm still battling that. You know, it's obviously not easy for somebody like me. I used to be an athlete, very, very active. I can't do that anymore. So, you know, I'm missing a huge part of my life, but it is what it is. We have to keep pushing. To me, I'm just lucky that it's manageable and that I am able to work and sit up. And, you know, so there was a moment last year, like January, February, where I thought my life was over, man. Like I couldn't
What?
stare at the screen. Yeah, I couldn't even sit on the sofa without just crashing. Like sitting up was a chore. It was like so difficult for me. I had to lie down. I was like, my God, I don't know if I can live like this, man. But yeah, lots of people have ended up with this, and it's sort of still being like sort of brushed under the carpet a bit. I do hope that we get some funding because so many people have the same as a result of long COVID. So it doesn't have to be vaccination. It has to be like, you know, some sort of a viral illness. Even a regular flu can give this to certain people. Nobody
Right.
knows why it happens. Nobody knows the exact mechanistic actions, but they do know that it's a systemic disease. You know, nobody's anymore telling you that you're crazy, which was the diagnosis
God.
before.
Gosh.
Yeah. Like, oh, it's
Wow,
all in your
Deanna.
head. Yeah, you can't walk, but it's all in your head. It's like,
It's all
oh,
in your head,
thanks.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Wow, Deanna. Well, thank you for sharing that. Oh, of course, we're back to, of course, S&Ps. I got
Ah,
stopped out there. S&Ps
oh, yes.
turning around on me. Come
Oh,
on,
yes.
S&Ps. Do
Right
better
back
next
to
time.
VWAP.
Right back to
Make up
VWAP.
your mind, S&P.
Make up your mind. Stop was too tight. Just to close out that poll, 5 minutes. Just close out. How did you do trading in January? 9% said great. Good on you guys. 13% said pretty good. Nice. Most of us, not most of us, well, 47% of us said could be better. 30% said not good. For a lot of reasons, don't beat yourself. Of course, we're going to rally in the S&Ps. Go figure. Don't beat yourself up too much about it. Yeah, we've got 11 more months in this game. January was a weird month, and like Jack said, 12 out of 13 weeks we've been higher than the NASDAQ. So keep in mind for that. There's an overall trend going on here when making your trades. Hey, Jack, what do you got over there, man? Speaking of Jack, you got some hot streaks for us?
Yeah, and speaking of streaks, hot streaks for
yes,
today.
we're good like that. Look, of course we're rallying right now. God bless it.
Of course. 61% short.
Thank you. Why did I get stopped out?
Okay. Nice.
All right. Swan didn't trade on Friday, so he's off the list today, which leaves Joseph N in the top spot with 24 days in a row. He's tied with Swan now if he returns to the markets. We also
24.
have yesterday's best to show as well.
All right.
Fridays.
Yes.
I have to
Yesterday's
update that
trading day.
graphic for Monday. Let's pretend yesterday is just the market day. But yes,
Yeah.
Friday. These are not the
Both
Sunday
D and I-
traders.
Both D and I call it Friday yesterday.
Same.
Yeah.
Exactly. Good
Weekends
show,
don't
Robert.
exist.
Robert, Wayne, James, Sadiq, and Deanne? Huh.
Question mark?
Huh.
Close to Deanna.
Yeah.
But
yes.
great job to them. And look forward to see
Big-time
what's
numbers.
next. We'll be back later with the top 10 funded traders.
Thanks, Jack. Wow.
All right, so just quickly, I did have the test of the initial balance low, which is what I said I was looking for, and then a reaction from it. I got it, and it
Oh, you
pushed
did?
all the way higher. Yeah, I
Okay.
did. So I didn't go in there, but I am getting involved at 77.03. Again, it's a round number, so now I'm just going to watch it to make sure that it goes in my favor. Not sure that this is a 2R opportunity because we don't have that much space until the next area where the sellers came in previously. So I'm just going to watch it like a hawk. If it starts to draw down, obviously I'm going to take it off. I'm not going to wait for full -1 hour if I can help
Sure.
it. But yeah, so we got my anal condition. So let's see.
Wait, so okay, just so you know, crude is 71% long, almost 72% long. Something you might want to think about. ES 60% short, NASDAQ 50-50. That's all we got right there. Markets are kind of chilling. Deanna, sorry, did you say you're looking to take a long in crude or take a short there?
I took a long.
Oh, you did take a
so
long.
77.03. Yeah, one
Very
lot.
good.
Just a lot. Actually,
Very
let's do that
good.
on my XFL.
Very good there. John, what are we thinking now, man? S&Ps, anything? I mean, we're in this range. You get long at the bottom here, but sometimes you get stop. I swear they go and stop hunting for my stop there, John. I'm convinced, man. But
if it seems like they are, they are. It's the predatory algos. I mean, they know they see the order flow. They know if there's like a level that a lot of short time frame P shooters are executing at. They know where their risk appetite is. They do. They go looking for. I mean,
strength of level. Initial balance. If you're getting involved somewhere above the initial balance low, they're gonna test below that, like 100%.
They're brutal.
Because they know that's where those stops are.
Knowing those games that they play, they can keep you out of trouble. This is why I don't like trading before the initial balance is busted, and then I see what I'm going to do, because it makes for a much stronger position. And then also round numbers, you have to take into consideration where the round numbers are. So 49.15 would have been a round number. They're going to take it below that just to take out all the weak longs. And then they reverse.
Yes, they did, Deanna. They did just that, but it's all right. Keep it tight. Keep it tight. We got a loaded week this week. We've been saying it all morning. I don't remember having such a news-packed, jam-packed week like this. So this is, as Rips call it, this is the Super Bowl of trading this week. This is what we're all in this game for. We live for these kind of weeks. Deanna, okay, so a lot of these, besides EIA, a lot of this stuff, I wouldn't say really will center on crude. What do you make all these numbers? Because I know we're kind of, equity centric here with fast markets and such, but all these earnings and EIA, I guess we have EIA, but FOMC and the earnings, employment report
does affect it.
It does.
Employment report can affect it, but it doesn't affect it as wildly as ES and GC. So you won't see moves that are just up, down, and we're like pulling all sides, everything's going nuts. So it doesn't quite behave that way. So the reactions will be muted compared to the inventories report, for example. But there's still a reaction. Typically what tends to happen, there's a little bit of a, maybe like just a whipsaw, but not super big. And after that, once it's all done, typically after the press conference is over, crude oil kind of makes up its mind and starts going in one direction. So that would be the time to trade FOMC pretty late in the day. It's one of the few days where if I am going to trade, I will trade post-settlement because of that. You have more volume, you have more people still trading. It's not just, the settlement, we're done. So there is definitely a difference in how I approach these weeks compared to some of the other normal weeks. But having said that, this week in the run-up to FOMC in particular, it tends to bring us some irregular moves. So you might see things like extended auctions. So we might have a failed auction here, but it might just suddenly carry on into like this mad upward trend, even though we tested below the initial balance and should be in a range-bound day if we extend the initial balance to the opposite side as well. But on days like these, expect loads of weirdness. So two things can happen. You can have just these pops that carry on and they're relentless, so I wouldn't stand in front of them. Or you can just have quiet days. You can have spike and then nothing.
Well,
that's lack of liquidity. Yeah?
How are you feeling about your current position? I mean, you are congruent with the breakout that came last week. I mean, I think you're in pretty good shape here,
For now.
Can you pull up?
Let's see. I mean, it's probably looking okay. Yeah. There it is.
80% long.
So I would like to see this TPO, aka this 30-minute candle. Let's kind of try and move away from the lingo a bit for people who are not profile traders. When we say TPOs refer to 30-minute periods, which is really similar to a 30-minute candle, right? So really now, if my trade is to survive and to keep going, I need to see a bullish engulfing in 13 minutes time. So I did get involved on the basis that we tested the initial balance and we had a reaction on a slightly lower time frame on a 15-minute chart. But now I need to see that hold. So if this doesn't hold, this is not going to be valid. So I've got 13 minutes to do nothing but wait for the candle to close before I make my next decision. So very objective. I'm not going to freak out. Hopefully the 35 tick stop loss that I have is enough for me to have time to decide what I want to do with this. And if it all goes correctly, then we should see a bullish engulfing, or at least some kind of an inside bar that closes near my entry. Although that would be not such a great thing, because I wanna see some definitive buying here, and that's always going to be looking like a bullish engulfing of some sort.
Right. Okay. And then you're on a
But I'm
30
happy with
right?
it. You know, I'm happy with the position. I'm happy that I waited for the condition that I wanted to get. I got it.
Mhm.
I got in.
Good
So
on
yeah.
you. Good on you, Deanna. Good on you. Great patience. And explain your thoughts and your thoughts going in this trade. For those who are asking in the chat, you know, we don't just trade. Deanna waited what, hour and
Yeah.
15 minutes before she pulled the trigger on the trade. And like she said, going into this market, going into this day, she's saying going to possibly make one trade at most. She tears her trade, so we're going to watch this play out. Crude oil in the tilt, 80% long, Deanna. Just to give you the heads up there. I don't know how much that means to you at the
let's
moment,
start.
but yeah,
What
are
it
you with?
means,
So you're
of
with
course
them.
it does, yeah.
They're-
I'm with
you're
them. I'm definitely with them. I am going to keep an eye on the tilt, and if it goes to 50-50. So let's say we have a move up, and we get the move up, and then everything slows down a bit. If tilt gets to 50-50, I'm actually going to bail. So I am going to use tilt as an early exit, potentially. So I'm watching you guys. Don't let me down. Everybody who's trading crude with me, let's do it. Let's do this together.
We are in this together. With that being said, we'll go around ES 65% short, NASDAQ 61% short. Getting a little tilty there as we're seeing S&Ps taking a dip below into the red. NASDAQ not quite there yet. It's been bouncing off settlement in NASDAQ for most of this morning session.
Yeah.
So maybe we're seeing some support there, John. I don't, eventually you knock on that door so many times, they're going to let you in. And, it's range bound for now. Then the breakout happens. And look out below. But here come the sellers in S&Ps, I think, right? I don't know. Honestly, I think you're right, John. Looking to the downside, but man, every time you get short, these buyers come in and prop this sucker back up.
Well,
Don't understand
we
what's
talked.
going on here.
We talked last week.
Yeah.
On all of this, and with Anne Marie and everybody, that pullback that we saw at the end of the day on Wednesday was a bit of a change in personality, right? In the S&Ps, the NASDAQ. The market has been just, really just holding up rallies and finishing on highs, and, pullbacks have been small. This move back here on Wednesday, for whatever reason, was out of character. I said, this is a change. There is a bit of a change in the S&Ps. Now that change could be, we were pushing higher. We had 2 days of balance. We created the next 3 days of balance off of that pullback. So we haven't been able to trade above it. We haven't been able to trade below it. The market is waiting for new information, but that pullback off that high, going from a gap to pushing higher and closing lower, that was a potential reversal pattern, if you will. And if you look on the daily chart, I mean, it's some pretty big excess. And we've come back up. We've tested back to that excess on Friday, which also saw a bit of a pullback. So the market is looking on the daily chart a little bit expensive up here. Maybe, we're looking at these bars up here. Here's that bar on Wednesday. That's some pretty good excess on the daily chart. I don't see any excess in history on this particular contract, except for maybe here, which really didn't change anything. Okay, that was probably some long liquidation. But looking further back, we don't see that kind of excess on any of these highs as much as we saw Wednesday, which kind of, as Anne Marie calls it, it kind of looked like there was a bit of a sea change, like the sea got calmer there, right? I mean, it was volatile, push to the upside. This caused the market just to kind of sit for a little while and contemplate, wait for new business. Now, I don't know, if we're going to continue higher, if we're going to come off a little bit. I think the healthiest thing for this market the equities would be to have a bit of a pullback, to consolidate here for a while. If we've gotten a little bit too long, there's information in that. But now, this week with everything coming out and all of these earnings and all this stuff, what is everybody doing? How are we going to digest all this information?
There's a lot.
All at once. I mean, you got earnings on tomorrow morning after the close. I mean, there's so much information coming out. I don't think anybody has any idea what to do. And that includes the economists and the expert traders, and everybody are thinking, okay, look at all this stuff we got coming at us. There might be some good opportunity this week, but we have no idea what direction, what are these numbers going to mean? What's the Fed going to do? What about the earnings? What about Apple on Thursday? What about, Microsoft and Apple on Tuesday? I mean, what is all this information has to be released and digested by investors and traders and everything. And, there's probably going to be a lot of knee jerking. There's probably going to be a lot of traps that are set, bull traps, bear traps. I'm just really just trying to kind of think about what happens if, right? What happens if? Well, what does that, what if it doesn't happen? What does that mean? And with all of this information, a lot of it's going to be contrary or conflicting information.
That's the problem.
What are we supposed to do? We got to trade what we see. The market's range bound. We're right in the middle of the range. I'm probably going to do a lot of holding on to my butt until we get to the extremes. And we'll see what kind of opportunities come. I don't see that there's a whole bunch of reasons for shorts, but the number of reasons for longs seem to be waning as well. So what happens? We go range.
Yeah. We're running out of reasons. I agree. Yes. Hey, John, take a look at the S&P ladder, Dom, as they say. What do we got down below? Is there some block orders down there that I see some people talking in the chat. There might be some liquidity to the downside around the 49.11. You don't mind taking a peek?
Yeah. I mean, there's a little bubble there of 49, let's call it 12 to 10. There's some pretty good liquidity. You can see it right here. So here's 12, 209, 200, and we have 350, 337, 300, 200, down to 10, you got 384. But that's it. There's no other major liquidity levels that I'm looking at down below off of Topstep X. There's still 600 offered at 49.49 even up above.
49.49. Well, that'd be all-time
there's
highs.
559 on the offer. Right.
We'll get filled one day. No, you rest assured, we'll get filled. We'll get filled one day. Deanna, how we looking over in crude? That sweet that Texas tea, as they call it here.
So
in America.
nothing to report yet. It's just kind of hovering above my entry at 77.03. So we're still waiting. I've got 4 minutes until this 30-minute candle finishes. So I'll have some more information once that's done.
Very good, very good. Yes, it's not the most exciting of those markets right now, but that's okay. Like we say, we're gonna outlast this sucker. John was saying we got so much coming up this week. What do you make of it? There's gonna be a lot of conflicting information coming in the market. So what do? You got to keep it light and tight, John. I don't know. Don't trade it. You got to be very disciplined. You got to commit to your stops. This it's gonna be
Control FOMO.
We're gonna see how. Say again.
Control FOMO.
Control FOMO. That's very hard. Okay, let's talk about that. How do you control FOMO? Because this week, this market obviously isn't FOMO right now, but I have a feeling that we will see FOMO. So let's talk about that before things really start cooking. Deanna, how do you control your FOMO? It's something that I struggle with. And, traders ask, how do you deal with it? What do you do?
Yeah. One thing to change your mindset around is that whenever the markets start moving crazily, that should be looked at as a challenging situation. Now, I'm very big on being proactive in everything, including trading and life, rather than reactive. So rather than going, oh my God, it's moving, I need to go in. Oh, click, quickly. Right. Rather than doing that, the market start moving, step back. This is very difficult to do the first time, but the more you do it, the better you will get at it. So you need to pause for a second. Just breathe. If necessary, get up, go make yourself, a snack or something. If you have some free weights around, this is a very good time to do a few reps, work on those biceps. And then come back because any kind of physical movement is going to try and shuffle the extra adrenaline from your P&L into the release. So just to get rid of that extra things that kind of start coming into your head, chaotic thoughts and the need to trade suddenly. So that's the first step. See the markets moving very quickly is a challenging situation where you need to not react immediately, where you need to calm yourself, center yourself. So how John says, stay humble, centered, and what else would you say, John? What's your tagline?
Humble, grateful, creative, and centered.
Very good.
That's the one, yeah. And that's exactly what that means, right? To stay centered in light of a challenging situation in front of you. So just pause, even if it's like for a minute. Just don't click that button and don't start, running your thoughts into a million random thoughts. So just pause and walk away, come back, and start. Like, one of the things to do is to see what's happening on larger time frames as well. So rather than just sticking to 1 minute, 2 minutes, so just zoom out a bit, get off the 5 minute, 2 minute one, and see whether it makes sense from that larger time frame perspective, even if it's just that 30-minute chart. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can slowly maybe drill back down and see, okay, where are my levels? Do I have levels here? Very important question. Do you have any levels, or are you just chasing price? One of the reasons why I have a lizard as my mascot of my company is because chameleons, they sit and they wait for the lunch to come to them, and they just go boop, and they eat, right? So that's what we want to do. We want to wait for the price to come to us. You don't want to chase it on most days. There are times when you can chase it, but even then you need to find your level. You need to make sure that directionally you are indeed correct. So centering, stepping away outside yourself to take a minute, take a breath, and then to look for your levels and see whether anything makes sense. Eventually, the more you do that, the less FOMO you'll experience. So that's the best advice that I can give you. So utilize some exercise, even if it's just a walk to the kitchen. Maybe navigate some stairs if you've got stairs in your house. Go run up and down the stairs for a bit. That's a good exercise. If you don't like weights.
Yeah.
And it's just a very, very, very good way to start practicing being mindful in light of the challenging situation, aka the fast-moving markets.
Mm-hmm. No, I like that.
And what's something? Didn't you? D.
What's that?
Did you get your
I got my bullish
closing bar you were looking for? Yeah.
I did. So now we hold.
Nice.
And we keep watch, but it's looking okay so far.
I like that trade.
I do too. 85%
hope I didn't just curse you.
86% long in crude now. So the longs are building as we move to the upside. Good on you, D. But something you touched on real quick there that I just gathered from that is zoom out, take a longer time frame in the charts. I think that's something. I do have a 5 minute up, and when these super volatile times, which I assume we're going to see later this week, volatility is even more pronounced when you have the 5 minute chart up. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to be watching the 30-minute chart. That's it's really good stuff. Because yes, I do suffer from FOMO. And the reason being is, in slow markets like today, we say sit on your hands, be patient, right? Be patient. Nothing's really happening. Of course, there's markets are moving, but the movements are small. Say wait for the opportunity later in the week. And I feel like, if you don't do much on a day like today, then we have got Wednesday and Thursday and Friday. We're just, all the fireworks this week. If I'm not making trades then, if I'm not trying to capture opportunity then what have I done? I feel like that's where I feel like I'm missing out, right? I'm missing out on the opportunity. And so, John, to that extent, we say don't trade now.
So, Andre, you've been doing this for 25 years? Yeah?
20, yeah, 18.
20. Yep. So, was there ever a day when there was no markets to trade the next day?
You're right. Yeah. Deanna.
They're always there.
Right.
They're always there.
You
Don't
are right.
worry.
All right. Well said. Well said. The jury,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
defense rests their case. Very, very good job. You're so right. You're so right. It's just, yes, you're right.
So,
There'll
so
always
just
be
think
another
about
day.
that. Think about that. The markets will be here long after all of us are gone, right? So there's always
was
another
very-
day. There's always another opportunity. So just chill, like I said, if, find something else to do for that day. There's that old saying that the secret of patience is doing something else in between. So find something else to do. We don't have
Look
to
at
sit there
that.
and stare and go, "Oh my God, I missed out! I missed out!" But we're not
Deanna.
missing
Design
out.
distraction.
We're preserving capital.
Design
Yes,
God, you
design
guys are the best,
distraction.
man. You guys are the absolute best. Thank you for that. Look at that. Doing this for 18 years, still struggling, but I don't think the light bulb might have just gone off after all this time. You are that was good stuff. I really appreciate it. Trading buddies, everyone. They're in TopstepTV. That's what we're here for.
Buddies.
I really appreciate it. My idol, D. Sarah says you are her idol. That's very high praise,
Thank
Deanna.
you.
Very high praise.
Nice.
How is
Yeah, I know.
87% long and crude, Deanna? How's the markets
Nice.
looking?
Yeah, it's still slowly edging higher.
Still going.
So yeah, it's looking good.
Yeah. I like it.
Very
I like
good.
the trade. Again, I shouldn't
up
say
at
that.
Don't say it.
I think
Don't jinx it.
I know. Right?
Yeah.
coming up at we are at
I'm-
now
I-
the 10 o'clock, 10:03 Chicago Central Time, Chicago time. I think Michael wanted us to start saying Chicago time, but I think we're gonna stick with Central Time just so everyone can understand.
Mhm.
87% long in crude right now. We got after this 25 minutes left in today's fast markets. We got what do we have coming up? Just a little recap. We have shoulder tap coming up with Johnny and Mick. That's always a very interesting segment. Get to see what traders are doing here in the Topstep community. Last week was wild. Power players, myself, Robert, Max Maserati. Tune in for that guy. Max Maserati is a trip. I guarantee you guys will all like him. Great energy. Super happy to be here. Super happy to be with Topstep. I guarantee you guys will like that segment. Please tune in for that guy. Top quiz with Jack and Bonnie. We announced those quiz winners later on in the day during Power Hour. But before Power Hour, we got Hoag and Anne-Marie. Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. Tune in for that. I see Anne-Marie has been in the chat today. I think she's made a couple good trades. She got long when I got long and was smart enough to get out, which was good on her. I think we almost missed the short to the downside. This market's, we're just hovering around settle here in S&Ps. Not a whole lot, dude. 88% long in crude now. We are seeing that build.
Yeah.
Dolby time. Let us know in the chat what you think. What you're doing over there. Hopefully Dolby will be with us sometime this week. I know he will. He's a rising star here at TopstepTV. Always making for good TV, good trades. I think we have just bounce off
group coaching today.
Group coaching. What do we got?
Group
Group coaching
yeah.
is Robert today.
Nice.
Oh.
Look at
Guys
that.
are gonna
Is Robert
hear from a different
can-
coach today.
Yeah, you can talk to Robert about walk forward testing. He'll know a lot about
I
it.
absolutely will.
Yeah.
We'll put a note in here real quick. Robert, if you've during group coaching, talk a little bit about walk forward testing. Deanna, I'm not gonna lie, I have never heard that phrase before. And
Really?
but it's essentially I've never heard that phrase before. So I learned something today. Also learned something about how to handle the FOMO. There's always gonna be another trading day. Zoom out on the time frames and the charts. Really good stuff. Really, really good stuff, John.
Did you see that for the guy in the chat? His chat name is FOMO, and he says, "You can't control me."
Well done, FOMO. Well done, FOMO.
That's a good
Well
comment.
done. Good. Robert just sent a note. He will totally talk about walk forward testing. Good stuff. Look at that team that we got here. Awesome, Robert. Looking forward to that. Let's take a look. Okay. Some of the longs may be peeling off in crude. Now we have what the hell just 81% long bias in crude. So keep an eye on
so
that.
we do have this condition where bullish engulfings can be looked at as demand levels. A lot of the times the demand level can be retested before a further bounce. So before we start freaking out, first of all, we have some long wicks here. So so there is a normal condition, especially if you don't have a super quick moving market, where the newly formed demand will get tested first. So I never move my stops because of this, because at this point, this would take me out of the trade. But I like to to trust my own decisions a lot better. So what I'm looking for now is whether the market bounces from here again, or whether we start to capitulate into the newly formed demand. So far, that's not happening, so that's still good for my trade. But again, anything can happen. You know, this failed auction can't fail. Failed
Right.
auction. But
Sure.
yeah, for now, I've got nothing else to do. So I'm just going to, again, pause off the mouse. I'm just observing at this point. There's nothing else for me to manage, overmanage. So, you know, we keep our hands on our butts.
Yeah, I like.
Yes, we will.
D, I like what you said. I mean, if you move your stop to break even in a situation where you've bought support, that support can be revisited. It doesn't invalidate the trade. So you got to be patient moving those stops up to those levels. That was one of the probably most popular questions. Was, how do I stay in trades? I'm moving my stop to break even, but the market always comes and gets them and then trades. Well, don't move them. Simple.
Move
Don't move. Yeah.
John,
And see how many times you're right on the actual trade. So if your accuracy is pretty good without moving your stops, just don't move your stops. And again, you can talk about doing overmanagement with trades. That's usually what kills performance. People just messing too much and just exiting the trade, re-entering, moving stops, moving targets, moving this. So you have to, at some point, see how good are you with your trade locations. And if
I call
that's
those
constantly
people,
a problem,
I call that Lennying trades. If you ever read of Mice and Men, Lenny likes little furry animals. So he picks them up and plays with them till he kills them. Yeah, and that's what people do with it when they overmanage trades.
Exactly.
They love them and they pet them and love them and pet them until they kill them.
Lenny, Lenny wasn't the brightest one, but yes, he was very lovable.
Yeah. So at some point as a trader, you have to just see how good you are at actually finding trades. And if you're not very good and you're constantly being saved by your moving stops to break even, that's a problem with a trade location. That means you're either not using appropriate levels for the product that you're trading, so that needs to change. Or if you are good, well, you're killing your performance by moving stops too quickly. So you need to allow more time for the trade to work out, even if that means you take a loss.
John, they're loving the Mice and Men. It actually hits. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes, you overmanage these trades, you pet them, and you kill it.
Yeah.
You kill the damn trade. And there's some truth to that with moving your stops. It's actually, you're getting too cute with these trades. Don't move your stop. Who's the guy, John, that you read that said the trade should never hit your stop? What was that piece of advice?
Dalton.
Can you expand on what does he say? How does he say that again?
Well, he says you should always have a stop in, but you should never hit it. You should recognize that the trade is wrong before it hits your stop. Using market
think of my 35.
Easier said than done.
Yeah, so think of my obviously. Think of my 35 tick stop as a faster stop. Even though it's it's okay, even if I lose that, it's not a big deal. But but I try never to let actually get to -1R, because 35 ticks in my style of trading is 1R. So because of that, you need to have other ways to determine whether the trade is still valid. And again, if you don't have those ways, you have to develop them. So, you have to let the data take care of itself without overfitting, without over-optimizing, without messing with things, just to evaluate the quality of the trades that you're actually taking. And that's the first step to getting better. If you don't have that information, you're just forever guessing. You're just, high on hopium that every trade is going to work out. You don't yet have the skills to manage the trade properly. And that's a problem.
Or the accountability. You've got to have the accountability.
Or the accountability.
You got to keep track of that stuff.
Yeah. And then if it really quickly doesn't work out or something happens, it takes out your stop. That's okay. That's why the stop is there. But you shouldn't let it just go, oh, it's not working. Oh, it's not working. Oh, it's not working. I'm still going to keep it. There was Mick talking about someone who held their losing trades for 2-3 hours or 4 hours or something. Why are you holding a losing trade for 4 hours? Like, I don't get it.
No, you're
Yeah.
right. Yeah, how do
It's a
hold on to
process.
losing trade? It is a process. It is a process. I was looking here.
Yeah.
Hey, for those that are asking, those reset codes are going out on Wednesday. Fire drill codes are coming on Wednesday for all those that fill out the forms last week. Don't think we forgot about you. Those are coming to you Wednesday. So check your inboxes then. You get us a little happy, little token of our appreciation for tuning in here at Topstep TV. But yes, Deanna, holding on to a losing trade for 3 to 4 hours. At what point do you say, yes, this trade is not working, it's going against me? How did you not get stopped out after 3 to 4 hours too?
Well, for me, I have a little rule. If I
Yes.
get into a trade and it never goes into any profit, like let's say it's like 3 ticks profit and then it starts to go into a drawdown and then it continues to go into a drawdown, I will use my maximum adverse excursion number, which means how much any given trade goes against you during the trade life. I will use that number plus a couple of ticks to get myself out of a trade early. So usually, depending on what I'm trading, it's between 18 and 22 ticks for me. So if the trade has never gone into profit and it's heading towards my MAE number, I will take myself out of a trade because at that point, it's just not going to work. So, I'm not going to sit here and just go, oh, it's not. But if it's in some profit, if it immediately goes into like 10, 15, 20 ticks profit, then test the demand. I will give it a little bit more time. But likewise, if it starts to dip towards my MAE, I'm out. And that doesn't take 4 hours. That takes about 7 to 20 minutes usually. Maybe it's slightly longer if we're in a super, super quiet market. But generally, it just doesn't, I don't sit there and, hope that it's going to turn around for me. So for now, I'm not actually liking what I'm seeing here just yet. But it's still not down to my MAE. So I'm still going to give it a little bit of time. However, I'm keeping an eye on it. So if it gets to 76.80, I'm out. I'm not going to wait for full stop loss to get taken out.
Sorry, maybe it was my mouth that did this.
No.
Oh
no.
shoot. Hey, we got a question here for Mrs. Deanna and Mr. Hoag. When they say 1R or 2R, what measure is that? Johnny, what measure is that? 1R, 2R. Deanna talks about, you talk about a lot. What is 1R? What is 2R? What is that measuring?
Well, when you're thinking about taking a trade, and just in simple terms, if you're looking at a trade and the risk on the trade is $100, 2R would be a $200 win. So your 1R would be 100, 2R would be 200, 3R would be 300. It's the reward to risk ratio or risk to risk reward ratio, whichever way you want to call it. But when D says,
Yes,
go ahead, D.
Yes, what 1R is basically your initial risk taken. So whatever your stop loss is, that represents 1R.
Yes, it is. Yes. Hopefully that answers your question. Yes, basically it's what your profit targets are. 1R, like John said, if your profit target is like $100, that's your 1R. $200 would be 2R. Thank you for that. Like I said, no bad questions here in the chat. Please feel free to ask any type of question. We're here to answer it for you. And I think it is 10:15. So, Jack, what do you got over there, man?
We got to hold off on this for 1 minute, Andre. We're doing some final tabulations here. The monkeys are on the calculators, and I'll let you know when we're ready.
Thank you, Jack. Just jump in whenever, man. You got it. Command 86 N2. You got it, man. Anytime. Feel free to ask any type of questions. We got crude starting to peel off 70% long. It was up to 88%. S&P's 50-50. NASDAQ 60-40 to the long side. Not a whole lot going. Boy, it's a slow start to the week, John. We will finish strong. The monkeys and their abacus. Yes, they are working in the back. We're starting to see the S&Ps go positive a little bit. Boy, NASDAQ just keeps bouncing off settlement, John.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's still inside range, still inside value from yesterday. There's no change to the perception of value of the NASDAQ or the S&P so far here today. And it's, small opportunities. I mean, we got an 11.5 handle range in the S&Ps, and that's with range extension outside the initial balance.
Yikes. Yes, it is. I mean, yeah, we're going to sit on our hands. We're going to be patient. Like we said, we're going to outweight this market. Crude turnaround for you yet, Deanna?
Yeah, but again, I'm still looking at the 15-minute demand area, which is at 76.91. So until that dips, I'm not. There's nothing for me to do. So yeah, like I said, 76.80 is my cutoff point. That's where I'm going to take
Okay.
myself out of the market. So if that happens, fair enough. If not, I'm going to hold it. It's
Some-
still a
yeah.
failed open. You know, I have no more new information here.
Understood. Uh-oh. Is Nightbot back alive and well in the chat? I thought we put Nightbot to sleep.
Uh-oh.
It looks like Nightbot is getting a little... Jack, what's going on over there? Nightbot's getting frisky.
We've merely we killed the id more or less of Nightbot. We lobotomized it, if you will. It's a very neutered
So you really got to
version,
cross the line.
It only goes after the most egregious hot takes and social promotions.
I was just gonna say Nightbot still on duty. Just you got to really cross the line for Nightbot to jump in there. We did a lobotomy on it. Unbelievable. we got about 9 minutes left of fast markets. Unfortunately, these equity markets have been anything but fast. But like I said, John and I both taking a trade, minimize our risk, tight risk, nothing crazy. Not going to freak out about it. We got we got five more hours left in this market. So, there might something come into play here. Nothing showing that we're going to break out of this range, so to speak. But if we do, we will be able to capture that opportunity upside. Oops, sorry, hit the mic there. John?
Yeah, but in the meantime, if it's a range-bound day, just make sure you're not getting involved into momentum moves ahead of time and play the session extremes, expect a neutral day type, and just fade the edges of whatever we've got at the moment. So change your strategy to match whatever the market condition is doing today.
Yes, and that lets you limit risk. I mean, when you're focused on the extremes, you can limit risk.
Yeah.
If I were to get long the S&Ps right here, it's right in the middle of the range. My risk and reward are equal. I don't like that.
Correct.
Yeah.
So where would you like to get in then, John, in the S&Ps? Let's take a look. Can you pull up an S&P chart? Show us where, if it's going to be a range-bound trade. What are show them what you mean by right in the middle of the range right now.
Well, here's the regular trading hour session range from here to here. Where's price? Right in the middle. Right in the middle.
So that's what he's saying.
We looked at the afternoon pullback high from yesterday as an opportunity. It actually provided a pretty decent short opportunity. We, got that back down below VWAP. We traded to the 200 session, the 100 session moving average on the 30-minute bar, which kind of gave us an area down here of possible demand from the overnight session. Went down there. Now we're just kind of rotating back higher. Markets that are in balance rotate from low to high, high to low, low to high, high to low. And if I'm focusing on these extremes, check me if I'm wrong, D. If I get short up here and it holds and I don't get stopped out and the market rotates back lower, my target is really not to the other extreme. It's to basically point of control, the fairest price, the most popular, most visited price.
That's exactly what I do on range-bound days. Taking the profits in the middle.
Yeah. Now, if you have multiples, maybe you take two up here. You take one off at point of control, eliminate the risk on the second one, and put your target in near low of value. If you get a full rotation of value, you get to take that ride. But at least you made some money on the one, and you're not risking on the second one.
Yep, that's a great strategy.
Look at that. Even on slow market days, we're here to help keep you entertained, keep you somewhat. What do we call it? Patience with necessary distractions, John. What'd you call it?
Designed distraction.
Designed distractions. That's what we are here at TopstepTV. We are your designed distraction during slow markets. We are your designed distraction during slow markets. With that being said, Eddie, what do you got, man?
All right, my friends. Hey, we've got a new payout option. We've got a new payout option for funded level traders, and you're going to see them when requesting your payouts. It's called WISE, WISE. E. And with the addition of Ys, all funded traders can expect to receive a payout between 1 to 3 business days. And don't forget, if your request payout is before 10 a.m. Central, our team is on it lickety split, and they'll process your request the same day. So don't
Very
forget
nice.
about that. But there you go. And back to you, Andre. We got what, about 8 more minutes here? Or a few more minutes here.
5 minutes left for fast market. 5 minutes left for fast markets. Like we said, NASDAQ and ES have been anything but fast market today.
Yes.
Crude a little bit more
Should have called
volatility.
it slow
John.
markets.
Slow market. Don't we have a slow market? We have slow markets with Dakota, I believe, overnight. But
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
today
we
could
do,
easily even call it slow markets. NASDAQ trying to target it on settlement again here. We'll see if we can get to it. S&Ps found some sellers. We're negative again. We'll see if we get to that bottom end of this range, possibly take a long. Yeah, it's a discipline. It's a test of patience kind of day, John.
The one thing about the low in the S&P is it's not a strong low.
Yeah, let's see.
There's no excess down here. So some would call this a double bottom. Some would call this a weak low because there's no excess. Traded two 30-minute periods right to the exact same level, which is right to the exact same level of the M period low from yesterday. I mean, this exactness doesn't exude confidence for longs. So I would probably, see if the market can extend the range and then come back into the initial balance probably before looking for longs. I mean, I like the short at the top. We looked at the afternoon pullback high here yesterday. We rejected. There's excess. There's no excess at the bottom. And weak lows are sometimes weak lows that are going to be revisited. Sometimes weak lows are just the market ran out of sellers at the right time, right? And it's left that weak low. So, look for opportunities and at these extremes and this extreme up here as well. But there is opportunity. It's just smaller. You gotta be reasonable and probable with your profit targets on days like this.
Absolutely. One of our favorite funded traders, Isaac Rivera, says, only way we are breaking down lower is if some news came out. Yes, that will definitely give the market some volatility and give it some downward pressure if something does come out. Nothing on the wires right now. I haven't seen much. So, yeah, maybe we stay in this range. But John says it is a weak low, and I am seeing that. But on a day like today, anything could really happen because volume has been tapering. Volatility is definitely leveled off if there was ever any in the first place. And we are going to, like I said, I keep saying, and I won't stop. We're going to wait this sucker out, and we know the opportunity's coming. Deanna, how are we looking in crude? And we got a couple more minutes left with Deanna. As always, Deanna, thank you so much for joining us. Let's put her social media stuff up in the chat before she signs off here. Again, Deanna, you're one of the all-stars here at TopstepTV. Let's talk about this trade before we close it out.
Yeah, I mean, it's still just at my my entry point. So what this is shaping up to be is a slower move, and that's not really a true failed auction. To me, that can be a hallmark of a potentially responsive activity day. We did open inside value, so fake outs at the edges are, something that I look for. However, if this is not a true failed auction, that changes my target. And that means that this is not an appropriate entry area. So we'll see. I mean, for now, I'm willing to give it a little bit more time, but just the slowness of it is making me doubt that it's a true failed auction. So the target is then not going to be at the opposite side of initial balance, but I can hope to grab a few ticks out of that because I'm in from effectively nearly halfway through the initial balance, which is not great for a responsive type trade, even though it might look like a failed auction. Sometimes it just slows down and that tells you it's not a true failed auction. So then you kind of have to go into a little bit more management mode. Having said that, I'm going to focus on the 30-minute candles just to see whether we do get a little bit more movement. There's still 3.5 minutes before this candlestick ends on the 30-minute chart. So I'm going to wait for that and then decide if I'm going to keep this or not. So far, not, nothing. Again, everything's slow. Everything is range bound. So I have to slow down as well. And then decide if I'm just going to bail at scratch if we don't actually make any proper movement by lunchtime, which is in about half an hour.
What's for lunch, Deanna? Real quick. What's for lunch? You've had lunch already, right?
Ooh, I don't
Out there?
know. No, I don't really tend to eat in the first part of the day. I'm probably just gonna have. I actually made this keto tiramisu last night,
Ooh,
so I'm probably just gonna
you're
have
sweet
that
tooth.
with my coffee. Yeah.
Ooh.
Excellent.
Well,
Well, with that being
sometimes I was actually, yeah, I was really craving something sweet last night, and I didn't want to eat stupid things, so I made my own tiramisu. So
well done. Well done. Not only is she a musician, not only is she a badass trader, she's also a chef. Deanna, thank you so much for joining us at Fast
no.
Markets. Good luck with. We'll continue to keep us posted on how this oil trade plays out.
Yeah,
MP has
I'll,
not gotten
I'll
back
post it.
online just yet. He will be back. I'm sure he'll probably pop in and say hi at some point during the day. So make sure to tune in for that.
Mm.
John, we got shoulder tap coming up. Thank you for Fast Markets. Also at 10:30, we got a 3-month and a 6-month bill auction coming out. I don't expect it to make a lot of move, but it'll make some moves in the market, but we'll see. Anyways, with that being said, thank you for joining us at Fast Markets. We have shoulder tap coming up next. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
welcome to Shoulder Tap. Time to share some success, time to avoid some failure. Let's bring in our risk manager, Mick, to share who's doing well and who needs that tap on the shoulder. Morning, Mick.
Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, John. How you guys doing today?
Good. Good. How are you?
Good. Ready to kick off the week, and we got a lot of fun stuff to talk about. I have a handful of live traders that I want to share that had really good weeks last week. I've got a handful of traders, actually a larger handful of traders that had bad weeks last week. So we've got some shout outs, we got some shoulder taps, and we're going to talk about it all here today. John, you'll be excited to hear about this. One of your favorite traders of ours, I'm going to feature him on our first card, Isaac Rivera. He's been doing really well. Yeah, he's been with us for a while here at Topstep. He's been trading well. Last week was a really good week to the tune of $7,900 for him. So we'll get into him. I was excited when I put his card down and knew you'd like to chat about him. But before we get into the traders, so last week, and I'll talk about this, in the mornings as far as live accounts. How many did we call up? How many people did we call up from XFA to live the previous day, the previous week? So anyways, last week we called up 15 different traders from the express funded account to the live account. We also closed 10 live accounts. Those are people who hit their max loss limit. Accounts closed. They'll be going back to the trading combine if they want to continue. No huge names on those off boards from last week. We'll always highlight those a little bit more when we have some of the bigger traders that, may have busted the account, but just kind of slow bleeding there on those live accounts. But I want to shout out to some of our live traders here. Big shout out to Farouz. He made $9,000 last week, currently up $1,200 in his live account today. And Beautiful. Then Rips. Yeah, Rips made $10,700 last week, and I'm probably going to feature him at some point this week because Rips has been on a rip. He's been trading really, really well. He's on a win streak, and I saw him up $1,300 earlier today too. So he's been doing really, really good work lately, and it's been exciting to watch him. John R., someone I've featured in and out, he's listening, up 7,700 last week. So that was a good week for him. Very happy for you, John. Way to lock in that big winning day that you had. We talked about that last week. You remember, John? He was up 12,000, said he was locking in 10,000 of it, and he ended up locking in 12,000 that day. He walked away for the day. So good work. That was one of the things that we featured last week on areas to improve, keeping that money. And John did it, and he had a nice week, averaging about $1,200 a day last week, putting up 7,700 on the week as a whole. I mentioned Isaac. We'll get into him. Simon R. had a $10,000 winning week in his live account last week. He's up 2,900 today. So those are some of the big winners from last week. Like I mentioned, we've got some big losers from last week too in their live accounts. So some shoulder taps for these individuals. If any of you are listening, let's pump the brakes, let's deleverage, let's scale it down a little bit because there were some big 5-figure losing weeks last week. Boyce, who's one of the traders we've talked about a lot, he lost 15,000 last week. He's down another 3,000 today. So that is definitely 6 losing days right there. It's not going well for him. Current state, still a healthy account balance, like most of these guys I'm going to mention. But, when you find yourself, if you hear me saying down 10,000 last week, down 15,000, or if you're Ronald S., down 20,000 last week, you got to ask yourself, what am I doing? And you got to pump the brakes and pause. Ronald is someone we'll feature here right after Isaac. I want to talk about his trading because it's been pretty bad. And Ronald is down money again today too. So that's about a $23,000 loss between last week and today, and getting cut in half basically on that account balance. If you lose 50% of your account in a single week, you're doing something wrong and you need to make adjustments. Doesn't mean you're doing anything bad as a trade. Well, I shouldn't say that. Your trading's not working and it's time to stop and evaluate what you're doing and pump the brakes before you increase the damage any further. So I said Boyce down 15,000 last week, Blake down 10,000 last week, David A., someone we've talked about a lot lately, down 9,000 last week, Matthew down 12,000 last week. Maxim down 10,000, and then Ronald S down 20,000. So
Mick,
with that,
let me ask
yes.
you, these a lot of these traders are people that we've talked about before. A lot of these traders have really been successful when the markets are in a specific market state. Like, most of them are probably trading the NASDAQ, maybe a couple trading the S&Ps. But for the last week, the market's been really range bound. The week before that, it was directional. It was a bigger range for the month before that. Do you think that part of the issue for some of these traders that are currently getting shoulder taps is maybe a little bit of a failure to adjust to the current market state?
I'm happy you said that, John. I think it absolutely is. We as traders, we've got strategies that we execute in the markets, and sometimes the waters are warmer than others. And I think if you take the same approach to the markets every day, that's a good thing, having the same approach. But if you're not analyzing the market state and making adjustments to that, then you're going to be worse off than you would be if you were doing that. We talk a lot about kind of time of week trading, and like people ask, like, what do you do for the week as far as, what's your approach to Monday? What's your approach to Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday? What are you doing at the end of the week, Thursday, especially Friday, as far as, what you're looking at? And it's common for me to hear from successful traders and people that have been in the industry for a while that, on Monday, it's kind of a lighter day as far as trading goes. I'm trying to see how the week starts out. What's the market state looking like, or what is it maybe telling me it's going to be? And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you're looking to see if there's follow through on that. Thursday and Friday, I'm dissecting the week here, by the way, if you haven't picked up on that. And then Thursday and Friday, you have to start thinking come Thursday and especially Friday, like a lot of the business for the week has already been done. So I'm not going to hang my hat on some of the moves that I might be trying to hang my hat on or assume risk on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. And then that tail end of the week too, if you're profitable on the week, it's your job to lock in those profits and not risk a good percentage of those profits that you are finding yourself up. So that's kind of my take on it. People are going to feel differently. That's okay. You don't have to share that opinion with me on, as far as Monday being get a feel for the week, put the pedal down Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday. I mean, everybody should agree with me at the tail end, Friday, as far as money management. But, you don't have to share the same opinions. I'm not right about everything, but chances are people out there aren't right about everything too. So, John, what do you think as far as dissecting the week, and how do you approach Mondays versus Tuesdays, Wednesdays? Let me know what you're thinking. That'd be helpful for everyone listening.
I mean, just from having a long history, I know that Monday is probably my weakest trading day. It's, where I kind of find the least opportunities. Maybe I get in trouble on Mondays. Maybe I make a little bit, but I've in the history that I have, I know that Mondays are typically not my best trading day. So I tend to be very careful. I don't over leverage. I don't over trade on Mondays. If I make a little bit of money on Monday, that's great. Taking a look at this week specifically, today in the S&Ps and in the NASDAQ, we're in a 4 or 5 day area of balance. These markets are anticipating new information. When we're looking at the earnings coming out and the economic numbers, the FOMC meeting, unemployment on Friday, there's a lot coming at traders this week. So my assumption for today, where we opened, was right in the middle of the ranges from Friday, inside range, inside value. Stay patient, look for better trade locations as the day goes on. And, that has certainly, I think, proven to be true, because we have inside days in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. That would be my primary hypothesis as to what the market state is going to be today. If I can trade to that market state and I'm right on that market state, Then I've got the roadmap to continue to have some decent trades that day. If something changes, then I've got to have hypothesis number 2. What if we break out the upside at some point today and we see some momentum, volume, time, participation pushing price higher? Well, that's going to change my idea of range bound trades, sell against the high, buy against the low, to looking for opportunities to just buy pullbacks. It's going to change my strategy. So, in longer time frames, when we get range bound, we're range bound for a month. Every time we get near the upper end of that range, you're selling it and you're making money. Every time it gets to the bottom of that range, you're buying it and making money. But recognizing when the state has changed, then you may be looking at only taking one side. If it's range bound, we're doing both. If it's directional, we're only trading in the direction of the breakout. And as long as the breakout doesn't fail. A lot of breakouts fail. There's nothing that's ever going to be easy about this. But just kind of wrapping your head around the type of market, the day type you're having, or the overall market context or state can help you. But it's difficult for something that's been working for a month, that you've been making money with, and all of a sudden it stops working. Why? It's got to be a change in the market state. It was working for a month. Now it's not working. What has changed in the market? Are we directional now? Were we range bound and now we're directional? Were we directional and now we're range bound? It's very difficult to take what has worked and say that's probably not going to work anymore. And now I've got to come up with some sort of secondary or even some sort of third hypothesis as to how I'm going to handle these market state changes.
Those are questions that I agree with everything you said, John. Those questions you just ended with are questions that everybody should be asking themselves every single day. I think it's really easy for traders to, especially when you're profitable, just kind of get in and get back to doing what you were doing the prior session. But every single day before you start trading, you should take a step back, get that 65,000 feet above ground view down, top down approach every single day. I don't care if you're looking at 1 minute charts, 5 minute charts, 15-minute charts for your trade setups. That's fine, but take a top down approach and look at it from the top down every single day. If you are not looking at the market structure of the product you are assuming risk on every single day on a higher time frame, be it the daily chart is most reasonable, but also go back and look at the active or continuous contract on the weekly, see where we've come from, see where we could potentially be going, and do get a higher time frame bias for where you think that market's going to go. If you have a higher time frame bias that's to the long side, then you go to look at your shorter time frame charts or your setups, and then you work the long side where you see good opportunities, like John said, buying pullbacks, that kind of thing. But if you're taking risk in the leveraged risk in the futures markets, and you aren't taking a top-down approach or looking at that daily chart to see the market structure, are we trending, are we going up, down, or sideways, you are doing yourself an incredible disservice, and you're kind of missing the forest staring at the trees.
Right.
Someone who's been... Oh, we've got some background noise there. Sounds like a little kid joining the segment.
Right.
Goo goo gaga. All right. So moving from the kids dropping in here, let's talk about a big boy we got in the live account, Isaac. I want to pull up his trading card. He's been lights out lately. He was doing extremely well in his express funded account. He's been 13 days in the live account. And let's get into it. So 13 days in the live account. He's averaging over $1,500 every single day. Really, really good trade metrics here. 72% winning trades. Again, always aim for 100% winning trades. You might be able to keep 100% winning trades for a short period of time, but it's not going to last. But we always set our sights high, aim for hard to attain things. And if and when you come up short, which you're not going to have 100% winning trades, but if you're aiming for winning trades of 100%, you're going to pick the best ones. you're going to still have high winning trade percentages. If you are, just taking shots at the market, you're going to have very low winning trade percentages. I hear people talk about, oh, it's a grade A setup or it's a grade B setup, grade C setup. BS, only take grade A setups. You shouldn't be taking risk if it's a B setup or a C setup. Get that out of your repertoire, and you'll find yourself with high winning trade percentages and high winning day percentages. So Isaac's been doing really well. He's only taken 3 trades a day. So he's very selective, and that kind of backs up my comments on aim for 100% winning trades. It's going to make sure you're only taking the best setups. They're not always going to work out, but do look for those. And, at 3 trades a day, you don't have to be in and out of the markets all the time. 3 trades a day, he's averaging $1,500 a day. So he's doing really well here. He's also a trend trader, which I like. In trend trading, you're looking to take a bite out of the market and catch a piece of the trend for the day. He's not in and out scalping long, short all day long. He's got 3 trades per day on average. He puts something on, he finds a good opportunity, and he lets it ride out. His hold times, John, as you can see on his trade report, right around the 2-hour mark. He's at about 2 hours on his winners, 2.5 hours on the losers. Again, we don't know those losing trade durations, if it's actually a losing trade that whole entire time. These markets move. These markets move a lot. So good hold times. He had a $10,000 winning day in here. And that kind of brings, his average winning day up. But on average for these winning days, $3,200, $3,300. See here that I say he trades smaller than he can. I talk about a lot of live traders. I talk about a lot of funded traders that are slapping size on. Yes, those are the people that you're going to see the big winning days and big losing days for. But he's trading smaller than he needs to. He's holding his trades for a long period of time. He's averaging, on his trades, he's trading like 2 lots here. Isaac's trading 2 lots, maybe 3 lots, and he's still taking $3,300 out of the market on these winning days. That is because he is catching a piece of the trend for the day. He's not scalping big size, long and short, long and short, long and short all throughout the day, having to nail these market gyrations and the price bar overlap on these candlesticks. He is taking a bias, putting it on, letting it ride. And I'll always say it's pretty easy to make or lose $1,000 a day trading a contract. And that really applies to people that are holding trades for, 2 hours. It's easy to make or lose $1,000 trading 1 lot. He's doing it with 2s and 3s, and he's taking $3,000 down on every single one of his winning days. Average losing days are big. He's hit the daily loss limit before, but it doesn't mean that every losing day of his goes to it. We have a small sample size here. Like I said, 13 trading days in the live account. He has hit it once, but he's also someone that, is looking at the markets, has measured his risk, and he'll get out if the market's telling him, that it's not working, or if it hits his, pain tolerance for that trade in particular. So I really like this out of our live traders. It always, something that we look at in the XFA live call up process at the end of the day when we, all the trading's in is, we're looking at these losing days, and we're looking at, who hits their daily loss limit every single time that they, have a losing day. Who doesn't? We want traders who have the maturity in them to say, oh, I'm down $200 on the day. I'm going to leave it at that. Oh, I'm down 1,000 on the day when I can risk 3,000 on the day. I'm just going to call a bad day a bad day. That's a maturity thing. We look at that. And I know you've probably got some thoughts on that as well, John, because I know you're very good about calling a losing day a losing day. It gets easier when you have a lot more sessions under your belt. Many people have a hard time with that, but I think time helps everything in this business.
I like a couple of things. And, if I were to try and come up with something to complain about Isaac's trade report, I feel like I would be nitpicking. He's got a really good habit of finishing his day on his high water mark. There was a $10,000 winning day. That was the high water mark of the day. there's a $2,000 winning day. That's the high water mark of the day. One day, he had a couple of trades that didn't work out. He stopped. He only lost $600, $66 on that day. But still, there's the one day. If I was going to nitpick, he was up 2,500 and ended up close to his daily loss limit on that day. And it wasn't over trading. There was a trade that he had on that worked. There was a trade on that he had that didn't, and that's the way the ball bounces. So Isaac, great job, man. Very impressed, and keep on doing what you are doing, man. This is really good stuff.
John, you mentioned that $10,000 winning day. Do you remember a couple of weeks ago we were on doing this segment, and I had asked the question, who out there that's watching is having their biggest P&L day ever? And there were a bunch of people that chimed in and said they were having that $10,000 winning day. Isaac chimed in and said that $10,000 day was his best day, single day for profits ever. So yeah, that's exciting.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I forgot that he in real time called that out. That was fun.
All right, so yeah, Isaac, you put up your best winning day ever, walk away, high water mark. Don't even think about it again. Just move on to the next day.
Yep. I wonder if anybody's having their highest P&L day today. If so, drop it in the chat and tip my hat to you. That's pretty great. All right, we are running out of time, but let's touch on someone really quickly if we could, or should we just move on? What do you think, John? Can we do a quick run through?
Let's do a quick run through. Who are we talking?
Let's do Ronald. I want to talk about Ronald because Ronald, we've seen him on the leaderboards. We've talked about him. He traded really, really well in his express funded accounts, and he is struggling. He's on the struggle bus in his live account. I mentioned he lost $20,000 last week. He's down another $3,000 today. A lot of good stuff here. He's someone who almost hit that 100K mark. He had $93,000 in his live account at one point. He has taken one of the larger payouts we've ever had at a $45,000 payout. So he took that when he was in the $90,000 account balance range.
Sure.
45,000, and then he got cut in half last week. So he had about 45 grand in his account. He still got a little over 20, but these, the 20,000 last week, the 3,000 this week, it's like 6 days he got cut in half from a massive account balance. So it is time to pump the brakes. Ronald, someone that originally, when he had that $90,000 balance, he asked for a $10,000 daily loss limit. We gave it to him. We probably shouldn't have given it to him right before he started trading, because he hit it on his first day. He exceeded it. He lost like $11,000 that day. I immediately went and trimmed it down to 5,000, which he hit the 5,000 a couple times. Now it's sitting at 3,000. So he asked for 10. We gave it. Probably shouldn't have done that without seeing some more trading activity out of them. Our mistake. We're not perfect over here, but we want to give people the ability to kind of spread their wings and not tie their hands behind their back. We gave him a shot. Day one in the live account, you lose that. It's kind of like, oh, we shouldn't have done this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's on Ronald too. He asked for it. Be careful what you ask for. You just might get it.
And just because you have it doesn't mean you need to risk it all. So, we had a conversation with him about that, and just something not to do. So we'll be very careful with that. But yeah, he's struggling. Again, lights out trading in the XFAs. There were 3 of them, trade copying. Unlike Isaac, he's doing 47 round turns a day, or 47, not round turns, 47 trades a day. And he's trading size. Like for someone trading the NASDAQ or any equity index, any product for that matter, like that's a lot of trading. And when you're doing that with size, you're not going to have close to 100% winning trades. Like that's taking a lot of shots. For a day trader, I don't care if you're looking at a 1 minute chart, you don't have 47 trade setups in a single session. You just don't. You just don't.
Well, Ronald, great that you took out that cash. That's a good thing. Now just get your feet back on the ground, slow things down, size down a little bit, grind yourself back up to that nice big fat number again so you can take another big fat payout. Mick, we do have to get moving on here. Eddie,
let's wrap it up.
Eddie, you going to bring us out?
Yes. Very well done. I appreciate that. Coming up here now, we've got power players, everybody's favorite, Max Maserati. So don't go away. We got Andre and Robert going to be talking to Max, and we'll be right back. Thanks a lot, Mick. Thank you, John.
Thank you. Thanks Mick.
guys.
Yes, it is time for Power Players. And yes, we do got our good friend Max Maserati with us here today. Hello, Max.
Hello, Eddie. How you doing?
I am fine, sir. And we've got Coach Robert, and we've got our good friend Andre 3000. And I'm going to pass it to you guys. And let's have some education. Let's have some tradertainment. And let's have some fun.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Eddie. Max Maserati, how are you doing, man? Welcome back. How you been, dude? What's good? Tell us, since we've seen you last, how have you been? How's the wife? How's the kids? How's life? How's trading? Let's catch up.
I mean, like, since last time, trading, I've been live testing because I want to make my strategy very efficient. So basically, I've been going through a lot of live testing, trying to make my strategy, like, trying to find this perfection, which is almost impossible to find. And I've been losing a lot of accounts as well.
Oh, no. Are you?
While back testing. Yeah.
It happens. What have you been testing? Tell us about your strategies. What have you been testing?
So I've been back testing my strategy because so basically my strategy is like it is based on candle body close. So sometime, for example, let me go quick on the 15 minutes so I can show you something. And for example, on the 15 minutes here, So as you know,
Yes,
I have my own indicator. I don't know if you can see the screen very well.
I can see. Robert, you got this?
Yeah,
I do.
Okay, cool. Yeah, go ahead, Max.
perfect. So, for example, like sometimes my strategy. So I need to catch the best signal, and I want to know which one will work, which one will not work. And I wanted to know when to get out of a trade that will not work. You know. So I
Yes,
was
yes.
back testing when to get out before it reached my stop loss. But most of my trades they work very well. But I wanted this kind of since I have a lot of signal, I wanted to like do a kind of triage to determine which one is the best signal to take, which one I should ignore. And as you know, for example, let's say this bearish signal like for today. So I basically trade on the 15 minutes, but I start from 1 year, 6 months, 3 months to get the daily bias. So my indicator directly give you the bias. For example, I can just switch it to daily
Please. Okay.
yeah, daily here. And then you automatically will tell you the daily bias is bearish, right? Based on the candle close. However, so when you go on the 15 minutes, so for example, my daily bias is bearish. So let's say I'm going to take this signal here, right? So normally I'll be placing this will be my entry. This will be my entry, right?
Let's see.
And
Okay.
I target 1 to 2. However, sometimes the signal doesn't really work perfectly like I want it to. So because when I'm in a trade, I start with one lot, right? But I
Yep.
maximize, I do my lots over and over again, so I to maximize my profit.
Okay.
So I wanted to find this efficiency. And then, so I normally go to the lower time frame to find where to enter. What is the best place to enter, right?
Okay.
So it will be around here. I will find the
Let's see.
fair value gap, and then I will enter the fair value gap here. So it's a perfect trade. But normally, what I do, so I will be adding on my trades, like
Yes.
like a kind of pyramid. I need to keep moving my stop loss, and then so to always stay in profit. So this was one of my biggest difficulties because I want to start with one lot, but I want to add until like 15 lots if the trade is working out in my favor.
Yep. Adding to a winner.
So that's why so that's why sometimes I mean like I get in the trade, I make like 10,000, 11,000 if the trade is working in my favor. Yeah. But if it's not working in my favor, I need to know exactly when to get out.
Yes.
Sometimes I get like 15 lots.
It's big. Hey, Max Maserati.
Yeah.
For those that don't, that might not be familiar with you, we always have new viewers, new viewerships coming in. Tell us about yourself. Where are you from? What was your previous profession? And then you decided to become a trader. Tell us who you are. Tell us about yourself. You got that sweet TopstepTV hoodie on. You're looking really good in it. Tell us how you found Topstep. Just tell us about yourselves so the audience gets to know you because you're coming back again. You're not going to be a stranger. So introduce yourself to the audience. Please. Please. They need to know who
Hello,
you are.
guys.
You're a legend around here.
Yeah, hello, guys. I know you're all okay. So my name is Max Etienne. So basically, I'm a medical doctor and graduated in 2014. I'm from Haiti, and I have a master in public health from the University of Tokyo in Japan, and I lived there for 4 years. And I'm really passionate about trading. It's my passion. So, and then I think I started trading in 2017, my first time when I was doing my master, and I'm like, this might be very difficult with my studies. So I think I probably start studying with baby pips, and then I'm like, oh my gosh, I know, I know everything, and I start trading with $1,000, and I lose it all within 1 month. I'm like, oh my god, this is so stressful, this is crazy, and I gave up. But then once I finished my master, and then in 2021, I started trading again with crypto, Binance, and I'm like, maybe Binance is much better than Forex, And I'm like, okay, let's do it with Binance. And then I was trading in Binance, trading and trading over and over for the last, let's say, I traded like until from January 2020, 2021 to June 2020, 23rd. And then in total, I lost like 12,000 pounds,
Oh.
probably more than that. With Binance trading Bitcoin, and it was crazy. I was learning everything I could, like writing down, learning and stuff. And it was so tough. And then I decided to not trade crypto anymore. And then I was in one Discord group, and then because I was just trading by myself, learning by myself, I was never in any Discord group. In one Discord group, and then one guy posted about Topstep. I'm like, all right, let me try it out. And I tried Topstep out, and then I got funded. I got funded within 1 month, 150K account. And then I lose this account, and I got funded again. I lose the account. I got funded like 3 times, and I lose all 3 accounts. Within 5 days, within 2 days, 3 days. It was so tough. Because like once I get funded, I was so happy. Oh my gosh, I'm going to make a lot of money. I have 150K. Because you don't have a mentor. I'm like self-learning. And at the same time, I was studying to take the exam here in London, like to practice medicine here. And I was doing both things at the same time. But my wife, she told me, just forget about trading. And I was doing it like I was hiding. Learning every day. Every day I was on the chart. And then at the end of the day, I got funded again in one account. And then I told to myself, I need to make it by any means necessary. I need to make it. And then by that time, I met a lot of guys. I met Nick, and I have like this kind of private Discord meet. Nick, Matt, and another guy from Mexico called Punks. And then we were like this kind of little group, and then we were talking, like discussing and talking about a lot of ideas. And I was always coming with like kind of the way I see the chart. And then I came up with my idea to build up this indicator, because I figured out the market moves. You cannot move the market. The market is being moved by someone else. We are not big players enough to move the market. Sometimes in our brain, we think, oh my gosh, this trade is going to work. And then it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work like that. And then sometimes, oh my God, please work. And you feel like you're even pushing the candle with your mind, with your brain, with all your soul. But it doesn't work. And then you hit your stop loss. And then you don't want to lose. You're moving your stop loss. And then at the end of the day, I build up this indicator. I build up this strategy to add to my trades. And I had this stop loss 225 per trade, to lose 225 per trade, 20 trades, and then adding to my positions. And then this is how I became profitable. And I became profitable. I nowadays I can pass an account within 2 days. It's completely okay for me. And if I put my mind to it, most of my funded account, I pass them within 2 days. So if I put my mind to it, and then I do exactly what, like, based on my rules, within 2 days I will pass my account. However, the problem is, like, once I get funded, this is where the difficulties come. It's not the same mindset. Because you've been doing something like, trying to pass an account within 2 days is not the best thing to do, because you're like kind of sabotaging yourself, your brain, your mind, your rules. But once you get funded, you're trying to change, but you already have the bad habits.
Yes.
They stick inside of you. And then this will make it very, very difficult for you to stay in a funded account for a long term. And once I get funded as well, I got my payout. I think I get like 21,000 payout in total, $21,000. And once I get this money, and then I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm going to be rich. I'm going to, extrapolation.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
We all
But
Yes,
think
it
of course.
doesn't.
that.
I
We all
figure it
think
Of
doesn't.
that.
course. Robert, go ahead. Wait, hey, before I throw it to you, Robert, we got NASDAQ making new highs on the, we're seeing a nice rally in the NASDAQ. With that being said, we got a 78% long bias in the NASDAQ with this rally. So hopefully all those longs are getting some profits there. Please realize those profits don't turn a winner into a losing trade. Robert, what's up, man?
Phew, man, good to see Max here on again. And great,
Yep.
great to speak with you. He's quite the gentleman there. You know, it's funny. You said a bunch of
It's a
things there. I'm going
pleasure.
to address a couple of them. Yeah, good to see you, man. You know, a lot of traders, not a lot of traders, all traders. Like trading is hard. It takes a long time. It takes a lot of focus, and I
It's
can't imagine
very,
med
very
school
hard.
is easy either. And you're sitting
That's
here trading in med school, so hats off to you on that one, sir. That is
crazy, man. You're
unbelievable.
crazy.
Yeah, listen, I got a question on
Trading
your
is the
history.
most
Thanks.
difficult thing ever.
Yeah, it sure is, man. I had a question on your history. We have a similar background, and this is about you. So my thing was what got me sparked into it was crypto, and I switched into penny stocks and got absolutely destroyed, and then into futures for various reasons. I'm curious on your journey on the. I'm on group coaching next, so you'll hear my whole story at that point. But for your journey, I read in your bio here that you went from crypto to forex to futures. Can you tell me a little bit about that change? And yes, I'm sorry, the NQs are making new highs. I was going to try to throw a trade on, but wasn't ready for it. So go ahead and
All good.
crypto, forex, futures. What's that route about?
Yeah, because I was like, maybe crypto. I decided to start trading crypto because I had a bad experience with forex because I lose $1,000 in 2017 and I just traded for 1 month and I gave up. But I always wanted to be a trader. This was like kind of dream. And from crypto, I was trading crypto. I'm like, maybe it's easier in crypto. It's I figured out that crypto was the worst decision ever. Trading crypto, like as a day trader, I mean, you can give me $1 million now. I will never trade crypto again, never again in my life. Maybe just a spot trading, like just invest, but trading daily on a daily basis, I'll never do that because it's very, very like manipulative. You have a lot of whales. They move the market like they want to. You cannot really predict. When you predict, you don't know what will happen. So you don't really have an edge. And then I went back into forex again, and then I was trading GU, EU, and then I'm like, wait a minute. I feel like some brokers they have different spread, price is so different. And I'm like, so some people when they share their chart, and then you see where do you get this price, and you have a different price. I'm like, okay, the spread. And I'm like, okay, let me give it a try to futures. I mean, like, I never traded future. I didn't even know anything about futures. And I was like in this forum group, and my friend Nick, I asked him a lot of questions, and he always responded me like teaching me a lot of things. And and I'm very happy and grateful that I found Topsteps. And then when I see Topsteps, the the way they have the prop firm, the challenge, it was much much easier to trade than the other companies, the other forex prop firm company. It was straightforward, no hidden rules, no like this kind of maximum daily drawdowns. You're not aware of them, and then you just lose your count within seconds. You say, wait a minute, what happened?
Right.
But Topstep is different. It's straightforward. One step, one
That's what I
rule.
was
You do that,
really.
you do this.
Yeah, that's what I was really questioning on. Not questioning, but my question was about because when you hear a lot of, well, I was doing crypto, but I didn't like the games that were being played, so I moved into futures or moved into, just like straight up equities or options. But you went from crypto to forex, which there are still games being played. So I was really curious as to what that was, and you finally went, all right, I'm going to get sick of this. I'm going to futures, and just futures make so much more sense with the price points and how it moves and how they're tied to the indices or they're tied to the commodities like like when you're trading the golds and oils and such. So I was really curious. Thank you for sharing that part of your journey. If you had
My
more to add,
pleasure.
go for it. I just want to make sure that was part of my question. Is is to see how that transition. I'm always interested in where traders go. It's a lot of it from stocks to options to futures, and I would say that's the biggest thing. We all jump into the penny stock market trying to buy a break on a 1 minute candle of some stock that's got momentum. We all done it. 8 months of losing trades myself. I got hammered. And then when I jumped into futures after like 2 months, I was like, this is it. This is all you have to do. This is pretty simple. So we all get destroyed.
Yeah, very simple, straightforward. And I mean, I love futures, and I love ES. I only trade ES. I've tried NQ, but it's too fast for me, too volatile in a certain way. But ES, it gives me time to think, to process the information, to decide if I should stay in the trade or if I should get out. Because these last days, I've been like live testing, and I've been live testing NQ, which I never touch, but I'm like, let me try, so I can know that I'm not trading NQ, I'm not trading YM, I'm not trading US30, any of this, only ES. So now I decided to only trade ES or that's all. Because it's simple, straightforward. It gives me time to think, to process the information, if I should add to my trade, if I should get out, and it's not moving like crazy. Yeah.
Max, question. And we've seen this in the chat. I remember seeing this last time as well. You know, and I think your wife actually touched on this too. How many people questioned your decision to leave the medical profession? You're a practicing medical doctor. You through all the school, all the tests, and you're practicing, and I believe you're in the emergency room. What was it? I'm sure you've been asked this a lot. The decision to go from that to trading. Was it an easy decision? How was it received by your family? How was it received by friends? How was it received by everyone? What was the thought going into it? How did you handle it? How did you grapple with something like that?
The fact is, like, sometime in life, I'm very. Most people say I'm very stubborn. When the fact I don't give up, I never give up on anything.
Okay.
I'm not the kind of guy who starts something who doesn't finish it. It's either I die or I finish it or I succeed on it. This is the way I am. This is the way I function since I was a kid. So no matter what it takes, if it takes me thousands of years, I need to master it, because I feel like for me, trading was a kind of challenge. I don't like challenge. I wanted to succeed on it. And my wife, she's amazing. She's amazing. She's an amazing woman. I love her. I love her. But she was like, you spend all your entire life studying medicine, working as a doctor, you have a master, and then now you're just throwing everything away to trade. And I'm like, I understand you. And I understand you, but at the same time, you have your own passion. You have things you want to do. Sometimes people see you're doing something, you're sacrificing all these years for something else, to start something from scratch. But you don't see it that way. What you see you're excited. You're excited about the future. You're excited about something new. And then for me, I love medicine, but for me, medicine was not like my priority anymore. I feel like trading was calling me. I wanted to do that.
Max, real quick. Sorry, Max,
even
real
though
quick.
I was. Go ahead.
Max, we're seeing new highs in S&Ps and NASDAQ, Robert. Are you seeing this as well? Looks like some stops got taken out here to the upside. Oh boy, here we go. We are rallying.
Absolutely. They're all pushing up. YM is pushing up too. Those who watch RTY is pushing up. What it just did was I just broke past our pointed controls. It just got out of our range. I have a second, if you can see it, my chart up there, this little red section at the top is the volume profile for the last hour, and the blue is the volume profile for the entire day. As soon as you broke out of that range, you broke out of the volume profile, it just started to take off, and that's on all the equities at this point.
Okay. So we are rallying right now. These are new highs, and boy, geez, you can't keep a good market down. The joke goes, man. Bulls are in control. Well, I lost money being long.
I didn't expect ES to do that today.
Yeah, Max. All right, let's take a look at this. What are you seeing right now in the ES? I don't know if you're. What are you seeing right now? Tell us what you're seeing. I know some people are asking how you. What you did differently to pass these combines in 2 days. What are you seeing right now? Give us your take on what you're seeing in the markets. ES, I know you trade. NASDAQ's a little bit too volatile. Same with me. Like Robert said, we're making new highs everywhere. What are you seeing right now, Max?
basically for me, my bias for today was bearish because
Yep.
on Monday this candle failed to close above the previous day, and I was like, okay, so today probably we have all this liquidity on the downside, and then we have this fair value gap, and for the long term I am bullish, right? But at least I was waiting for the market to do a kind of retracement, either to one of these liquidity level or to this fair value gap, but not doing this today. You know what I mean? And for today, and I use the settlement line a lot. And then so today, once I saw this 4-hour candle, 2 a.m. candle close above the settlement line, I'm like, oh no, this market might go up. So basically, this is what I use. I try to keep my trading simple. So what I use, body candle close, settlement line in fair value gap, and liquidity. That's all I use. And this is more than enough for you to trade. Because, for example, if you look at a 4-hour candle, I use the 4-hour candle a lot because you have like 6 4-hour candle, right? So the 2 a.m. candle, it closed bullish body close, right? Do you see the signal of my strategy? Do you see my strategy?
Below. You said you were bearish
here.
Yes. Sorry. Go.
Yeah, I was bearish, but once this candle closed above, I got this signal. I'm like, because like, for example, you see this candle we trace all the way up, and then the 10 p.m. candle fill out the gap, and then the 2 a.m. 4-hour candle close bullish body close on top of the settlement line, and I'm like, oh no, so this might go up. But still, I was like, I don't really trust it fast because I didn't expect this to go up that much. You know what I mean? At least I was expecting a retracement to this liquidity level on the downside here, this trend line liquidity. I was expecting at least a retracement around here and then going up. And as you can see with my strategy, since for me when the candle closed above the previous candle, the body closed above. So this is my entire strategy. Bullish body close. Nobody close for me, no trade. And so
I love that you keep it simple, man. Yeah, I love that you keep it simple.
Yeah.
To start interject there, but you're just the simplicity, and that's really good. Although we do have to talk about the white background charts, though, my friend.
I use white background too, Robert. I don't know. I know people don't like them. But I see it better with the white background.
I prefer the white because it gives me this kind of visibility, like I see much better than the black one. Because I use the black one, sometimes I get confused, I'm not. But the white one, you see everything very clear, very neat, very perfect. And then you can basically, if you want to, you can wait for the candle to retrace. So on 50% of the signal of the signal, and then your stop loss here, you target 122. This will be your 122 here, but I don't expect price to go all the way down. So what I do, I drop to the 15 minutes, and then from the 15 minutes, this is where I'll be looking for long. So basically, I'll be looking for long. See the long signal here. So I can put the let me.
real quick, hold on, real quick. Robert, did you put that poll up? Was that you that just put that poll up?
I did. I'm the poll master. I got the power. We got the production happening. I'm like, we're getting to the bottom of this right now. It's black or white background charts, man. We're gonna take
he just couldn't help
we
himself.
want to hear. I could not help myself. I was listening to you guys talk, and I'm like, you know what? I'm doing this. I'm firing it away.
I
Leave
love
it up
it.
there for a
Good
couple
on you, man.
See how many votes we get.
I
Hey, we can have some fun with these low markets.
Hell yeah. All right, we're seeing a little pullback off of the highs here in the Nasdaq and S&Ps. A little pullback. Max Maserati. That's not his last name. It's not Maserati. It sounds cool though. Where are you right now in your trade?
Yeah, it sounds cool.
I think it's a cool name though.
My trading
where are you right now? Where are you in your journey right now?
So,
where are you? I know you're doing a lot of testing. Where are you? I think people would like to see where you are in your
yeah.
journey.
So I'm giving myself until beginning of February to stop my live testing, and then starting February until the end of the year, I already have everything planned. what I need to do, how much I need to risk. So I built a kind of spreadsheet I can share with people if they want to. So
I think that'd be
it tell
interesting.
me exactly. Maybe let me give a quick look at it so I can. So it tell me exactly what to risk on a daily basis when I lose, when to cut my trade. Because, for example, I use compounding. I use
Yes.
compounding, and then, and for example, let me see.
Well, we know
Open it
compounding
here.
works. That's all the credit cards and everything, right? That compounding interest in loans and mortgages and all that stuff. It just keeps compounding every day after day. So if you're using compounding in your trading to the positive side, that sounds like a pretty sweet deal right there.
Yeah. For example, let me share this. Let me share this tab with you guys so you can see. I don't know if it probably it's very. I don't know if you can see it now.
It's not coming
No,
through.
but we do have a black background now.
Robert, this damn background.
Hey, I'm at 80%.
It.
We're 80% we're 80% on the tilts versus the white black background over here. Almost 80%
Well, I'm in the
up. We need a
minority.
few more votes in here.
I'm in the minority. Very good. What are we seeing real quick? Hey, Max, while you try working on the spreadsheet real quick, we got 50-50 in crude. This is the tilt that is 50-50 ES. NASDAQ, 60-40 bias to the long side. Maybe that was a pullback there in the equities. You could, if you wanted to get long, catch the trend, perhaps to the upside. It's starting to slow down. It's lunchtime trade right now. But Max, tell us about this spreadsheet. If you don't have to share it with us, but tell us what what you're trying to do. What are you trying to accomplish with the spreadsheet?
Okay, so I have it on now.
Oh, you have echo coming through there, Max.
Yeah. Perfect. So, for example, so I have this spreadsheet from January until the entire year, right? And then you have all the months, like from January 24, February until December. So what I do, and so here, for example, like let's say this is my profit target for the year, $1 million, right? And then and compound growth, here is the risk. For example, if
we got an echo. Hold on. Hey,
5%,
Max, sorry to interrupt. You got an echo coming through. MHD.
Go ahead. No.
MHD says I'm talking too much, dog. I hate to tell you, I'm driving this segment. It's my job to talk, bro. I don't know what to tell you, man. This is my job. I have to talk. I don't know what to tell you, bro. I'm talking too much.
Go ahead.
Max, you have a little bit of echo. I'm not sure. Maybe your mic is picking up your speakers, perhaps. You got a little echo coming through. I just started, so you were good to go.
Let me check it out.
Okay, just no more echo. All right, sorry about that. No echo now. I don't know why I'm getting echo.
Is it
Anyways,
perfect
go.
now, right?
Go. Yeah, sorry. Tell us about it.
Okay, great. For example, so if your risk is 5%, and then your compounding will be 25. So you just write 25 here. And then let's say you have a 150K account from Topstep, right? And then your capital exposure is 4,500. So I have AMAX cap risk style. So it will automatically calculate the amount of money you'll be trading for. You'll be trading from 900. From this 900 with 25 compound growth, you'll be risking 225 per trade out of this 900. So your first trade will be 450. So it will take 25%, and then your next trade will risk 281. And if you keep going like that for the entire year, it'll be like 35, 6,382 quintillion dollars until December 31st. And however, if you lose your first trade, you will cut your trade by 50%. So here you can write, you cut your trade by 45%, 50%. It will just change from this side of the chart, of the spreadsheet. But for example,
That's
if
wonderful.
you want to trade 1%, your risk is 1%, so your compound will be like 5%. Yeah, it will be like very conservative.
That's amazing. I love this right here. I'm definitely a numbers guy and analytics guy myself. So when you're pulling up spreadsheets, anytime somebody says, "Hey, let's take a look at this spreadsheet," I'm just like locked into the screen. I want to see what's going on. I love the fact that you have formulas and stuff in there that you just enter in one number and the rest of it all changes for you. That's really amazing. We'll take a quick look back in the markets because NQ, we did have that pop over the high of the day. New daily highs up over, wait, what is it? It's at 17,596 roughly right now. The ES has gone up and made new highs as well. The RTY has gone up and made new highs as well. And as may or may not know, but the RTY is this Russell 2000, it's 2,000 stocks in there versus the ES, which is 500, versus the NQ, which is 100. Versus the Dow, which is 30. So it takes a little bit longer to push in their small cap stocks. But when it starts moving, as you can see on the chart right now, that red on the left-hand side is the first 30 minutes of the U.S. Open. But after that, it just went up, right? It just stayed up, and it's just an easy. I hate to use an easy, but it's a simple way to look at it. The RTY takes a lot to move it, but once it gets direction, keeps right on going. Quick look over at the Dow. It's kind of bouncing around in the short little volume profile area. The last hour, this orange part right here, is in the middle of the whole day, right at the point of control on both of those. I am not touching YM with a 10-foot pole. ES looks like it's starting to stabilize a little bit. Do we know if it's going to break higher or go down? I haven't got a dang clue about that stuff, but if you're going to be a breakout player, maybe you let it pull back and jump up. And if you're going to take the reversal, let it show a little bit of rejection, more rejection at the top. Same with the NQ, but these markets are resilient. They just keep going and going. As Hoag says, there's no bad news that's going to happen. They're just going to keep going up. That's where everybody makes their money. And we got notification that Tesla is up at like 2.85% on the way up right now. So Max, I want to kick it back to you, but I got a personal question for you if you don't mind, because I got some
Go
news on
ahead.
you. All right, you got Max Maserati. We hear there's a little Min Maserati going on. So, tell us about the new addition you got there. You got to share the news.
Yeah, I got a new baby, a new boy, new addition to the family.
Congratulations! Yeah.
You've been like,
How
thank
old?
you.
Everything's good. Yeah. Excellent.
Yeah, 3 weeks. He's 3 weeks old.
3 weeks. Wow, man. Hopefully it's all. Did you deliver? Did you deliver? I mean, you have to ask him this personal question. You don't have to
No,
ask
I
questions.
didn't.
You're a doctor.
I didn't. I didn't. I didn't. When I was there, I didn't.
But
Cool.
congratulations. It's super
Thank
to
you.
you. I hope everything is well and healthy and you have a long, prosperous a little boy or little girl? I missed it.
It's a boy. He's a boy.
Okay, is he trading yet?
I'm going to train them. I have 2 boys. I'm going to train both of them. I already started with the first one. He's 4 years old. I'm sitting
I'm
in
sure
front
you
of the
will.
chart. I'm telling which the candles and everything. I want them to know how to trade.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Isn't it funny the way you were explaining your chart and your style and your trading? Isn't it funny how there are so many different ways to look at the markets? I love your approach, your nice little simplistic view and nice clean charts. And hey, this is what I'm looking at. This is what I think is going to happen. You said it today. You were biased in one direction, but overall biased in a different direction. But then you had to kind of switch it up when things didn't really play into what your game, because you don't control the market, right? We don't know what's going on. We're not going to push these things
You
around,
don't.
especially for sim trading. Yeah, so you just got to kind of adapt it. And just flashing back real quick to something that Deanna said, and what she says is she has her hypothesis, right? She has 3 of them that she puts in there. This happens, but if that doesn't, the other thing, and if that doesn't quite work, I'll look for my third. And it looks like you did the exact same thing with at least a couple. Market was going, you were expecting one thing. It's like, nah, this isn't going to happen. Looks like there's too much liquidity down here. It's going to take off on me. So you changed it up. Is that a classic routine for you?
Yeah, this is very classic because you don't own the market. The market, you can't move the market. And then you have big bank, big institution. They are the one who move the market. And you're just a simple trader. For me, S&P you have the entire world's money on it, right? And then they are just pouring it. And then just imagine you have a lot of coins. And then someone just pouring the coins from like you have like a false, and then just pouring the coins. So they're giving the opportunity for you to put your hands inside, take some coins. But you cannot push the coins. You cannot stop it. If you get inside of
That's right.
the coins falling down, it will crush you. So you need to go with the flow. Do what the market is telling you. And for me,
I was
body close candle in the 4 hours, everything.
That's good. Me and some friends, because we like numbers, we did the math on this one point. This is a few years ago. We did some analysis, and we said if every retail trader, we took the NQ, the NASDAQ, we said if every retail futures trader put one contract long at the same time on the markets in a live environment, we all go long on this. One person sitting at JP Morgan eating a sandwich can go short 1 billion and just wipe everybody out. So we seriously did the math on that. It was so embarrassing. We're like, well, that's not going to work.
Yeah, so every single trader needs to know that. Needs to know you cannot control price. It's like you're nothing. You don't even exist. You don't even exist in their eyes. Your money doesn't even they just give you an opportunity, a life opportunity for you to be able to put your hands and take some money. But if you, even it doesn't even matter if you're smart, because the psychological aspect of trading will eat you alive. If you don't master it, it will eat you alive. But they give you the opportunity to make some money, to get some money out of the market.
Correct. Hey, we only have just a couple minutes left here. I know Andre was working on something. I think he bounced back.
I'm back.
Just wrap things
I was able
up.
to fix it.
Okay, great.
Yes, shout out
Awesome.
to Hoag.
Were you eating something, Andre?
No, it was my fault. It was my fault the entire time. Shout out to Hoag. Hoag troubleshooted for me in the behind the scenes here. That's what I've been doing. Hoag fixed it, man. Shout out to my man John. We're still seeing new highs here in the S&Ps, man. We are rallying. That's all we seem to really do is rally.
So we're gonna give, yeah,
What do we got?
let's give Max the last comment of the day.
Please.
We only got like a minute here, so if you can make this quick for us, Max. We have a tip of the week, and that tip of the week is keeping your emotions in check. And with trading being an emotional game, 60 seconds, sir. How do you keep your emotions in check? And then Andrew's going to walk us out.
Oh, my emotion. So my biggest problem is like me moving my stop loss. I hate to lose. I think it happens to every single trader. I mean, like, we are beginners. We are trying to be better on a daily basis. So what I do. So when I do something, when I get very emotional, I move my stop loss or I don't follow my rules. What I do, I decided to stay one day, 24 hours without eating or without trading. I need to choose one of them.
Yes.
Thanks for sharing.
Most of the time, I choose not to eat. For 24 hours.
All right, Max. Thank you so much.
Eddie,
we're coming up on time. Eddie, how you doing, my man? What's going on?
Yes. Wow, that was entertaining. Talk about education and tradertainment at its finest. Guys, you did a great job. Max, all the best to you, and until we meet again. We're going to be going to Top Quiz next with Jack and Bonnie, so stay tuned for some good fun and, of course, some trivial education. Be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to a fresh week of Top Quiz. We are back to our normal format, which means that I and me alone have written these questions that I will be asking to my wonderful co-host, Bonnie. Bonnie, how goes it?
How are you? I'm doing good. I'm happy you're asking questions again.
I am happy not to answer any more of these Bush League questions from the chat, but thanks to those who did. I heard some of you are getting swag for your questions picked. Sounds like fun. Once again, click the link that's pinned to the top to join, and the pin there, if you want to go to kahoot.it, is another way to join. Be sure to answer the questions on your device because we are 6 seconds delayed on YouTube. It is a 4-question multiple choice quiz. If you get 3 or 4 right, then you will be entered into a raffle that I will give away. Well, the number I give away will be dependent on how many people join. But let's say 40 for now. 40 free resets, including to the top 3. Remember, if you are a trivia whiz like Black Swan, Solistimo, Yo Blank So Soft back in the day, then answer those questions quick and you can avoid the raffle. So we'll give a few more seconds here for people to join, including Tongue, Puff Puff, Jack Jack. That was 2 names. Combine them there. J. Cruz, Mimo, So's Bandit, Never Won. Okay. All right. We'll give a few more seconds and then we're going to get started. Bonnie, you are the owner of the only perfect quiz. Well, the only perfect quiz besides me. Ha! So we're going to get you that bobblehead, and let's get started with the first question, which, oh yeah, I forgot. I'm controlling now, so I will do that. Kahoot seems like it's working. Let's do it.
Are the questions hard today?
I don't think they're too hard, but we'll have to be the judge of that together. All right. Question number 1. Which of these social media platforms is targeting a $5 billion valuation for its IPO in March? Is it X/Twitter, Reddit, Quora, or Snapchat? Which of these companies is going public in March, Bonnie?
Would it be Reddit or?
Yes.
Okay.
Indeed, it is Reddit. Twitter/X is famously private now, hence the X. Snapchat is public. I don't know. I just put Quora on there. I don't know what their deal is. All right, let's see who's at the top there. Mayor McCheese, the McDonald's politician himself, DannysTrades, Shemitah, NFP Week, and One Finger Salute. I presume you mean this finger for number 1. All right, let's see question number 2 here. The equator does not pass through which of these countries? Is it Ecuador, India, Indonesia, or Kenya? The equator does not pass through one of these countries. Any ideas, Bonnie?
Indonesia? Maybe? Or no?
It's a selection. It's an answer. But the correct answer is India. Ecuador is called Ecuador for a reason. Indonesia, the equator passes through. Kenya passes through. India is north of the equator. All right.
I'm so bad at geography. I have no idea.
You know why I asked the geography? Mahdi, Mufasa, R-Dub, Hari wins today. Yeah, this is why I have to read them in advance because I'm definitely not giving you guys the joy of that sound clip. But good luck to you all the less. All right. Ready for question number 3?
Yes, let's do it.
Let's do it. The reason I ask geography questions is because I figure that it's pretty universal, right? Like the equator passes through the same countries.
Everyone should know it but me.
No, it's okay, Bonnie. You're 1 for 2. All right, question number 3. What does the O stand for in FOMC? Is it operating, oversight, organization, or open?
It's open, right? I think.
I got to wait till there's 6 seconds left.
Okay.
But yes, it is open. You are correct. The Federal Open Market Committee.
Yay.
FOMC. All right. Mufasa in number 1. Mahadi. Hari wins today. Scott, bro. And Matt, like a floor mat, not the name. Okay. One more question left. And this one is good. I don't know if a lot of people are going to get it, but it's fun. All right, final question. What children's attraction in Pakistan did Guinness World Records recently name the largest of its kind in the world? Was it the largest bumper car arena, ball pit, inflatable bouncy castle, or spiral slide? It is a very big one of these.
I was going to say
Pakistan.
a spiral slide sounds fun.
These all sound like a blast. Are you kidding me? But the answer is an inflatable bouncy castle. And I believe, we'll see how Kahoot shows this, is here's what it looks like. The largest bouncy castle in the world is in Pakistan. Put that on your bingo cards. And with that, let's see our end leaderboard. Bronze medal today goes to Jay Swed. Kelvin, there's a guy who likes scientific measurements. And number 1 is Sharmads. All right, congratulations, everybody. Good playing. If you got 3 or 4 right, we will show the winners a little bit later. You'll get an email the next day or 2 with the reset code. In the meantime, Bonnie, thank you so much for being here. It's good being back in the host seat. Yeah. And we'll see you tomorrow, Bonnie, for the special Top Step activity, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Cool. We'll stick around. We got group coaching next with Robert. Robert, the computer man, is going to do that for you. But we're going to take a quick break right now, so stick around. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to group coaching. And we've got our good friend Robert going to lead the pack here today in group coaching. And of course, that soothing voice in the background, JD, will be asking the questions. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Happy group coaching. And I will give it to you. Have fun.
Thank you.
How we doing, my
Eddie.
friends? All right,
We're
take it
doing
away,
super,
Robert.
super good. Thank you, man. Just filling in here for Hoag. He's got a couple things going on in the background, but he's going to be back right after this with Strategy Lab with Anne Marie. So give a little bit of rest on the voice and get everybody to grab a cup of coffee. This is a little bit about me. I'm not going to go too much into detail on this. You can see it on the screen. It's been there for a little bit right now. And it's basically just, how I started. Been about, coming up in 7 years now. So started with stocks and switched over to futures and never looked back after that. Then real quick, we have the obligatory CFTC disclosure that we need. It simply states that futures and forex trading contains substantial risk and is not for every investor. You can lose all your capital, more capital than you wish to lose. Anything that's expressed here in this segment, specifically the whole show, but specifically for me, is it's all opinion based, and they are not to be taken as any type of trading or investing advice in any way, shape, or form. There's your disclaimer. JD, this is wonderful, being able to do this, jump in every now and then. I absolutely love it. And what's funny is when we have the question form up there for when Hoag is doing these, the questions route one direction, right? And they have a theme to them. And then it's like, hey, Coach Robert's doing it today. And it's a whole different onslaught of different types of questions. So, hey, we'll give the traders what they want. We are ready to go. And let's see what you got for me.
Pretty exciting stuff. Thanks, everyone, for joining us for another episode of Group Coaching, and thanks again for submitting your questions to that form. Coach Robert's excited to be here. We're excited to have him. We're going to get into it right now. First question comes from Emmanuel. Emmanuel wants to know, people speak of backtesting a lot. Where can one backtest? What software do you use to backtest strategies you're working on? Thanks. Any advice for Emmanuel?
Yeah, it's depending on the application, basically the trading platform you're using, there may be backtesting engine built into it. You're looking at Quantower on the screen. There is backtesting in there. There is optimization in there, and there was market replay, which is like a forward test. You go and you pick your day and you replay it back tick by tick the way the market ran that day. NinjaTrader has the same thing. Tradeovate has a market replay feature in it as well, and we have maybe 15 or 16 different platforms. I'm not super familiar with some of the other ones on the replay side of things, but the question about backtesting, I have to backtrack on this just a little bit. I have numerous videos and recordings of this that it does not work, folks. It does not. It's great to give you an idea of what you're looking at, but if you're just going back and saying, hey, I look at this strategy I have, it is it's November, I'm gonna go back to June and I'm gonna run this strategy and see what the results are like and go, wow, this is amazing. Well, the market is different in June versus November. It's a different environment. You may have political environments. You may have, big corporation environments. You may have COVID environments, and that's the one I always go back to for testing wise, back testing, forward testing, and seeing how strategies work. They need to adapt to the market. If you're stuck in one specific static strategy in the market, and you go, hey, let me just back this for a year. It's not going to work out for you. I've done this for years. I have 17 years IT behind me. It's great to do it for concepts. So for functionality, yes. Profitability, no. I want to beat this point home here, JD, because it really hits home for a lot of traders. I'm going to take the COVID year. I had been trading for several years before that, doing well, full-time job. That was my only income. COVID hits, right? So we're talking the first, pretty much March of 2020 when everything just went tanked down. I was doing pretty good with my strategy, and I do a lot of automation, so it's all running really, really well. And then COVID came through, and it was just horrible. I was like losing everything. The market was entirely different than it was a month before, so I had to adapt it. And then that ran for a while. And then when things started to clear up toward the end of the year, it didn't work anymore. So I went back to the original way, and it still didn't work. So I had to come up with a third process. So in the year 2020, and here's the point, if I was December 31st, 2020, And I went back to January 1st and reran the entire year using my first iteration. I did great at the beginning of the year and horrible the next 2/3. If I used the second, I did bad in the first part. The middle was good and the end was not. And if I used the last setup, it was horrible the first 2/3 of the year and great at the end. So when I look at something like this, when we talk about back testing, take that with a grain of salt. Okay, functionality over profitability and productivity. Really take that with a grain of salt. The question was, what can you use? There are several platforms that we have at Topstep for back testing. I named the top 3 that I know of. Just be careful with it. Great question though. But I don't get a lot of back testing questions.
Yeah. Can we assume that the adjustments that you made to your strategy were basically just volatility based? Were you widening your parameters, cutting down your size? What did that entail?
Yeah, it was really interesting. JD, good follow-up question. So it's a yes and no. And the reason is my first part of the year when I started doing horrible because of that craziness and volatility in when COVID there, March, April, May, that time frame, it was entirely different. It was literally, I had a computer set up and I was literally going, when this 1 minute candle closes, I'm going to take 5 points off the top of it, because it was running 15 every time it broke a 1 minute candle. And that's all I did every single day. $100, $100, $100, $100, time and time again. And then it stopped working because it would only go up and bounce a little bit and then come back down again. I tried to go back to my original way, wasn't having it. So I had to make an adaptation on the first one to the third one. That is a modification. So the third option was a modification of the first. The one in the middle was entirely different, had nothing to do with either one of them. Had to survive.
Yeah. I remember those first couple of weeks, we went from markets where daily ranges, average daily ranges were condensing. And then it just popped off to 3x, 4x daily ranges pretty much overnight.
Absolutely.
That was a wild time to be trading for sure.
Absolutely. At the beginning of COVID is through January, February, up in that area. You're absolutely right. I'm a NASDAQ trader, and it was doing, the markets were between 250 and 350 hot top to bottom a day. And then it was over 1,000 for several days. And we had multiple limit down orders, right? The market dropped so far, so fast. It was a 15-minute, limit down. And then it would open up and within 5 seconds stop again for the 15-minute down. It was absolutely horrible. But that's the adaptation. I mean, the long-winded thing about the back testing, but I just really caution that, because you can come up with a strategy and say this is amazing and run it back for a year and just it's not going to work out. The market is different. I just don't like using static terms in a dynamic moving market is what it comes down to. Moving on.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. Thanks, Robert. Thanks for the question, Manuel. Thanks for the follow-ups in the chat. Appreciate it, everyone. Next question is from Claire. Claire asks, how far back would you take notice of old session highs and lows? Maybe speak to the
Claire thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead, JD.
I was saying maybe speak to the significance of session highs and session lows also, if possible.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, great intro there. So yeah, Claire, thank you for the question. The short answer is it's going to depend on what you're using for a strategy. Okay, so it's going to be sort of a vague answer, but if you're looking at rotations on weeklies and you're trading micros, you're trying to get those longer term holds. I know you have to close at each night, but you can still close it a minute before the market closes and open a minute after the market closes, and now you have a week-long trade, right? So it's really going to depend, because you're going to want to use further back and further highs and lows for. Or you ask for the sessions, but it's going to depend on the strategy. If you're looking back and you want to go back a week and hold on to those longer, if you're talking about just internal to that session, I think it makes a big difference, and it gives a lot of ideas and a lot of information where the high is, and not only where it is, but how was it rejected off of it. You can look at the chart on the screen right now. This is Quant Tower, and I'm using a 40 tick chart. It's a range bar chart, but let's not get into that just yet. But you can clearly see over here, to clarify, this yellow line on the left side was the open from last night, 5 p.m. Central. This red block is the half hour of the U.S. Open. I stay away from that like the plague. That's why I marked it red. But we can see the overnight high was at about 3 a.m. Central Time. And we dropped off. We didn't touch it. And then once we finally broke out of these levels, 1, 2, 3, 4 highs in a row, what's the thing that Hoag says? I love taking this. When there's a high in the overnight session, the market doesn't like to keep it there. And what did it do? It broke through that high right around 11:30 Central Time today from 3:30 a.m. So that is really something that you can use. So if we take that into consideration, when there's an overnight high, that's the daily high at that time, and the market really likes to take those out. Obviously, it's not a given. Anything can happen. But that may be something to consider. Man, we're getting close to that. Do I want to play the break? Do I want to let it go through and see how much volume we have on that? See how much resistance we have going on there? Are we just tapping it a few times and it's moving, creeping up slower, and then the next candle crashes down and it creeps up a little slower and crashes down again? That is all information. So when you're looking at the session highs and lows, I like to keep everything in that area, in that session. Personally, now this is my own take, a one sentence thing. If I'm trading today, this is January 29th, and I'm trading around noontime, January 29th. Personally, I don't care what happened on January 27th, 26th, 25th. I'm working with what is in front of me, what I have at hand. As we said in the back testing, it's a different market, different environment, different day, different people, different strategies, different news, different economics. Everything is different. So by looking in too far back, if you're using a very quick intraday strategy, may want to do something to reconsider that. It's kind of tough. I see, using hour and 4 hour candles and the trades are 5 minutes long. It doesn't really sit with me very well. I'm not saying it's bad. It just doesn't really sit with me. I just feel that if I'm watching candles, time-based candles, I would want my trades to be at least 4 or 5 candles so I can see if I'm getting direction or not. So if I'm looking at an hour candle, my trade's 5 minutes, what is that going to give me? Hence the reason you're looking at range bars on your chart right now, because time doesn't matter to me. I want price. I trade, necessarily price action, not necessarily time action. So that's good. Hope I answered that on the session highs and lows. It's all going to depend on the day and what's going on that day.
Awesome. Thanks, Robert. Maybe if we have a little extra time, if we burn through all these questions, maybe we can get Robert to go through his range charts for you. We'll see if we have time at the end, though. Next up is from Dave. Dave wants to know, do you ever use stop orders to enter trades? What do you see the advantages and disadvantages of entering a trade using a stop order?
Okay, two-part question. The first answer, if you're asking for me personally, the answer is yes, I do use stop orders. And secondly, it's going to depend on what I'm looking at. Let's put one on the chart, okay? I'm going to just click my unlock button right here. Now on the top right-hand side, I am going to do this because I want, for those that may not know the difference between stops and limits and markets, we'll run through this real quick. Let's say I want to buy, I want to sell once the market breaks the low, just so I don't get filled when I'm trying to talk here. If I move my mouse, now I'm clicking on this mouse feature, it just means I can click. It might be hard to see, but on the top, the blue, it says buy one stop, and on the right, it says sell one stop. That's simply a left click or a right click. And see how it says buy one stop? It's because it's a stop order. I'm buying it above the market. If I come below the current market, it says buy one limit. So that means that if I place an order, let me put it right around here. I go buy one limit, and there's my limit order. You can see it on the chart. It just happens to show on the left side of the screen. But the middle right here is when I bought it. That is a limit order because the market has to come down and get filled, hoping to go for a long. Now I'm going to close that. Now I'm going to do a stop order, which means I have to be above the current traded price. So I'm going to go up here. I click on buy stop. And now this order right here is a stop order. That means it's going to go long once the market breaks that level. Now, why would I choose those? And of course, market order, if I just punch a market order in, it's going to fill me right away. Now, why would I want to use those? One is if I think the market's going to dip down to a certain point and meet some liquidity there or meet some support in that area, I'll put a limit order on there, and I'll wait. When it comes down, it will fill when it gets to that level. Okay. For example, if I wanted to choose that, I would pick, for example, right around here. I'm looking back left and right. I can see just where all of these bottom parts are. Well, this is a little dip down the bottom. I'm not sure that I want to go below that because the market may not dip. I'm going to do buy limit right here. That's it. So here's my order, and I'm just eyeballing it. It's 17,527.75. If the market comes down to that level, it's going to fill for a long. Now let's compound it. I'm going to put a sell stop order right here. So this one here at 553. So if what will happen here is a sell stop. I'm selling below the market. When the market comes down to this level, I say it's going short, but I don't want to be in a short right now. I want to just catch this and then continue on. Now, somebody will probably like blow me up in the chat now, but like, hold on a second. If your market's coming down, why wouldn't I want to come back up again and catch it going the other direction? Yeah, if that's your strategy, go for it. That's totally fine. I typically use the stop orders for breakouts. So I would really use a stop order right here, buy stop. If the market comes up here, let me drag my target a little bit closer. It's on right here. Let's just do that. So I'm at 610 for my order entry, 617 for my profit target. The way the NQ moves, you're talking a 7-point trade. That's $140 on one contract. It's generally going to pop 7, 8, 10 points at a time. That is how I would use a stop order rather than just go. You know, you can say, yeah, well, when the market goes up, you've already missed the move. I just don't do that. I don't trade that way. I don't play that game. I don't know how it's going to work. I don't know when a trend is over. You know, you hear that the trend is your friend. Well, if you're in a trend, you already are in the trend, and a trend isn't a trend until it is one, right? So we can look at this real simple. Let's look at this down the bottom. And we can say, see the market's going up. Oh, it's just going to pull back over here to the point of control. But then it goes up a little higher. Oh, we're just breaking over this resistance level. And then it goes a little bit higher. Say, wow, we're reaching toward the high of day. And then when you look at it up here, you go, wow, look at that long uptrend. But too bad you weren't in it because it wasn't a trend at the time you're looking at it. It was a trend way the heck back here. So how do we know that? We don't. And this is where you can use those stop orders. So I'm just going to go with stop order above the peaks. Stop order here, stop order here, stop order here. And as it continues to drive along, it's going to add to that position, add to the winner, and keep right on going so you can catch those trends up or down using stop orders, those little breakout pops using stop orders. If you're a reversion and you want the market to come all the way back down and then buy off the bottom and then let it come up, that would be a limit order below the current market price. Good question. Hopefully I went a little over on the differences, but I wanted to make sure I cleared up what that the differences between those and how you can potentially use them. Just stop orders are above or below the current price going the same direction, and limit orders are above and below the current price when you want it as a reversal. Oh, did we lose JD? Okay, I think I dropped off on JD there. Well, I have the spreadsheet up as well, so I'm going to look at that. So thanks for that question, Dave. The next question was just asking about back testing, about consider using 5-year-old data. I think I covered that on the last response there. I don't think it's relevant for the type of trading that we do. Long-term investing, sure, look at the way markets are. I mean, Warren Buffett's a perfect that, you know, and he's got, I think, the simplest strategy in the world. Oh, here's something. It looks pretty cheap. Let me buy it and I'll check back in 25 years. Cool. That's the style that he likes to do on stocks. Great. This intraday short-term trading of futures, I don't know if looking back 5 years makes a difference. It's just, again, it's opinion, folks. Just my opinion. Moving on, so we can get JD back. I'm not sure what happened right there, but we'll take care of it. Jobert says, what is the best approach when you notice your revenge trading? Okay. Well, that is emotional trading, right? We're trying to get back, if revenge trading, you're trying to get back something that you lost or something that you didn't do well. Here's the question. You asked that question, what's the approach? What's the best approach when you notice your revenge trading? Follow your strategy. Follow your plan. You have that written down. We talk about it, journaling, all that stuff. I want to ask you this, Jobert. Let me ask you this. Look at your trading plan. Look at your process. And answer to me, if you have a line in there that says, when this happens, revenge trade. I don't think you would. So while you're trading and things aren't going your way, what does your plan say? What is your trading style? What's your approach to the market? Guarantee it doesn't say, yeah, just start revenge trading. You're down $200, start revenge. You just lost 4 in a row, start revenge trading. I guarantee, I don't know who you are. I don't know your style, but I can guarantee you, we got 1,000 people watching over here. I will guarantee you that nobody has, okay, this is when you start revenge trading written in their trading plan. So it's super, super hard. And it's also, I don't want to say easy, simple at the same time. The simple answer is don't do it, right? But how simple is that? Grab a buddy, grab a coach. Get on a team, jump in a Discord. Follow your rules. Get your discipline. Ask yourself if you're following discipline in other parts of your life. Do you wake up every day and brush your teeth? That's discipline. Do you stop trading when you have 4 losers in a row? That's discipline. Why would you do not one and do the other? It is emotional, and it does happen. Welcome to trading. Without being facetious about it, just like that is part of trading. That is what makes it so hard. That's what makes trading so difficult. We see that. I've done it before. I just got to say, oh, it stopped me up by a tick. Let me get in there with 4 contracts now and try to make some money back. We've all have those thoughts. We've all had those thoughts. It happens every single day. Okay?
All right. Robert, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, JD. Welcome back.
Excellent. Thanks for having me back. Sorry about that, guys. A little hiccup on the production end here. I just want to circle. I was talking and nobody could hear me. I just want to circle back to that question about the stops real quick. Just a quick note about slippage. If you're using stop orders to enter in a trade, you really want to avoid areas of invalidation. Or if you could see visibly on a chart where you think stops are building up, those are not good places to enter using a stop order, because slippage is a real thing in a live market environment. You likely will not get filled at the price that you're trying to using a stop order. Liquidity can be a big issue around those areas of invalidation. So keep that in mind using stop orders to enter the market. All right. Thanks for covering for me, Robert. Now let's get back to it. Next question from Jobert. What's the best approach? We just did revenge trading. Sorry, I'm catching up. All right. Swikar wants to know, when do you take a trade and when do you not take a trade? That's kind of a loaded question, isn't it? What do you think?
It is a loaded question. When to take it? It's going to tie into the last answer. It's like when your trading plan tells you to. If it's there, take it. Somebody asked, I'm going to segue this in because somebody asked if I trade the Russell, the RTY. So I pulled it up on the chart just so that trader can see it while I'm talking. Whatever your trading plan states, that's when you take the trade. Here are some things that we know. We know our entry. That's a guarantee. Why and how? Because we put it on. There's no guesswork. We put the entry on, so we know exactly what it is. We know where our stop is. We know how much we're willing to risk. Why? Because we put it on. What we don't know is the target. We don't know. We can guess, we can assume, we can speculate. That's all we do. We just try to get the best probabilities that we can for the trade that we're in at that time. It sounds vague, but that is the reality of it. That's the truth of it. We know our entry. We know our stop. Press the button. That is how you get into your trades. The question of being when to get in and when to not get in. What does your plan say? Follow it over and over again. Get bored with it. It's repetition, and a picture will emerge as to what you can and can't do better and worse, and what you can work on and what is working well for you. And remember, the markets change. So regardless if something's working today, try to keep in mind that each day is different. Okay, including everything. I mean, if somebody saw me trading live, maybe I think it was last Wednesday or Thursday, I was using a 20 tick chart. Why? Because the market was moving that particular way. The market's ranging today. I'm going to expand my bars so you only see so much movement before another bar plots. That's just a way that I like to do it. That's how my trades are. But once we break out of an area, take the trade. We know the entry, we know the stop, we don't know the target. You just have to take it, let it play out. It doesn't mean you have to wait for that thing to come all the way to your stop. One of the things that drives me absolutely bonkers is, let's say a trader has a $500 target and a $250 stop loss, right? And the market goes to $450, and then they let it come all the way back to break even, and then all the way back to losing $250. The second worst case scenario, in my opinion, 500 profit, 250 loss, we get to $450, and they move to stop break even. It's something I don't agree with. It's not right or wrong. I just don't agree. If I'm looking at $450 out of 500, take the 450. Remember, you can have these risk to reward ratios, but the closer you get to your profit, the worse your risk reward gets in real time. Try to follow that example. You have your entry, $500. Well, you're risking $250 to make $500. Once you're at $450, you're risking $450 to make the last $50. Now, do we want to trade like that? Or do you just want to say, I'm going to take the $450. guess what? There'll be another trade. You can't guarantee much on the market, but one thing you can guarantee is there will be another trade. So take it. Follow the plan. Take it.
You heard it. Take the trade. Thanks,
Take the
Robert.
trade.
Hope that answered your question. Next question comes from Tushar. Speaking of breakouts and whatnot, is it better to wait for confirmation or take a position once price comes to your level? I'm assuming
Take on a breakout. Go ahead, JD. What do you think on that? And I'll chime in there.
So I would imagine it depends on what type of trade you're looking for. Are you trading a range? Are you trading breakouts? If you're waiting for confirmation, I would say if you're trading breakouts, definitely be better to wait for confirmation because failed breakouts are a fact of life in this business. And if you get in too early during a range type of situation, you will just get chopped up. So yeah, if you're looking for breakouts, I would definitely wait for confirmation. Pardon me. What's your take on it though, Robert?
I'm with you, and I'm going to add to it that it depends on the market you're trading. NQ, wait for it because you're going to get spiked out, wicked out, popped out, reversed out all the time. So if you're trading NQ, fine. ES is a little more forgiving than that, but you still have them. You get this little, let's just test the waters and see what's happening, what's going on over there, right? If you're trading something like the Ultra Bonds, once it breaks out, it's just going to keep going. Just for example, so it's going to depend on what market you're trading. Not one size fits all. And it depends on when the breakout is. If you're trying to play a breakout at the market open, good luck. I mean, they're super hard to do. If you're trying to trade a breakout on the mock order at the end of the day, if it's pushing to higher and higher and higher, that might be a possibility. But still, I'm going to be with JD, and it's like just be really careful. Watch your momentum. If you're using any type of other indicator for momentum on there, by certainly keep an eye on that. If it breaks out with just like, I'm just going to break out just a little bit and then stop, forget it. But if it drives and pushes up, you see those candles stacking up and volume flying in, then you can take a little bit more. But there's your answers. A lot of them are fake outs, and it depends on the instrument you're trading.
I couldn't agree more with what you said about the ultra bond market. All the treasury markets are very directional in the way that they trade. So trying to fade a range extreme could be detrimental trading the treasury markets. So just keep an eye out for those trending markets in the treasuries if that's your forte. I spent a lot of time as a bond trader also, so I'm very familiar with that market. But anyway, let's move on to Dwayne. Dwayne asks, what is the best way to spot trend reversals? Well, I think there's a lot of ways to spot trend reversals. It all depends on what indicators you're looking at, right? You can look at moving averages. You can draw all the lines that you want, trend lines, looking for that right direction. But I think what Robert said earlier basically sums it up. A trend is a trend until it's not a trend anymore. Is that right?
I am 100% with you on that, and I will still stand true to that. Whoever asked this, make sure we get the question. Dwayne, buddy, if you know, please educate me at how you can know when a trend is going to stop and reverse, and I will put my life savings on that trade because I don't know. I don't know how anybody does know, and if we could know, we would all be like multi-billionaires. But, yeah, this trend is done. Let's just go the other direction. There are a couple of key things where, and it's not all the time, but if your market, let's just say your market is typically top to bottom 50 points, just arbitrary number 50 points, and it's gone up to 75 or 80, and there's some news happening or some volatility, some like bad stuff, like, I don't know, some bad earnings thing, well, they may be just pushing up to drive it down. You may want to look at a trend reversal at that point. It's way overextended. I don't know if there's any other indicators that would help with that. Like some traders use RSI and MACD. I've never had any luck with them. Just they take a lot of time to react, and if you try to speed them up too fast, it'll already move and you'll miss it. So to get the trend reversal, just look at those areas of high consolidation areas, see what else is going on in the market. Has it already gone way too far too fast? And that may be a decent way to at least give you some idea. Remember, we don't know. Like JD, yeah, that a trend isn't a trend until it is one, and then once you know it's a trend, it may be too late. So the same thing with falling knife. Let me throw that in there too. Like you hear the cliche, don't catch a falling knife, right? Well, you don't know it's a falling knife until it is one. Oh, no, and those are no falling knife. It's just these really big red candles. It's just dropping. And we can use the same analogy. If we're looking at RTY right now, we can say, wow, look at that big candle. It just went all the way back down to point of control where most contracts are traded. And then VWAP is down here. So many. Wow, look all the way down to that VWAP. Look at that. Well, it went all the way down to my 100 moving average. And then we look back at it and we go, hey, don't catch a falling knife. It's like, well, you didn't know it was a falling knife. You were just playing a long off of point of control when it came down to fill your limit order. And then it went below it. It's like, all right, well, VWAP's right there too. So let me just make sure, let me close that and get in on VWAP as a VWAP bounce. And then that moving average you have down below, it's like, it's only going to go down there. It's the bottom. And you line all this stuff up. And then you look back and go, man, I just got 3 trades, 3 stops. I caught a falling knife. It's hindsight. So it just goes along. It kind of irks me a little bit. It's like, hey, let's just trade the trend. Like, well, show me a trend before the trend happens and I'll trade it with you. Show me a falling knife before the falling knife happens and we won't trade it. It's just really hard to do. So, and if you do find it, again, if you know the answer, please let me know. I'd be happy to code it and run it automatically and put my life savings on it.
Yeah, don't forget to take a look at different time frames also. We talk a lot about the top-down approach to analysis here. So maybe start your analysis in the morning with a weekly chart, then go down to your daily chart, then your hour chart, 30-minute, 15. You're going to get a whole different look at the market on a 1-hour chart than you are on a 5-minute chart. So make sure you have a process involved for your daily analysis. All right, next question comes from Kyriakos. A journaling question. How do you effectively journal your trades? First, I'll say, if you need some more insight into this, just check out our website, topstep.com. We have old Coach's Playbook videos. We have blog posts, blog articles. We have probably half a dozen old podcasts that outline what you should have in your journal, how to effectively enter your trades in your journal, what to look for, 100 different. There's, as Hoag would say, there's a 1,000 ways to skin a cat. So it's all about personal preference when it comes to this. But this question is for you, Robert. So maybe can you give us a little insight on how do you journal your trades?
Yeah, this is going against the grain here, and that's a good thing we put that disclaimer up. These are our own opinions. I don't. I used to, but I don't anymore. That said, I am 100% in agreement that you should, especially when starting out, especially if you're struggling, and especially if you're doing good. So that covers all 3 of them. If you're working out a system and you're working out trading for yourself and you're trying to find instruments, absolutely. There's a lot of resources here, as JD said. It's a personal preference. Although I don't do it, I did at the beginning more or less for gain market knowledge. I don't personally anymore, but I will 100% stand up and advocate to have a trading journal so you can look back at it and journal everything. Put down how you felt about that. What did you have for breakfast? You might find a dietary need that's going on there. Did you work out that day? Was there some personal items? Is there a financial thing? Something with the kids? Was there news in the market? You won't be able to go back and look. That's the biggest thing. When I was learning, putting a system together, and I'll make this really quick so I want to make sure we get through the questions here. The journaling, a pseudo journaling, because I tracked everything for 3 months on a spreadsheet. Every trade I entered, I was trading NQ, trying to figure a system out, and I put them on a spreadsheet. And then I was showing somebody the system that I was working on. And while showing someone, it popped out off the spreadsheet right in my face, showed me everything I needed to know. And that was that when I was targeting trades in the style and the strategy I was doing, when I was targeting trades that had more than a 20-point profit in in NQ, I was losing 80% of those trades purely because of the style I was trading, purely because of the setup. As soon as I saw that, it's like, wow. It doesn't mean I'm going to win 80% more. It just means that I'm not going to lose as 80%. I'm going to increase my probability of not losing. It jumped right out on me. I took every trade off the chart, just deleted it off. That if it was a winner over 20 points or a loser over 20 points, basically just skipping any point that had any trade that had a target of over 20 points. I took those off. Every single day P&L went up, every single one of them. So that will be my journaling for my sense. I'm journaling just because I'm a logic math head here. It's was putting everything into a spreadsheet. That was my way of journaling, and it was really just working out, trying to work out a strategy for it. So yes, I advocate for it. personally don't, but there's plenty of resources here.
Purely personal preference. Now, this next question kind of ties into something that you just mentioned, not about journaling, but about drawdowns and whatnot, or taking risk on certain trades. Kanan asks, in a drawdown, should we cut the risk per trade to 50% or more, or should we keep risking the same amount for every trade? What would you say is the best risk management to preserve your capital?
Great question, and that's another variable question. So I would ask if I was brought in for coaching like directly, and they said that was the question right to me. I would ask, is it a brand new combine, and this how much room you have? Is it a 50K combine, and you're trying to trade 5 contracts, or 1? Are you on a 50K combine and you only have $300 left in the account? Well, then you're going to scale down, right? That you just need to preserve capital. You have to preserve capital. It is entirely about risk management. What I say earlier, we know our entry, we know our stop. And what does that mean? It means we know we're putting a direction on the market, a guess, speculation, right, of what we think the market is going to do at wet, and then we have our stop. So we have our known amount of risk. Now, if you're in a drawdown and if you're talking about in a trade, just close it. There's not a lot of room. Just close it. If it's not going your way, close it. Get out of it. There's no reason that you have to sit for a drawdown and wait for it to come back up again. You can totally exit that trade right where it is. Let's say you're long. Exit that trade if it goes against you. Let it go and put an order right back on when you got off the trade again. So if the trade comes around, you haven't lost anything. You didn't lost any emotion either. You just watch it go and it came around. You're not sitting there sweating in a drawdown. Okay. If the trade doesn't come around on you and keeps going, well, you saved yourself from big loss. So intraday in a trade, if it's not going your way, get the heck out. Just cut it. You can always enter the trade. If you're talking about in the account, absolutely scale down. Capital preservation. If you don't have money in the account to trade with, you can't trade. So you're way, way, way better off scaling it down, taking the little pieces and just building it back up again. And don't get caught up on the commissions. Like, let's say you typically trade 3 to 5 times a day on with using a mini, but your account's getting down there. Well, you may need to trade 15 times or 20 times using 2 or 3 micros just to get that balance back up again. You can't trade if you don't have money in the account to trade, and there's not a lot of room there. So you absolutely have to be cautious of that. It's a great question. Drawdowns are always tough because it's so variable per person. It matters on risk tolerance too. I am horrible at risk tolerance, meaning risk averse. Can't stand it. If I'm in a trade and it's not going my way, I'll just get the hell out. Boom, I'm out. And then 5 seconds later, it may go right where I wanted. But I just don't let it bother me anymore because that's the way trading is. That's the way it works for me. I'm like, all right, at least I got out of it. And if I didn't get out of it and it went further down, I'd be more upset. I'm just horrible personally at taking on risk like that. I'm in and out of the trades. So yeah, drawdowns, it's tough, but it's going to vary. Nothing wrong with scratching trades. Somebody wrote in there. Absolutely. Hopefully I answered the question.
Yeah, that sounded good to me. Now, on the opposite end of the spectrum, Alexis asks, how do you prevent yourself from going on tilt or getting too comfortable when you're on a big winning streak?
I'm going to answer the second half of that first. Thank you very much. Who is that? Alexis. Thank you very much, Alexis. The second half of that is being comfortable going on a winning streak. It's, for me, I'm going to share my personal thoughts, is I don't have one. My winning streak or losing streak is always a factor of 1. I try not to look, it doesn't mean it's all the time, but I try not to look at what one trade did over another trade, over the bottom of the beginning of the day, the end of the day, over the week. I just try not to do that. Every trade is different. I just kind of gravitated towards that mentality. I'm an emotional guy, but I'm like a bottle rocket, right? If I win, I'm like, oh yeah, awesome, woo, great, next trade. If I lose, I'm like, dang it, that was horrible. Next trade. Because one is not going to affect the next. That's where the emotional aspect comes in. That's where it comes into it. Is you're here. How do you stop it on these winning streaks? Don't call it a winning streak. It's like, all right, great, you won the trade, awesome. And if you won 5 before that, you won 5 single trades. Good for you. You should, at the end of the day, if you look at it and be like, hey, I had a pretty good day. And you know what? That book gets closed, that journal gets set, and you come back tomorrow and you go, trade 1, day 1. And that's for me, that's why I say it's my winning streaks and losing streaks are always a factor of 1, never more than that. Did I miss how do you present going on tilt? I think what I just said would do it. Just if you don't have that long string of like, man, I'm just losing, look at that afterwards. Look at that after and do your analysis, your post-trading analysis, and look at it like, what the heck? And one of the things you can do to help with your trading, have all your trades plotted on a chart and then start switching around the charts. Switch to 1 minute time frame, 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 hour, whatever it's going to be. See if something lines up. Start throwing indicators on there if you want. Try this, try that. Maybe a little setting if you're using it. Maybe look at a range chart like this. Maybe use some Marenko bars. Look at a TPO chart. See if it lines up for you. It's because if you are trading in the market and it's not doing well for you, you're not doing good, and you're getting this, this emotional thing going on tilt with this, like, well, switch it up and go, all right, what if I do something entirely different? I was just chatting with someone like maybe 3 days ago about their Thursday and Friday, and they were having the same thing. They would get into the trades, go on tilt, and once or twice a week reset the accounts. So the solution was this: you're trading NQ, you're no longer trading NQ. You're using I forgot what they would do in the a confluence between NQ and like the SPY. Don't do that anymore. All right, we're taking that off. What time are you trading? I'm trading between this time and this time. All right, no more. We're going to do this. Okay. I'm picking reversals. Nope. Now you're playing breakouts. We just flipped everything on its head. Now, I will be fully transparent and say it didn't work as well as I was expecting it to. But what it did do is break that mindset of trying to do the same thing over and over, not getting it, and just coming back to the market, making the same mistakes. And this person actually looked at it and said, you know what? I never looked at those bonds before. That's pretty good. And they're starting to go down that route. So one thing, although it didn't work as well as I anticipated it to, the side step of that is it got off of the tilt, it got off of those streaks, the losing streaks, stopped the emotional side, and gave this trader another opportunity to look at something else that might not be the the famous 4 instruments that we keep looking at.
Awesome. Thanks, Robert. Just a quick check-in on the markets. We have equities hovering right around the highs, the S&P and the NASDAQ just below daily highs. Crude and gold are mid-range, bit range-bound right now. Just a quick check-in. Let's get back to the questions now. Next question. I'm going to butcher this name. Uthmain. I tried real hard there. Uthmain asks, what's the best time to trade during the day? But I'm going to switch that up a little and just ask Coach Robert, what is your favorite time of day to trade?
When the market's open, yes. A little bit backwards. I don't look at the best time to trade because, in my opinion, unless you're playing something specific, we have Hoag every morning does the opening range breakouts. You have to trade the opening range. You have to trade the minute candle because that's what the strategy entails. If you're a mock order trader, for sure. If you're doing a gap fill from the previous day close to the current day open, you want to fill the gap. Yes, you are locked into that specific time frame. So for you, that would be the best time to trade because that's your trading style. My view is I look at it of when are the worst times for me to trade, and don't trade those. Economic event, news releases, just stop. On my chart, this is RTY. I still have it blocked off. That big red area, that is the first 30 minutes of the U.S. market. I avoid it like the plague. I've lost so much out of there, and I am horrible at it. Some traders are great at it. Keep doing it. I'm terrible. So I just simply don't trade it. It's a big red bar. I'm not going to look at it at that point in time. I get eaten up. So I look at it backwards. The third thing I don't trade around is a point of control. It's just because, especially like if we look at today, this is RTY. We have our point of control sitting right here. See this big peak? It peaks up and then drops down. So this area over here is a low volume area. So there's not a lot of trading going on. And you can see that every time the market came down to this area right here, it just pushed out of it. Okay, so what I would like to do is once the market gets away from this point of control and starts coming down to these areas here, I would want to short it and try to ride it down just between this low volume area right here. Just because it's low volume now, does it mean it's going to be low volume in the future? Hell no. There could be a ton of orders sitting here and all of a sudden the point of control drops down to that level. But you'll see it happening in real time and you'll be able to catch it. So the answer is, what's the best time to trade? One, it's going to depend on the strategy that you're using. And two, it will depend on personal preference. And mine simply is I take away what are the bad times for me to trade and then trade what's left.
Makes perfect sense. Also, trade when you're available. Trade when you can be present on the markets without distraction. That's another key. Next, From Anonymous. We might have already covered this, but what time do you use in your charts for entry and exits in the NQ and ES? Robert already mentioned that he uses
The range bars.
Go ahead. Yeah, the range bars. I was trying to.
Yeah.
Go ahead. This is a perfect opportunity. We said we'd come back to the range bars, so this might be a good chance. You want to talk about the range
Yeah,
bars
and I
for a few
want
minutes?
to. Sure, I'll do that for a moment here. We got a couple of minutes here. I don't want to get really involved into it. Let me throw this out. I do talk about this stuff in Discord, so if anybody wants to take it offline. So if anybody's interested on this, with all these traders watching and they don't want to listen to this whole thing, I'm just going to touch on it. If you want more info, just hit me up over there. I'd be happy to go through it. This is why I like range bars. Range bars, they're not time based. It's very simple in my opinion. Let's take these bars right here. I just highlighted them. And let's take approximately the same amount of range bars here. I just highlighted them. So now I'm just eyeballing. We have about 7 or 8 per section. Well, this section right here was from 1102 to 1122. That section right there was a 20-minute section. This is from 1225 to 1245. This happens to be the same. It is a 12-minute section. But when we look at the market, let's go to our bad area inside of this right here, and we'll highlight some bars. From the beginning to the end of this bar, can you see it on the screen? Yep, I'll move it up out of the way.
We sure
This is
can
about
see
the
it.
same thing. Awesome, that's the same thing, and we are from 843 to 845. Okay, so we have 7 or 8 bars up top right, 7 or 8 bars on this one, and then 7 or 8 bars on this one. Well, since time is not involved, these two happen to be about 20 minutes in time. And this one happened to be, 43 to 3 minutes in time. The same amount of bars. So that tells me the market is whipping up and down, right? And rightfully so, because it is in my dead red area of don't trade the US market open. But we can see clearly why. This is what I look for. This is a perfect scenario and perfect setup of what I look for. Now, what I would do for this is right here. I'm going to go above the market. I'm going to put a buy stop in there. I'm going to put my stop at the bottom. And I'll put my target up like this. There we go. I just eyeballed it so you can see. Now, I don't know if it's going to go up. I don't know if it's going to go down. What if it goes down? Let me put a sell stop here.
You know,
Okay,
I'm going
there's
to just cut in here. I'm going to cut in here real quick
Please.
because we got I think we can tie this into another question down below from Marshall. Marshall says he finds it
Sure.
easier to trade on a trending market when the market is consolidating. What would be a potential setup for a breakout trade when the market's consolidating? So we're going to tie this all into one, if you don't mind, Robert. Sound good?
No, that's the same thing. And this is absolutely good. And I'm glad you caught that, JD, to tie it in there. So all I did here was I'm looking at, if you're looking for a trending market, what's the market going to do? It's going to trend or consolidate. And if I'm looking at range candles like this, they're all the same height. So I know the market is only moving a certain amount in that particular area. It easily identifies ranges. And tell me if I'm crazy, but look at every single one of these ranges that we see when the market is consolidating and what happens before or after it. Does the market go up or down directly after it, right? We can see them all in a row. Once we have these consolidation areas, doesn't matter what time it is or how long it took. When I see this consolidation, I would have a stop, a sell stop here in case it breaks low, and a buy stop here in case it breaks up. That's it. That is it. Just to me, it's an easy way to not get caught in the chop. If this thing chopped around for the next 3 hours in this 15-point range, no trade goes on. Now, we just talked about these two areas. This is a 20-minute and this is a 20-minute also. Both of these areas, both 20 minutes. Well, if I'm looking at a 30-minute candle, it hasn't even closed yet. It just didn't give me personally what I like to do, any information. If it's a 5-minute candle, I see 4 of them. And what are they going to look like? Probably dojis. What does that tell me? It's ranging, right? But it's ranging based on a time constraint. So to tie that into your trend question, to find the trend, to be able to get those trends, this trader was looking at the consolidation areas. It's not going to stay there forever. Okay, you might get wicked in and out of it every now and then, for sure. But one thing you can know is that there's not a lot of guarantees, right? With the two that I said before, one that I said before was the guarantee in the market is that there'll always be another trade to take. And the second one, I'm not going to say a guarantee, but a pretty much a guarantee is that it's not going to stay in a certain range forever. It can be there for a while, depending on the market, depending on economics, depending on a whole bunch of stuff. But if you look at the markets, if they're not ranging and bouncing back and forth, they're moving up to the next level of ranging. Now, whether you call that consolidation, whether you call that a chop, whether you call that liquidity grab, whatever you want to call it, it's the same thing. just a different word for it.
Awesome. Thank you,
Hopefully that makes
Robert.
sense.
Yeah, made perfect sense. We got time for one more. This
All
is
right.
more of a platform question. I'm going to skip down to line 29. Ethan is asking, TradingView platform question. I believe you have your TradingView charts handy. Ethan wants to know where you can find the settlement price level on the TradingView charts.
Sure, I can help you out with that. I'm just grabbing the one on the top left. This is an ES chart just to show the line. So mine right here, it says 49.1625. On TradingView, if I right-click the chart, make sure it's in center screen, right-click the chart and go to Settings. It's under, I believe it's under Symbol at the top here. It's called Previous Day Close, and it will leave it on the chart and highlight it like this. Now, this is not settlement. Okay, there's a difference. This is the closing price the day before. Settlement, you need to get once the market is all done. And that's the thing that Hoag shares. You can go to the CME website. They have all the settlements there for all the markets after the close when you see that it opens. I don't know if it's directly after the close. It might be the morning. I honestly don't know that time frame. So don't quote me on that. But that's where you get your settlement prices. On TradingView, it's showing you the close of the previous day. There are different times.
Yep, the CME will issue settlement prices not just a few minutes after the close has been established. And Robert's 100% correct. Closing price and settlement price are two completely different things. Settlement price is where the exchange bases margin at for previous days' accounts. Does that make sense? I try to describe that the way Hoag does.
Yep,
Closing
good stuff.
price is just the last price traded in the previous trading session. All right, with that, we are out of time. Catch Coach Robert in Discord if you have any other questions. He's in there pretty much 23 hours a day, and he's always up for a conversation about anything with you guys. Coming up next, we have Back to the Futures with Hoag and Anne Marie. They're going to be talking through another strategy lab. After that, we have Power Hour with Andre, Dolby, and DannysTrades is back. So we'll be swinging some NASDAQ going into the close most likely. Thanks again for joining us for another session of group coaching. We'll be back again tomorrow at 12 o'clock Central Time. I believe, Robert, are you back tomorrow? I'm looking at the schedule. Yep.
I am. Yeah, I got filling in one more day tomorrow for Hoag on at 12 o'clock Central Time for group coaching. Hopefully everybody gets back, get those questions out. If you populate the Discord, I'll try to get some answers and feed them into what we get for new questions. But thanks, everybody.
Excellent. Thanks for joining us, and we will see you in just a few minutes with Back to the Futures.
It's Strategy Lab.
All right, I am out.
Oh, thanks, Robert.
Yeah, JD, if you want, you could just next time, just if you see me up, just pass it to me.
Oh, sure. For the close? Cool.
Yeah.
I thought you were coming in for the next episode, but I got you.
I wanted to pump up the community. Hot mics.
Oh, okay. Why don't you lead off the next one then?
Got hot mics.
One second.
carefully structured test.
Welcome to Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie and John Hoagland. Hoag and Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, good afternoon. How are you today?
Good afternoon to you too. And I am doing fabulous. It is, listen, 58 degrees, sun shining, light breeze blowing. This is ideal Florida weather for me. Absolutely. Yes. Very, very nice.
Nice.
Yes.
All right. Thank you,
Most
Eddie.
people like
Thank
it-
you, Eddie.
Thanks,
Yeah,
John.
most people like it a little warmer, but I like it nice and breezy.
Why do you live in Florida then? Most of the time it's like hot and mosquito-y.
Oh, listen, here's a story. I'm mad crazy in love with my husband. I'd live in a cardboard box with him if that's what he wanted to do. But he said, hey, we're moving to Florida. And I went, okay.
Alrighty.
So, yeah. Oh, yeah, trust me. It's about 6 weeks out of the year. I love it here. And everywhere else, I'm trying to get out.
Well, you do travel quite a bit, so that's
we
good.
do. Yeah. Yeah.
Folks are saying you wrestle alligators.
You know, listen, it's crazy, but about every couple of weeks, we'll get a note that says a 3-foot alligator has been noted near the ponds or near the riverways, because I live at the mouth of the Gulf. And so they come in quite a bit. And a lot of people say, oh, alligators are only freshwater. No. They'll swim in anything. And so they'll say, hey, be a little careful. Stay inside if you see it. But most of the time they're skittish, they don't run after you.
Yeah, they don't want to mess with you.
Yeah.
You've got a reputation. You're chasing planes down the tarmac. You're chasing alligators out of the ponds.
They just look me in the eyes and there's something's not quite right there.
Right. All right, folks. This is our Back to the Future Strategy Lab. We are going to be looking for opportunities. We're going to try and base those opportunities off of 5-minute charts. On my account here, this account that we look at just about pretty much every day, we're going to be asking your input. Are we going to take the trade or are we not going to take the trade? I hope we have somebody that's available to put in polls for this. It'll look a little bit, it'll be a little bit easier for that, but I don't know. I'm not sure how many people are around right now, but we'll see how that works out. So, what you meant, Andrew, you wanted to talk about the current state of market action and any trades that might be setting up right now. I mean, we're hanging right up near the highs here.
Yep. Yeah, I think we've got a long that's going to shove us up into the top of maybe the prior high from Friday. So if we had my chart, if we can look at that really quickly, we had something trigger off just as we were going live. This is a little bit faster than 5 minutes, but it came right into the 1 standard deviation and it started to pop. And so everything that I'm looking at as I go through my time frames, it's a buy the dip event, even though it's a little bit noisy right here. And so I think it'd be a great scalp trade if we're into it, if we're feeling it, in and out, up into those edges. What are you seeing?
Well, I mean, we're seeing higher lows over the session here on the 5-minute chart. We put in the high here just after 11:30, and well, maybe we should take a look at the bigger picture before we really start doing much here. I know
For sure.
we've got the VWAP pushing higher. We did trade down to that first standard deviation from VWAP. We did bounce off of that. If you were looking for a long, would this be a breakout of the range or a breakout of where we are right now?
I think it would be a breakout into the, it would be a break out of congestion into the top of the range is my thinking overall. So I don't see runaway pressure, because if we look at, oh good, it can see me. At the very bottom here, you can see how small that is.
Yeah.
That's not a lot of pressure. It's telling you the participation is light. And so when participation is light, we don't have a lot of force that keeps things buoyed, but it could run and collapse. So that makes for a pretty formation, generally speaking. But I do think that we have a little bit of a punch up and then a fade. I'm not quite sure that we're going to hang on to anything from an upside perspective. I wish I had pulled the trigger on it touching that one standard deviation.
Okay, yeah, you're focusing on the NASDAQ, so I'm going to focus on that as well. Let me put the standard deviations on my chart here. And so we're looking at basically the same thing. I know your deviations are calculated a little bit differently. So, but yeah, that first standard deviation was perfect. I mean, that was a great spot in the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
So I think we probably have to kind of hold off a little bit, see what happens on that second standard deviation up here. And if we do get a pop, you're looking at that as a small trade and a pushback to the downside, right?
You mean a reversal trade? Is this what you're thinking? You were, go short at the top?
No, I thought that's what you were saying. You were looking at, maybe getting push up to the high from Friday.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. But I thought about taking it long into that range. So let's say I take this trade long right now, which I just pulled the trigger on. I'm going to move my stop a little further away. So I just took that out of the top of this box. Right?
We'll join you.
So, okay. So ideally, I would want it to come back a little bit closer to this standard deviation area. But here's why I suspect we're just going to rock it up, just like we're doing. That's great.
Right.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So notice the slope of the bands.
Yes.
See how they're meandering to the upside? I would never take a short if it was doing that.
Right.
I would take the long into it, and maybe if we can get a couple $100 out of this one, we'll be in good shape. Maybe take it to the top of that band, see if it goes there. Let's see on the, okay, so this is the open from a couple of days ago. That looks pretty good. We've got about $200. I'm going to cover it right here. And I'm just going to,
all right, I did too.
Just going to take my money and run, right? Couple $100 right out of the gate. Let's talk about the why.
Yes.
A lot of times when we're on super tight time frames, the wait state becomes very compressed. And so although we're thinking, hey,
explain wait state. Explain wait state.
Okay. When I pull the trigger. So if we're on a 30-minute chart, and let me go to a 30. I was looking at the 4-hour because I see expansion. So let me go back to my 30-minute. All right, and I'm going to pull it in. Couple of things are telling me that I've got upside pressure that could push into higher prices. And so the first thing is that gentle upward slope of the VWAP and the continued higher lows from underneath.
Yes. Yes.
When I look at my 30-minute, my VWAP looks very clearly upward. Then I have my linear regression. My linear regression curve that is also upward, and I'm outside of value area, so I'm pushing higher. And so my thought is, ideally, I'll go long and I'll push up into the 2.5 standard deviation area. Notice, since we pulled our trade off, the price action has sort of stalled out. Right?
Yes, it has.
It's
slowed a little bit.
Stalling out just a little bit, it's still likely to push up into the 2 and a little bit of standard deviation to the top here. And then maybe we get to the prior high. But that wait state that says, when do I act? I look at the following. I look at my 30-minute. I look for the slope of the VWAP, up, check. I look for the slope of this is the yellow line. That's the linear regression line. Is it up in this little patch? Check. 2,
Yes.
I go to the tight time frame and I say, what is the general slope of my VWAP bands? Up. Check. That means to me, the probability of breaking out of this congestion area becomes high. And if I'm in the NQ, I know it'll pop 10 points.
That's the wait state, right? Is that consolidation area? Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
So as soon as it pops out, I'm in the trade. So in the group coaching, Robert talked about whether he used a stop order to get in a trade or not, and what it might look like. Pretty interesting concept. For me, that would be a great place for a stop area to put a stop to get into a trade that would allow you to absolutely trade that breakout event. So it'd be a buy stop you'd put there and it would go right into the zone and just like it's continuing. Now, you might go, Anne-Marie, you're such a wimp there. You should have held on and now you'd be up 250, 260. Yes, but I'm also talking and I cannot chew gum and walk at the same time. I really can't. And so that tells me, you know what, I'm going to go for the quick strike. But if you were hanging in and staring it down, you'd go to your 30-minute and you'd go, okay, am I seeing any things that say I've got pressure pushing forward? And where is that pressure? It's going to be up into this heavy congestion of the past. People, I believe, are still thinking to themselves, well, you know, this should stall out. I mean, we shouldn't move up because we've got the FOMC, we've got employment, we've got earnings, we've got, you name it. It is a very, very big week. So I think people supposing, people aren't going to do that. It's making them go short, and then people or algos continue to climb in, and it pushes price action to the north. Let me take a peek at what tilt is right now. Okay, so we've got tilt. I have tilt showing at 67% in the NAS, right? And so here's another way. Yeah, so here's another way to go, okay, these longs that are, now they're 68% long. These longs are going to start coming in to the top of the range and taking it back. So I'm looking for a short right here. And so I'm going to take it for 2 reasons. One, it's at the top of my 2.5 standard deviation band. Okay, 2, my tilt is at 68%. 3, I'm right at the top of the heavy congestion zone. So being short there, I'm thinking to myself, all right, I've gone to the top of the range. Now I can be short. And
Anne-Marie,
from there,
that heavy congestion zone that you're looking at is behind my head.
Okay,
if you can move that chart
it.
over just a little bit. There we go.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, thank you. So where is your stop on this?
My stop is going to be just over the prior high of 17,632. So again, this is a speedy trade. I've taken it in this. I have 2 Topstep accounts. I've taken it in this one over here, and I took it right at the edge. It's coming in. I don't expect it to go anywhere further south than this area. So I'm going to bring my stop right up here in another scalp event. If, per happenstance, it does not break down and come in immediately, I begin to look for a topping formation that says, hey, maybe you'll still have a chance at this being a good short.
In what time frame?
And if not, it's really relative to price, not time. So it's just going to be sitting up here. So for this one, on this account, I have 625. For this one, I went in at 620. And so the 620 has been filled. The 625 was not. And so I took it to be swift, waiting for it to come in, and the stops associated with time, not with price, not time at all.
Okay. Right, of course. Okay, so, but what time frame are you looking at as far as your opportunity to get into this trade?
Okay, so I already got in, and I got in as soon as it wicked into the top of my 2.5 standard deviation band. Okay. Right there at the top.
Time frame on that chart?
That's 2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I'm kind of joining you and looking at the 3-minute chart.
Yeah. 3-minute is great. It's not super noisy. It does what it needs to. And you don't get shaken out of the trade quite as much. But I am staring down my 30-minute chart to tell me where I should take some profit. And my 30-minute says you've got congestion somewhere around 605. So I'm going to hold out for that.
I can see that. I can see that. Yeah.
In anticipation of that. So I'm up about 125 right now. I only have one contract. And again, my thought is the following. I'm always looking at frames of reference. Number one, if I look at my 30-minute chart and I say, what is the trend here? It's sideways. And again, let me move this over. Sugar.
There you go. Perfect.
Right? It's sideways. And so from that sideways perspective, it tells me I should run into sellers. And that's what makes me go for the tight time frame trade.
Okay. I joined you on that. I didn't get the good trade location you did, but I just took $100 on it. So yay.
Great. Yeah, absolutely.
See, I'm usually a longer time frame trader. I'm having fun doing this. So this is fantastic. Are we close to a naked point of control? No. The next naked point of control is off of last Thursday in the NASDAQ, that is. And on this platform, it's all the way up at 17, about 695. And that's an estimation. So as far as, below, we've got the naked volume point of control from today showing on this platform at 17,542, but I don't know if that's going to happen. Let me take a look on this platform here. Yeah. Volume point of control in the NASDAQ is still all the way down at 17,542. Interesting.
Now, explain why that's interesting. What's it telling us?
Well, it's basically saying that the volume that occurred earlier in the session was higher. The balance that we were in earlier brought in more volume. Here, let me bring this up. So it's saying that the volume that we had in the first 2.5 hours of trade was greater than we've had in the last 2.5 hours of trade. Maybe about 2 hours, I think we're into here. Okay. So the volume up here has not been able to compile enough volume at a specific price in order to bring the point of control higher. It's probably going to. I mean, it's just obvious that the longer we stay up here, the more likely that's going to happen. But we've already moved point of control TPO point of control higher. So if we're looking at price over time as acceptance, the price is being accepted at higher levels through time. Maybe not volume yet, but through time it has been.
So would my estimation be that I need to look for a trade location that would allow me to go long again? Because I think that's what my charts are saying right now.
Yes, according to the fact that the point of control moved from here, not only through range extension, but through time. So the TPO point of control migrated higher. That's saying that prices are spending time at higher levels, right? So one of the things we were going to be talking about is, the current state of the market and if there is some sort of a sea change going on. And the NASDAQ it's telling a little bit of a different story than the S&Ps. I mean, if we look at the daily chart here, we've got all this excess on this. Now, this ended up being more of a larger area, more time in balance than in the S&Ps, right? So, we've come all the way. This 2-day balance broke out to the upside. We saw the rejection really on Thursday, back into balance on Friday, and between the two areas of balance now. Today, you could really kind of call a repair day. But we haven't really gotten to either of the day session points of control that we would need to. So, but if we look at the S&Ps, there's two distinct areas of balance on the daily chart here. We've got hang on. We gotta okay. So 2-day balance. Boom, boom. Obvious. 3-day balance, now into a 4th day of this top balance. Okay. So, Anne-Marie, we were talking about on Wednesday, actually on Thursday, the fact that we saw really the first really good pushback. We saw the first really kind of sign of potential excess at the highs. That excess did not turn price the other direction. It became balanced. So one of the things, and I could be crazy, and I just want to kind of show you and everybody this is, okay, so this is the March S&Ps. Balance, breakout, continuation, balance. Breakout, continuation, balance. The fact that this area of balance overlaps the previous area of balance lessens the probability of continuation. So now we've got the balance breaking to the downside, overlapping maybe just a little bit higher, also lessens the probability of continuation. We don't continue, we turn. Yes.
Okay, gotcha. And by continuation, you mean of the new trend that looks like it might be further upside, correct?
Correct.
Yes. All right, now I understand. Okay.
So we get the V bottom balance. Big difference between the balance levels here. More likely going to continue to the upside.
Continue. Okay.
Now we get a whole month.
We have,
of balance here, right? So if we were to look at what's going on in the shorter time frame, here's that whole month of balance right here. This is that whole month of balance. We break out. We have 2 days of balance here, and now 4 days of balance here. If that theory that the auction may be tiring to the upside because the areas of balance are getting closer together or overlapping could mean less of a probability of continuation.
Very interesting.
Now, anything, of course, can happen. Everybody take a shot. I just said anything can happen. Everybody take a shot.
Yeah.
But the amount of information that's coming out this week, I mean,
I know.
It's
going
staggering.
to be a barn burner. Yeah. We're going to have a barn burner week for sure. It's going to move somewhere crazy. Well, I did get out, took another $130 out
Beautiful.
of the trade because you were saying, hey, listen, that looks like it's going to go up. And for me, I see that upward trend. I just thought it would be a little bit more volatile in terms of the press, but exactly right. And for those of us working through our combines and really getting the rhythm, you can easily get a great day of just knocking $100 here, $150 there, $100 here, $150 there, and you can end up with a very nice day if you go quick strike, which, again, I loved what Robert talked about in terms of, was it Robert? Talking about trades that didn't go well. If he had tried to put 20 points of gain, he just threw them out and started taking tighter trades, tighter ranges, and it made his win rate and his profitability go much higher. And so, that's the same thing we're looking at here, just quick strikes, one right after the other.
Yeah, I mean, singles win ball games, right?
Absolutely. For sure.
All right, so a couple of good trades there. That's good. I saw a few people that saw and took those trades. They were saying thank you. If we did a poll for the NASDAQ, should we buy or sell now? It was 54% buy, 45% sell. I don't think we have really necessarily good trade location here.
No, not particularly. I don't think.
Not for a long, and if we're looking at this market, like it's probably going to continue to hold higher because it's holding the second standard deviation of VWAP now.
Yeah.
I mean, do we like the breakout of this area of balance here?
Well, this will answer the question twofold. Somebody said, hey, what's all that red-green stuff on the left side? This is actually the dome. Motive Wave has a fantastic thing called depth of market, and it takes the dome and it superimposes
if we can go on,
picture.
There it is. Okay. We got
There's a picture of it right here. So when we start having a little bunch, see how it's kind of fat over here on this side? I think it's kind of bunchy there. So it tells me a lot of people are trying to either cover their longs or go short there. And so I would not be as inclined to go long. To go long, simply because there's so many things up there. If it thins out, absolutely. But as it sits, not right now, unless you're just going in for 5 or 6 ticks, right? I mean, you could do it. Like, first of all, here's where I would say, hey, you run a risk. So I would do something like cross trade the MNQ. And so there's also a feature in Motive Wave that allows you to do that. And so if I said, hey, I want to go long here, I'm now long an MNQ, not an NQ, and it's a test trade because it could come back all the way down here to the support
to that
zone.
low volume area. Right.
Yeah. And so I want to test the waters because I don't feel as comfortable taking the long with the Qs and having it potentially roll over. But with an MNQ, I can let it literally roll all the way into a frontline support area that might be more where the 30-minute congestion is. What do you think?
Okay. So you're kind of thinking about taking a long in the NASDAQ just right into that low volume node that you're seeing on that dome there?
Yes.
Right.
I like it.
So, okay. So
I like
let's
it.
vote.
All right.
Are we thinking about taking a long, let's call it 17,612. 17,612. I'm going to put the order in right now. And if anybody's there to give us a poll, ask long at 17,612, yes or no. I think we would have to basically put our stop at, let's call it 17,600.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
All right. All right. So we're working the order now. I don't know if we're going to get filled, but that takes us down to that low volume node, kind of the volume shoulder, as I call them. We may have missed our opportunity there. What about a breakout to the upside? Is that
that's where I took that. And that's where I took the MNQ, the long to the upside. So let's say I'm looking at my $340 or so, and I'm saying to myself, hey, I want to protect my profit, but I still want to mechanically work through the day into the trade. I can see that the long off this edge is working just fine. I don't know how far up it's going to go, but that long action there, it's really all about risk. If you go, hey, I could have taken an NQ right there, and you would have fluttered around maybe down $110, $120 before it started breaking to the upside. Or you take the MNQ and you go, hey, I'm interested in rhythm and flow. I'm looking at upside pressure telling me that I've got more upside. And so I don't want to risk anything else because I've got, I'm trading a little bit in the afternoon and I want to hang on to my profits. I'm just going to take the MNQ and I'm going to let it run up. So that's a way for you to continue to trade, understanding rhythm, but not exposing yourself to a ton of risk.
Now, if you were to take this, which kind of technically, it's an extension of the range. It's a breakout trade.
Yes, absolutely.
Would you time stop it?
Wow, that's I have tried to time stop, and I stink at that. I do. Yeah, I'm not good at the time stop because I don't. I believe that floor trading and trading in trading houses give you a lot more experience in knowing what those things look like. So what would you do in a time stop? What would make you choose a time stop?
Well, any kind of breakout trade, whether it's a breakout of a balance, if it's a breakout of an initial balance, if it's any time that the market is extending the range to the upside, if it's something that I believe is going to go, I want it to go now. I don't want it to mess around.
Gotcha.
I want to run into a whole bunch of stops that are going to push price in my direction. I want to be able to see in the dome that there's a lot of eyeballs on it, that there's a lot of orders being placed and canceled and prices jumping around a little bit. Maybe not necessarily in my direction. It's if I take a breakout trade and the dome dies, oh, nobody cares. Well, that's more likely going to be a breakout trade that's going to fail. And most of them fail.
Gotcha. Okay. And so how much time would you give it?
Well, it depends on the situation. If it's like a breakout of initial balance of a day that I think, is going to become directional after it breaks out, it's not necessarily time, it's price. If it doesn't go my way right away, if it gets in my pocket at all, I'm out.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so it's more of a risk cutoff, a threshold that says it either fills and moves or I kill it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's got to go right now.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
So like, if we just took that, I mean, it went a little bit, but the minute it came back to my entry, I'm probably out of it, because it's like, most of these breakout trades fail. And
Right.
and I don't want to risk a lot on them. So it's, if it doesn't go right away and stay in profit pretty much, then if it comes back to my entry, then I'm probably out, because it doesn't cost me anything. If it starts to look like it may go, I can always get in again. It's, it's not a big loss to have to try and get in again on one of these types of trades. Now we're starting to see a little bit of wickiness on the tops here.
Yeah. Yeah. And interestingly, goes right up into that standard deviation band, sitting up at the top there, although the grind is still bullish, right? So on the left-hand side, let's think about, what would everyone think about taking a short at 17,632 at the prior high, or 17,634 just above it, where all of these guys are sitting? What do we think about short action? Do we think it's too dangerous? Because I believe that I'm going to cover this little MNQ the next time it comes into the top of that range. And I'm also going to raise the stop, because if it loses that edge, well, no, if it loses that edge, it should bounce, because that's where we want to go long, for that 610, 612 area, right? Yeah, so we're doing range to range. So what does everybody think about taking that trade short? And again, what we're learning to do is just work through mechanical flow of range expansion into compression or consolidation, and then range expansion to compression and consolidation and moving back up. So either we go long at the 610, 612, or maybe we go short at the 634 or 632. What do we think?
Well, you got, Friday's high here.
Yeah.
Which was 32.
Yeah. So I'm thinking we run into stops there, which should trigger a little bit of a punch that might get us short in the trade.
Okay.
To see, and we'll do that same thing that you're thinking of, that says, hey, either they defend that area and move back down, or I'm out of the trade, just like you were talking about, to use the time. So let's give it a go, see if it happens. Crumbs.
Yeah. I put an order in to sell it at 34.
Okay. All
so
right.
We'll see if we get those stops up there.
What did it come into? It came right into 631.75. So just shy of 632. Crudsickles. Oh, sorry. I have a basket of those strange and funny words that I use when things don't go my way. But yeah, crudsickles is one of them.
Crudsickles.
Yeah. So do we think this short is a dangerous one, or do we feel like it's got flow? It's got an opportunity to.
It's only dangerous if we don't get out of it.
All right. So
we get to decide how dangerous it's going to be.
All right. So I'm going to pull my stop down into maybe 640, or is that too round? Should make it 642 or 643.
So you're short already in that MNQ, right?
No, I'm long in the MNQ. I'm going to get out just before we take this short. So my brain's working in two directions, right? It's going to take the long into the upside, and then I'm going to take the short. Yes. Okay. So I'm out of the MNQ. It gave me about $30. And
Good.
now we're looking for this short to fill, which, come on, give it to us.
Oh, I think it's probably going to fill. Looks like we got some liquidity above too, all the way up to 40.
Yeah, so I moved the stop up to, you have 34, right? I have
Right.
34.75. I need to, no, I'm just
On your offer.
Yes.
Okay.
Dang it. If it rejects and it turns right around, I wonder, yeah, look at that. All right, I'm going to give it one more shot because, one, my linear regression curve is green and I still have a ton of slope in these moving averages on the very tight time frame.
So you're looking for longs. Oh.
No, I'm still looking for the short, but I'm not going to move my entry down. I was thinking to myself, maybe I ought to move my entry down, but I'm going to leave it where it sits at 634.75. And I have my stop at 644.75.
Oh.
And
it traded 34 and we didn't get a fill.
Dang it. All right. Let's see if
what
it
was
does
it?
it again.
Crapsicles?
Crudsicles.
Crudsicles.
Dang it. Look at that fade. Now, if you were scalping, that would be really great because you take it right off, right? You went from 634 to 625 or so. 626, you would take off those 4 points, you'd have size, and then you'd be in great shape. So we're gonna wait to see if it moves up into that space and gives us another shot. I think it will, because we still have so much green showing on the chart.
In the chart. But you don't
I still have the long. I still have the long waiting at 610.
Okay. Got it. Yeah, we're still waiting at 612 for the long.
How does everyone feel about this going back and forth? Is it tough? Is it what are we seeing from the chat in terms of this ebb and flow changing from long to short to whatever? How confusing or so boring? Go fix a sandwich.
Right.
Fix a sandwich. RJ.
Delta is negative in the NASDAQ. It is pretty positive in the S&Ps. The Delta is negative 2,000. Well, I mean, we're in the NASDAQ now, and I don't trade the NASDAQ, so, but I'm always willing to learn. Boy, we really nailed that 34 top there. We didn't get a fill. I know somebody else did in the micros.
Good for them.
Yeah, no, that's wonderful.
Good for them, yeah.
But yeah, that negative delta in the NASDAQ, the day session delta, I mean, when you look at this market, it's been moving higher on negative delta. It's not real deep negative delta, but I mean, there's buyers here somewhere.
Okay, so that's what it's saying. It still continues to say that. And I agree because everything is still green and pushing to the upside. Let me look at the ES. I just moved over to the ES. I have the 3-minute, just like you. It's coming to the top of the range. See how bunchy all the orders are. It's just a lot of orders sitting right here. The prior high is 34. Is that the all-time high? No. Is it?
34 quarter. Yes. It was last Friday.
Okay. And so our levels this morning gave 48.72 as a weekly kickoff. Is that what the number was? Let me see what it was.
48.82 was weekly kickoff low.
Okay.
49.75 is weekly kickoff high.
Okay. All right. Okay. Gotcha.
should be. I don't know why that's on 65. But I think it's 75. Oh, let me double check here. These are my numbers.
If price loses the second standard deviation, would you use that to close a long trade? Well, I would say no, and here's why. It's never just one thing that tells you to get out of a trade. It's a combination. And what needs to happen is, one, you test it, and then you fade, but you also break the near-term support. So in the ES, if we had taken a short, that stop event would be 49.2975. That would be a stop for the long, and it would also be a target for the short if you came and said, hey, I'm going to short the 2.5 standard deviation of the NQ. Now, here's the news flash. These standard deviation bands work a lot better in the ES than in the NQ. The NQ tends to expand well over the motions and then contract. They just are more erratic, the motion. But in the ES, because there's so much big money moving and everyone's watching these, they have a tendency to reject that 2.5 standard deviation. So you can scalp that all the time as a target zone and go, okay, that's either my place to take profit or I take a short. And of course, we missed a beautiful short. Let's see if it comes into the long action that we're looking for. What do you have yours at? 612?
12.
I have mine at 610. Because I'm looking right at the bottom of heavy congestion.
Mm-hmm. Right in that low volume zone there.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Zone.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Exactly there. So still waiting. Mechanical trading for me, if I find myself getting anywhere near to being on tilt, I'll break all the way down into these little mechanical trades. 1, 2, 3, 4, up, in, out, up, in, out. And that allows me to catch my rhythm and then go, all right, I know what's happening. So right now we're fading into a space. Let's see what the ES says. Maybe we'll be able to get ourselves, shoot. Okay, where's the low volume node for the ES? It's at 27.
Yes.
20, is that 27? All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to trade there.
I mean, it basically closes out the single TPOs, which might be indicating some sort of change. Here it is. There's your single TPOs. So 49.2750 closes those out. And that's your low volume node, very similar to the S&Ps or to the NASDAQ.
Okay.
And the NASDAQ single TPOs are right here. So we close down to 10. That takes out those single TPOs.
Okay.
Now, there's usually a bunch of stops there because a lot of folks are taking the long at 12 and 10. So you got to give it a little bit of space. You know, I think we're giving it enough space if we take this down to 17,600.
Right.
If we even get in, who knows? Negative delta in the S&P in the NASDAQ, 16,000 positive in the S&Ps. Doesn't look like they're if there are buyers here, they're everybody's acting in concert in the S&Ps, but there may be some weaker hand shorts in the NASDAQ here.
All right, so what to do?
So we had, yeah. Right now we're kind of stuck between buys and sells, racking a hard place, whatever it is. But I mean, I think we made a little bit of money today during the session. We had a few little trades, and that's good. And I think some of our viewers actually took some some profits on a couple of those trades that we took here. So that's also good.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, yep.
How do you get these bands on Motive Wave? Let me show that very quickly to everyone.
Please go ahead.
So what you want to do is you want to look for, all right, let's go from the very beginning. Let's say I didn't even have it. And I would say add study, and I'd go to all studies, and I would say VWAP, and it would pop up. And I would say, okay. And then where it goes to standard deviation bands, you want to do this. You want to make sure this one says 1, this one says 2.5, and this one says 3, 3.2, whatever you want. And that's how you set it up. And then you just hit create, and it pops it on your frame. It's very simple to do it in Motive Wave. Very, very simple.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. So after this is over, if it doesn't go in and we close our segment, I still want to try this 610 long, and I'm going to use what you just said, because a little light bulb went off in my head when you said, wait, either they come and get it and it moves, or you don't. And I believe this is one of those places at the 610 area. So I'm going to be hanging out for that long, and I suspect that I should pull the short if I make a higher low. What do you think?
I just pulled it. I just pulled the one I had up there.
Yeah, I did too. All right. Good. Very good. Folks, really quickly, if you go to the Strategy Lab on the Motive Wave Discord, and I'm going to try and pop it up here really quickly. Let's see if I can get it in 2 secs. Discord, Topstep, Strategy Lab. All right, I'm going to pop it up here so that you can see. Here, I put up little things that tell me what I look for with the VWAP bands. And so you can click on any of these. They pop out really big. They tell me about weight state, how the price action will be moving for the ES, the NQ, and all of that. And I put that up early in the morning to help you out in conjunction with what Hoag has to tell us, because I try to make sure that when I check my levels, I'll go back to Hoag's and see how close they are. And this is what I put up. So it's just another extra resource for you as a trader, being part of the Topstep community. I'm here and there. I answer tons of questions, as you can see. And I put out a teeny little video that's usually 5-6 minutes long in the morning, and you can get it there for any kind of additional help.
That's awesome, Anne-Marie. That's such a great thing that you do for our traders. And some guys asking, where does she put it? It's in our Discord channel. The Discord channel link is just a couple of spots right above where you wrote that in, some guys. So get in there, and there's so much information. There's so many resources there.
Yes.
And Anne-Marie is, of course, among the best. So great session. Eddie, I think we're getting a little bit short on time here. So Anne-Marie, thank you so much. Had a blast today. Looking forward
it was
to
fun.
Tomorrow.
Trades.
Is that Thursday you're on Fast Markets, and then again for
Fast
Back
Markets,
to the Futures on Friday. Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Anne-Marie.
Thanks so much, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day. See you later.
Thank
Dre and D-Time Dolby going to be with DannysTrades, and that's going to be coming up here. And you know what? I really think this is going to be a blast.
This is going to be a fun afternoon.
Oh, heck yeah. All right, we're going to take
Well,
time
hopefully
out,
it has
and we
been.
will be right back. Thank you.
All right. Take care, everyone. Thanks, Anne-Marie. Thanks, Eddie.
Welcome to Power Hour. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, we got a room full of hot traders here. We've got Andre, we've got Dobie Time, and of course, DannysTrades. Danny, how are you today?
Good. How are you? Been pretty
I'm
well.
fine. Thanks for asking. Dobie, you ready to put that 15 lot on?
Yep. I'm geared up and ready to go.
Geared up and ready. And I know Andre is geared up. He's been geared up since the beginning of time. So,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to pass it back to you,
sir.
Andre. And
Thank you, Eddie.
All yours, my partner.
Thank you, my friend. All right, we are ripping higher. Over this little break here, we are ripping higher. We are seeing a 600 lot sitting at 49.45 in the S&Ps. I believe these are all-time highs in S&P trading. I think we still have some more room to the upside in NASDAQ. We are ripping higher. We do not know exactly what the news was. Some people are saying yellow, some people are saying the Treasury report on borrowing needs. We do not exactly know, whatever. All we know that the market is rallying right now. What's up, DannysTrades? Welcome back to the show, man. How have you been? We haven't heard from you in a minute. Tell us, give us an update. How you been?
I've been pretty good. Just enjoying life, right? Did a couple things. Got a couple new things. So just been enjoying work. I bought a new car. I bought 2 new cars.
What kind?
What
kind?
Should I say it?
Yeah,
nice
I think
cars.
you should, yeah. Yes, they are. What is it?
I got a G-Wagon and a Ferrari. So
yeah,
nice.
What kind of Rari?
458.
My man, my man.
G63. So I've been enjoying life, right? Trading up and down, right? Had some good weeks, then had a bad week like 2 weeks ago, and then today I'm kind of just sitting near break even. Haven't done much today, but trading's been going well. Taking it easy. It's a NQ, as we've seen, and you guys probably seen, right? It's been very volatile. So it's been wrecking, I think, a lot of us, just to be completely honest,
Why is that?
It's again, I use a 50 tick stop loss, right? And for the past couple of weeks, we've been very choppy, or news comes out and we get very volatile. So most of my winning trades have been holding trades where I size down less and I hold for like 2 hours. And that's what's been making me money. Instead of trades that, a lot of times what I like to do is scalp maybe 50 to 100 ticks, right? But with this kind of market right now, we're just going back up and down a lot. So it's tough, right? So you just got, as a trader, you just got to learn how to adapt to it and find what works, right? And then you have to readjust and say, all right, you know what? This is what I'm going to do now. This is how I'm going to adapt to the market. So that's what I've been doing. That's what I've been focusing on, right? Is adapting to this new price action for the new year. I had a good. Can you
give us an example?
Yeah,
give us an example. How you've changed it up.
Okay, so for example, today I took 4 trades in the morning. Okay, and 2 of those actually being on ES, 2 of those being on NQ. Okay. This morning, I don't know if you saw price action this morning, but let's go here to the morning. Yeah. So this morning, I just got caught up. The first trade I took was ES longs. Worked out perfectly. I caught about, I think it was about 16 ticks on it, which was a very nice trade. I traded 15 cons on it. Made $1,000, right? Went back to NQ. On that huge pump we had on NQ, and then that mini pullback we had, I traded 5 contracts, lost 50 ticks. And this is where I talk about, like, it's very different, right? So I lost 50 ticks with NQ with 5 cons, which still equates to about over $1,000, a little bit over $1,000, right? So then I break even on the day, right? So then I take another NQ long and get stopped out. And then I'm like, you know what? NQ is too volatile. I'm going to move on to ES, S&P 500. And then I'm going down to the S&P 500, start trading ES. I take the shorts on ES when, I don't know if you saw this morning when we had that big drop. I was short. Yeah. Right? I caught most of the move, almost got stopped out, but I hold the short, made almost a lot of my money back on that short down there. And right now I'm just almost seeing I break even on the day. So just going back and forth, trying to find a trade setup, but really haven't really found one. I took long actually. Took long at 11:58, but I got out before the pump that just happened right now at 12.
Ooh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and I missed it.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to rush it, right? So I'm trying to just wait for the next setup to pull out. That way I can have a nice trade, clean trade setup.
For sure.
I've been working on being a lot more patient, patient with my trades, right? Not rushing into them, being super aggressive, because I've realized that, being super aggressive on my trades has gotten me most definitely. It's good when it works out, right? But when it doesn't work out, it's a little ugly, But
yeah, for sure.
Definitely something I've been working on is patience, training the zones, training the levels, and it's been going pretty well, right? Been doing pretty well. It's definitely been a tough month, but I've been having a lot of fun with it. So
good on you. Good on you. Hey, Dolby, have we seen any headlines yet as to what this rally's about? Is it Yellen or is it the Treasury news? I don't know. Here we go. Another
For NQ, I was on Twitter and it seems like it caught a lot of people off guard. So I don't really know what it was. I wouldn't think that it'd be something super obvious because no one really knew about it. I mean, I don't really know what caused it. I don't know. Twitter typically knows, but we didn't really have anything on the. Someone was saying Yellen talk randomly. Is that true?
The new Jay says the new power hour was starting, so they created some volatility for us. Well, I appreciate that, Mark, and thank you for that. I've seen Yellen Treasury. Everyone keeps saying Treasury.
Okay, one of the two.
Yeah, it was pretty much Rips. I saw Rips in there. Rips, if you know, please give us a shout out. Anyways, all right, DannysTrades. So we're gonna sling some size today, right? The people came to watch. They wanted to see you sling some size, my man. We don't have to force trades, but you know the drill.
15 cons is what I stick to. I barely started trading. ES, like I said, right? And I've realized that. So pretty much what you do on NQ, you have to have on ES, right? So if you have a 50 tick stop loss on NQ regularly, you have to have a 25 tick stop loss on ES if you're trading 15 cons. Make sense?
You say that again. Say that again.
So if you have a 50 tick stop loss on NQ, and you start trading ES, on ES you have to have a 20 tick stop loss if you're trading 15 cons instead of a 50 tick stop loss, right? Because it's the tick size is a lot bigger, but it moves a lot less, So I've been trying to get used to both. I really like the way that ES moves, though. Very slow. It's very compatible,
NQ.
So
man, this thing's running.
Yeah, we are running, dude. More liquidity to the upside here in the S&Ps. 560 sitting at 49.46 half. See if that gets filled. Obviously, those 45s just got filled. They're gobbling up liquidity to the upside. We are running here, Dolby. Might be time. We got to get in. I don't know where we're going to get in, though. Since you got to buy the highs here.
Great question. Great. Yeah, I kind of do. I wanted to pull back a little bit further down, but it was absolutely not getting hit. So I don't really know how to play this. Danny, what's your kind of strat? You trade a lot of size. Are you getting in and out pretty quickly? Are you scaling out? Are you all in, all out? How do you approach, handling that much size?
I'm just like you guys, right? I when I see the move, I just take it, no hesitation. So it's we're starting to pump. For example, on a move like this right now, the market's already at its highs. I would wait for a minor pullback and then start riding the trend if it happens, But I definitely, the more times I get stopped out is when I try to play the breakouts, right, of the highs, because then you have a fake out and then a pullback and then you start pumping again. So I always tell everyone, I'm like, okay, breakout equals a fake out. So wait for the fake out to come back, and then once we start pumping again, get back in, right? So balance out and then join the moves. So I really don't want to miss out on this move right here. So eventually I will get in longs. I'm just waiting for that pullback to happen. And like I said, I like to be aggressive with it. So once it starts happening, I'll start heading into it. So here we go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. These are all-time highs. All the liquidity, all these block orders, all these paper orders are getting filled. We got 670 sitting at 49.49. S&Ps, we're coming up to it. Let's see if these suckers trade. Almost. tick off of it. These orders to the upside. Then we got 560 sitting at 49.50 to the upside. We got 300 sitting at 49.50 or 49.50 quarters, 600, and we got 49.50. We got 300 sitting on that offer. And they're just gobbling up every offer. There is no resistance in the S&Ps right now. Adobe time, we're going to have to wait for a pullback. Otherwise, might have to just be a market order. And we just close it, point, click, and pray. Yeah, I know, man. Orders? I know. Adobe's a limit order trader.
I'm a limit order guy.
How about you?
I market everything.
Yeah. Why is that?
Futures is just very liquid. I've never really gotten a bad feel. There's been some times where the market's very volatile and I do get like a big gap.
Hold on.
But
you've never had a bad fill before, Danny? Ever?
What I'm saying is the times that it's volatile, I get really bad gaps, right? But with the way the market moves, with the way the market moves, you don't have to worry about that. Because I mean, if you're gonna go up, you're gonna go up. You'll get those back. Like I talked about it today, right? I went in on ES longs, right? Mm-hmm. And from the entry that I wanted to the point that I got filled was like, it was a pretty big, pretty big gap, right? But ES fills that gap pretty fast with the type of volatility it has. So I don't really worry about it.
All right. Well, if you guys want to pull back, I just went long 3, so here's your pullback coming up. I went long 3 market, so here's the pullback. You guys can hop in.
For sure. I've been in this long on I've only been on this on my Topstep account. I haven't gotten in on my live account yet. So just currently waiting.
I literally just bought highs and now it's pulling back like perfectly. Why does that happen every time, Danny? How come every time I just buy highs, it just pulls back immediately? What the hell's going on?
It happens.
How does it happen every time, though? That's what I don't get. I got peer pressured, Bob, into a market order because NQ is just going straight up.
No, stop.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry about sorry about the interrupting, guys. I'm still working on this with the gaps in the talking. I'm working on it, guys. So my apologies in advance. I'm going to give you guys more air to get in there and do the damn. Dolby, you are long right now. Let's rip this sucker higher. 49.50 in the S&Ps. Are we going to see 5,000 by the end of the week? I mean, jeez. Danny, how do you deal with FOMO when you see this type of market action and you're not in on the move? And how do you deal with FOMO?
I'm gonna catch the move, just not right now. So
my man,
I got it too. You know what I mean? I got it too.
Yeah, it's
like
real.
Everyone else, right? Yeah, it's real. Like right now, you don't think I count like this? I'm like, damn, I just missed out because I should have gone in at 11:59, right? So don't you think I measure it and I'm like, dang, I just missed out 200 ticks, right? That's me too, right? But it's about being it's about being calm. Right now, we just hit supply, so we're gonna see how we react off this supply zone. It's a pretty strong supply zone, which is why I think we're having a pullback. I think we're gonna go deeper into the supply, but again, we'll see how we react off of it. Right? That's what's gonna really determine. Because the other thing I don't like doing is going long when we're gonna start going to supply. I got to see that momentum keep pushing up. And it's a pretty strong supply too.
Yes. Can you explain that? What do you mean by that? For some people asking that, what do you mean by that? There's a supply zone.
Well, the way that I see the market, whatever you want to call it, I don't even know if it's what you want to call it, supply and demand, whatever you want to call it, right? Yeah, for sure. But order blocks, whatever. People have different names for it. I don't really give it a name. It's just a zone I like, right? For me, it's kind of, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Bookmap, right? But
yep.
I think someone was saying there's a 600 lot on this place. I don't know if you were doing that with your DOM or you were doing that with a footprint or Bookmap, whatever it is, right? But if you see a lot of times, we accumulate price on Bookmap, for example, we start balancing out, right? Then we have a big move. And what does price usually like to do? It likes to put orders where those big balances were. Right. So I find those on TradingView and I say, okay, this is a spot where we balanced out. Once we balanced out, sellers just popped in very aggressively. So when we come back into that area, I want to see how it reacts. And again, just because there's a supply zone or demand zone doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to play long or it doesn't mean I'm going to play short in supply or long in demand, right? It just simply means that whatever happens, I'm willing to take. This just gives me more conviction. So it just gives me conviction, because if everything lines up with my analysis, then I'll take it. But again, look what's happening right now. We're pumping pretty hard into supply. So we have to have a break of structure before we even consider taking another trade. If we're going to go short, right? I'm not saying go short, but I'm just saying if we consider the shorts, we're pumping too hard for this to even be considered a short right now, because it's not, right? And if you could go on, and I've done this before, if you try to catch tops and bottoms, you're going to fail about, 80% of the time. Okay. You're going to fail trying to do that. So you got to wait for a break of structure and direction. This pump has already been going on now since 12 o'clock. It's been about 30 minutes of the hard pump, the aggressive pump, right? Eventually it's going to have to pull back. Okay. But I mean, again, if you want to be aggressive, you just have to be aggressive and size smartly, right? So if you're in long, do it, right? But do it something affordable, something where you can have a wide range of stop loss. Okay, so again, I'm going to be staying patient here.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Hey, we got more liquidity to the upside here. We got 600 sitting at 49.54. My goodness, everything's getting gobbled up. All these offers are getting gobbled up in S&Ps. So there is some size. Wow, this thing just keeps ripping. Watch, look at this. This might be a point, click, and trade type of trade. How we looking, Dolby? Holler at me, boy.
Look like it's going up. That's what it looks like it's doing. But it's the market, so you never know. But momentum is up. Entry was not ideal, but we got involved. Got involved for chat. That's who I do it for. It's who I serve.
Filled. Every order's getting filled.
I mean, this thing is just
look at
rolling.
This. Woo! Get him, Dolby. I love it, man. Dolby got in there. Said he bought the highs, but there's new highs to be made. So far, so good. DannysTrades, how are we looking to attack? Where's my man at? Where'd my man go?
Well, this is I'm right here. Oh, I don't know what.
Okay, cool, man. There you are. Yeah. What do we think?
Sharing my screen on that one.
Okay, I think we can do that for you for sure. Oh shoot, it's almost 2:30. We're gonna start getting the market imbalance MOC initial orders. We got anything coming in yet? Nothing yet. We'll keep you posted on that. It comes out probably about 4 minutes or so. We are trading. Shout out to all the bell to bellers, man. You guys rule. Thanks for joining us. We're seeing some action here, boy. New highs. Here we go. Take out the new highs. NASDAQ making new highs. S&P's making new highs. Take a quick look at Tilt. 61% long in ES. What else? Everything's moving around here. 57% long in NQ. So hopefully the majority is getting paid on this move to the upside. We are rocking and rolling here. Power hour, man. Shit.
It is moving.
Damn, Danny, you come on here and we start rocking and rolling, man. Appreciate it, dude.
We'll see what happens right now. I'm still waiting for. I had an entry on my Topstep account at. I don't know if you guys can see my screen. Let me see.
I think we can.
If JD's on, you can maybe switch it up. We're on my screen right now, so my trade's on.
I am sharing. Okay.
There we go. You're up now.
I'm up.
I believe so. Yeah. I think that's
your turn.
You
my face.
All good. That might be my okay. Well, what are you
up right now?
Yeah, we're looking at the NQ. This is the NQ on the 5 minute. The 5 minute chart NQ we're looking at right now. Danny, what were you trying to say? You have an order in there, or?
I've had it. I'm not on my live account. Like I said, on my main account, Topstep account, I currently am watching this. But on Topstep account, I did get an entry at 78 down here. Been in since 78, so currently waiting.
Man, it's starting to pull back pretty quick here.
Here's the pullback. I mean.
Let's see.
Came off hard here.
I'm stepping back in again. I added a EMA to my chart. Starting to learn.
Okay.
Starting to learn some stuff on TopstepTV. I got an EMA and I got a VWAP now.
Damn, son. I just added VWAP too, dude. It works. This shit works, man. So yeah, if it ain't broke, don't. I mean, yeah, it works. The markets bounce off that all the time. Yes, they do. All right, DannysTrades. This is the pullback we're looking for.
Yep, this is the pullback I wanted.
Okay. All right.
Again,
Well, talk to us. What are you thinking?
This could be the pullback to the downside. So I'm gonna wait, see what happens first.
Okay. How do you get confirmation?
If we break right now, I'm watching 1797. Okay. And if we start pulling back up, I'll be good. But looks like we're coming down a bit. Don't want to play the longs just yet. So
okay. All right. So now, what do you say? 697. 697 is the level you're waiting to see if we come back to.
Yeah, 697. I want to see us break that level and then see how we react off that level. We could get past that level. You know, could be strong. We, like I said, right now, obviously longs are coming back in, but you know that's the level I'm talking about, 697. So 697 is the level I'm watching, right? And the longs coming in right now don't mean much either, because this could just be creating a lower high, potentially. I'm not saying it will, right? But could be, and then we could just break 697, and we could just fall short, and we could fill the imbalance all the way down to 684. And that's why I got out of my Topstep position for $970 on that one. And then now I'm trying to see if I can. I did 2 contracts on that one. So the account on Topstep is pretty small. So, but I'm trying to see if this wants to pump or does it want to break to the downside.
Okay, so he's looking at that level. Boy, you're not gonna come in by this. We didn't even get close to that. They just decided, screw it, we're just gonna keep buying this.
It's got a little bounce off the 15 EMA on the 1 minute. Would have made for a nice entry. Yeah, I'm kind of liking these EMAs and
I was gonna say,
just to get me aligned, with the market. I'm tired of like counter trend trading all this stuff, dude. Just get me aligned.
This EMA shit, yeah.
I'm gonna be a genius.
Let's see what we got. All right, real quick. Early MOC market on close imbalance, 282 million to the buy side. 282 million to the buy side is kind of light. Keep you updated as we get closer to that in 20 minutes here. When all those MOCs are executed, that pullback could have been nice. Nice entry, you said. Dolby's
so
checking
we're
out
at
EMAs
highs
now. Okay.
If we get a pullback here now, I'm going to go in.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go.
What are you working? What are you working? Talk to us, Danny. Talk to us.
Longs. If we get a pullback, just a little mini pullback here, I'll go in the longs. Right? This is the highs, though. This is usually where we get that little mini pullback, and then boom, we pump again, or we just drop here and break 97. So I'm ready for it, though. See, this is where we have that little pullback at the high. It always happens. It never does, right? It's never just going through the high like that. We're gonna have this little pullback. We're either gonna pump above or we're gonna start falling short. I'm ready here, but I'm ready to take my trade now.
I'm in the zone.
Okay, let's do it, man. Talk us through it. Talk us through it, DannysTrades. Talk us through this. What do you got?
Okay, so first,
got your pull.
We get DannysTrades. His charts up. Let's switch to his charts.
If you're sharing this. Yeah, let's do this.
Let me do it.
We are hearing, yes, Tesla is rallying right now.
Every time I share my screen, it just puts it up where my camera's supposed to be.
Okay. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's probably an input issue. Where did full port come from? I know that means just like max contracts. What's like the
I've done that
before. What's the background of full port? What is that? Like a boat term
it's
or
fun.
something?
It's actually pretty fun. If you
it
on
sounds
the right
awesome.
side.
I just don't know what the hell it means.
Port.
Like, where did full port come from?
I guess the full portfolio. So you put your portfolio all in one.
All in. Got you.
Yeah,
all in full portfolio.
So you go, you do that with small accounts because small accounts you can't grow unless you full port. So you like a $2,000 account. I'm serious.
Dolby. Kids these days, Dolby. Kids.
I'm just trying to learn.
Man. Me too. I never heard that one. I never heard that. It used to be all max out or size up. But yeah. Full port NQ. Let's do it, dude. This is the power hour. We go full port on the power hour. I know we like to have a good time, but we do take the trading seriously, man. This is wild. Full port.
Yeah.
I'm using that from here. I'm using it from here on out, man. Yeah.
You just gotta. it's fun. You gotta have fun with trading. You can't be all serious about it, uptight about it. Like it's fun. You know what I mean? It's fun.
Yeah, man. There's a
It's
new
supposed to be fun.
yeah, there's full port. Dolby, let's go full port on this thing, dude.
I don't have enough
Yeah,
room right now.
that sounds so fun. Though,
Yeah.
I need to give myself some buffer before I can launch a 15 lot. Because I had such a good day. I had such a good day like last week.
Here we go. This is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm not in yet, but I'm about to get in. Here we go. This is what I'm going to decide.
Pulled pork. No, full port, not pulled pork, guys. Come on. Come on.
All right.
Let's do this.
I do want to try the shorts first just because the top stop would be so tight. I want to see if we break structure down here first.
Okay. How many contracts?
1 second. On this one, I'll go. If I do shorts, I'm gonna go 5. If I do longs, I'll go 15 because the momentum's falling to the upside, right? So that's just kind of how I roll, right? There's nothing really to the short side. So if I go short, I'm trying to catch the top pretty much, right? So, and we have to break, but I will go 15 lots on the shorts if we break 97. So I'm just watching it right now.
Sevens. Okay, 17, 697.
So would you average it
downside
for the rest of it? So if you went like short 3, would you add another 12 if it broke the 97s?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
But it has to not fake out though, because it could easily be a fake out.
What'd you say about fake outs and breakouts?
I want to see it break 97 and then but break it for sure, like continuation. Okay. So we got to get in early, and we're gonna go for that break. And that's why I always tell people we gotta get in early. So I'm gonna go in the shorts now. I just went in the shorts. Gotta try to get in early, man.
Yes, you do. You guys beat everyone to the punch, right?
Yeah, you have to, because then it could fake out the lows, and then you'll be
every
good,
time I'm on hour, freaking either like Rips comes on, and I'm fading Rips, and I shouldn't be. I'm fading Danny, I shouldn't be.
There's a 58 order right now at 97. 97 is super strong. So we break the highs and we go, I'll keep it very tight. Like I said, right? If we come back into 11, come back to the highs, I'm just going to get out. And yes, I am on
very good.
97 is my key level. So we break 97, I will go into a 15 lot on the shorts. If we break the highs, I'm going to get out.
16. Only fade you need to catch is at a barbershop, Rip said. No one's got a better fade than Rips, man. Actually, no, he's very, very beautiful head of hair. I think Rips will be joining us too. He will not. Yes, Rips will be joining us on Thursday. Power Trio, Dolby, Rips, and myself. I do believe we got Rips coming in. Yes. Oh, Rips will be joining us on Fast Markets tomorrow. Oh, buckle up. Andre, MP, Hoagland, Rips tomorrow on Fast Markets. That should be good. I believe Michael is back tomorrow. Long-awaited return from our leader. Let's see here. All right. So, Dan, you took that short?
Yeah. Just light out right now until we break 97. Once we break 97, full port.
Full port, baby. Let's do it, dude. Full port.
Once we break that,
we're not making higher highs. We're not making higher highs on the 1 minute. At least
exactly.
Not yet.
We're just staying flat. That's why I always tell people, like, dude, just try. Like, people want you to always be right. And the thing with the market is, you're not always gonna be right, dude. Just send it. Have fun with it. You know what I mean? If you're wrong, you're wrong.
I'm out. Down 428. Once again, fading our guest. Not a good idea.
No. Well, we weren't rallying.
We haven't even broken 97 yet. All right, full ports here, guys. We'll see if we get a little
full ports.
No, I'm just kidding. No, you understand.
Pulled pork. Let's do it.
I'm gonna fade this, man. We're gonna write this down into at least near like 17,688. Okay.
17,688. 17,688. We break 97s. We're coming up to DannysTrades level at 17. 17.
Dude, we're gonna get a fat rip to the downside. All we gotta do is call the bank Nancy Pelosi, she dropped the market for us. Okay, we just got to rip right here. We'll rip hard for the downside.
So what's your average? What's your entry right now? What's your average?
1700s.
Nice.
1700.
Nice entry.
Yeah, decent entry. Not bad, you know. I mean, because my stop right now is, yeah, I mean, pretty much like 40 ticks. I'm not risking a lot on this trade either, even if I do take it out. Now I'll make 50 ticks. It's a 1-to-1 risk to reward. So I'll take it, you know. Just gotta keep coming down. The only thing that I don't like, the only thing that always gets me, not like worried, but you're always like, frick, bro, like what if, you know, is that we're pumping. This could just be like the pullback could end, because this is still the strong level here. I know you guys can't see my screen, but we're still at that bounce level right now. So we still got to get like pierced through this. And I'm watching Bookmap right now. Like our next strong level is not till 1787. 1787, we got a fat order of a bunch of buyers just stacked. You know, 103, 103 contracts. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
So
okay, I see that. They come. Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Yo, what I said.
Yo,
nice job, dude.
come on,
Nice
Danny
job.
Trades.
Get it.
What
Damn.
a dude. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Go for it. Come on, baby. Let's keep going.
What are you targeting? What are you targeting, Danny Trades?
Yeah, right here, 87. I'm going to take half off right here, guys.
Nice.
Taking half off. I'm going to put my stop at break even now. And I'm going to ride the rest. This is usually what I do.
Woo!
Okay. We just
Wow, trade,
chill
man.
right here. This is where I would kind of be like 47K, whatever, you know, kind of thing. But we're
damn, dude.
Wow, nice trade.
My stop
Damn,
is now
son.
at break even. I took half off, so I still made. Right now, I'm up on this trade $1,500. So,
damn,
you know, even and again, it's at 1,700 flat. My stop now. Okay, so 87 is where all those big buyers are at. Pulled pork play.
Pulled pork, baby. Extra barbecue sauce, man. Extra barbecue
Yeah, so right
sauce.
here,
Let's get it.
if we go back to, I'm actually gonna put my stop a little more down into like profit. Nothing crazy, right? But I'm gonna put my stop at 98.50. What's the reason for this? Because if we break above 98.50, we're probably just gonna shoot up, you know. So I'd rather make, even if it's just like $100, rather make that than the break even, you know, because break even stop loss, you still have somewhat slippage, you know.
Yep.
You always do. You're always gonna have a decent amount of slippage. So we'll see right now. I did sell half at the bottom near that 87 level. And right now I'm still holding half my position. So right now I'm still holding 7 contracts.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah. And stop as I break even, and I sold 8.
Beautiful. Look at that. Amazing, Danny. The chat's loving this. This is what we do on Power Hour, man. Chat. Nobody says, chat, you are funny. Indeed, they are. And we have S&P's 69% short bias. Nice. NASDAQ 64% short bias. They are. What's so funny, Dolby? Why is that funny? Or was that Danny?
You just said a joke. That was a funny joke.
Okay. Yeah.
Subtle, you slipped it in there. I thought it was funny.
Yes, so we are seeing some short bias to the downside, and Danny Trades is short. Looking for what was that size order in NASDAQ that we were looking at to the downside? Danny, where was it? Danny, oh, here it is. Where was
87.
that?
87, but it's not there anymore. It disappeared.
Well, they pulled it.
So we might just go down. We could just slice through that level. So I think right now we have it. It's pretty good. Also, yeah, dude, anyone's nightmare would be 15 cons. I did pretty good with 15 cons, but I think that dude, my problem with when I did the Topstep account was never my problem is not sizing. My problem is just I like to keep freaking banging it out, right? That's why I guess over trading, but it's not really over trading because you're doing it yourself. You know what I mean? So there's no such thing as over trading, but you just have fun until something magical happens.
I love it, man. I love it. Why, hey, Danny, why do you love trading so much? I can hear your passion in your voice. What you talk about? What do you love about this thing the most? The money, the freedom, the independence, the lifestyle. What do you love? The Ferraris, the
Honestly,
what do you
I'm
love
home
about this?
all day. I'm home all day. I barely go out. So
why'd you buy other cars then? If not even leaving your house.
Just gonna rent them out to people.
do some rides.
Who do want to show off, right? You look at my Instagram. I don't post any pictures of them. They're just mine. I just have them because I like them. But the funny thing is, I got stopped out, by the way, on the rest of my contracts. So I still made 1,800 on that position right there. Still good, right? But I just like it. I trading. I've been trading for a long time. Like my first year of trading, it's probably still gonna drop, guys. Honestly, you ready?
I'm looking for 680.
I'm just waiting for it to break the lows. Right now it's getting higher, trading above higher levels. I don't know. I would say I love trading because it just brings. It's just something to do. I've always loved it since I was like 17. It's just been something I've always enjoyed doing. Watching videos. Plus, I didn't really like school, so I don't know. I think when I fell in love with it was definitely that one time where I took 87 got sliced through right now.
Did it really?
87. Yeah. I told you that order disappeared. Now there's an order at 75, so we're probably going to keep tanking all the way to 75, and it did. That order disappeared at 75. We're going to keep slicing through 75 and then head all the way down to, I don't even know, dude. At this point, I would just take profit. That's all I'm saying. But
675. 675 downside target. Roger that.
Someone said Daniel for sure. He just gambles. We all gamble. Come on.
Is it gambling though, man? Is it gambling when you know what the risk is? When you know what the risk is, and you can always walk away.
That's what they say, right?
That's what I'm saying.
It ain't gambling if you know you're gonna win. So I guess
gambling's pulling the slot machine.
Right?
Gambling's pulling the slot. Yeah, my man, dude. Gambling's my man.
It ain't gambling if you know you're gonna win.
Damn, dude, I love that. You hear that? You hear that, chat? You ain't gambling.
I mean, if your risk is managed, it's not really gambling.
They don't like it. You know what I mean? Guys, 75 is going to hit pretty soon. But at this point, if I was still in, I would just close out my whole position because we're reaching a balance point. We're probably going to balance pretty soon at this balance point. So I would just close out, finish that trade, look for my next one, if there's even anything, and then I would lower my size. Right.
We have 400 sitting on 49.45 on the bid. 49.45 even. S&P's got a 400 lot sitting there. As always, S&P's love to fill size. Might get along with that order. There's a reason they're sticking that order in there. All those upside stuff got hitting the chat. You're on to me, Claire Brandt. You're on to me. Claire Brandt gets the bit.
Someone asked me to explain why I pulled the trigger on those shorts. See, it's a good thing. Like I said, we close out in that area. We reached a balance point, so it's best, like I said, to avoid that pullback. But I don't know. The reason I went into that was mainly just hitting that 1 hour supply zone and seeing the reaction off of it. Pretty much, it's kind of, and then again, telling you seeing the big order at 87. Knowing that we're gonna come back to that level or either slice through that level. And we did slice through that level, coming all the way down to 80. So of course, shorts were active.
Love it. Wow, this hour's going fast. We've got 12 minutes left till the bell rings. Go ahead, Dolby. Talk to people.
It always does. It's the fastest hour of my life every time. It just zooms right by.
Crazy.
Just zooms right by.
Danny, They're saying that you've matured Danny, you've matured as a trader. That's what they're sensing here in the chat. Would you say you've matured as a trader? It sounds like you kind of have this month at least.
I think I've matured in life. You know what I mean?
Also,
like, I just think that like before, I feel like, you know, I was very reckless, like a reckless driver. You know, you have reckless drivers, then you have drivers that are very careful. I don't know, I'm just saying, right? But traders, it's the same thing. You have traders that like we know what to do, right? But we're very reckless with it. So everything we see, we do it, you know. And my mindset has really shifted from, I guess, last year, where I was more reckless than this year, right? Because this year I've been a lot more conservative. And to be completely honest, you know, I'm not making those big 20K, 47K gains. But even like back then, when I had those 47K gains, I had some big fat losses too. So, I mean, I'm definitely more conservative now. I'm definitely more consistent for sure in the way that I can keep more profits on the table for the end of the year. And, you know, just smart by, you know, taking profits, not wanting to do things that just don't even make sense, you know. So I think I've matured. It's just a matter of being like, dang. I think it happened the first week of January. I made 47K first day of January of trading. And in 2 days of the 47K day, I lost $28,000. At that point, I realized I was like, damn, dude, like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? And honestly, those 2 days that I did lose 28K, I feel like I was just clicking buttons the whole time. Right? So I was like, dude, this has to change now. Like, this is ridiculous. So I was down on myself for like a whole week. And I was like, you know what? It's just a matter of coming in and changing how you see things and view things and just being more mature, being more conservative. And I think a lot of traders never reach that point though, you know, because I'm not even going to talk about it. Yeah.
Talk about it.
A lot
Come
of
on, it's Power Hour.
traders
Talk
are ready
about
for
it.
that talk, man.
What do you mean? Talk about it.
Most
It's
traders,
just us three.
all right,
It's you, me, and Dolby.
Okay, it's just us three. I'm going to talk like there's no one in the chat. All right.
Yeah.
I think about 90% of traders, more than 90% of traders, I just don't want to be mean, right? All right, can I say anything I want?
Yeah, dude, just say what you got to say. Yeah, say what you got to say.
I think most traders, like, I don't know, I feel like just most traders aren't going to become successful, you know? They don't, you know, in this is the thing. I'm going to say what
around this, dude.
I'm going to clarify
around this, man. I know what you're trying to say. I know exactly what you're trying to say.
Danny, just hurt me already. Just say what you're going to say because I know it applies to me.
Say it, man. Come on.
Okay,
be real.
This is the thing. You know the Discord communities that we have and Discord communities that everyone has. Okay, I probably only see like maybe like 5% of the same people from when I started, right? So, okay, and a lot of those people become either haters or they become people that just hate on trading. Like they think trading is a whole gambling thing. That's why I say 90%, right? And I feel like people aren't just prepared to take on that challenge of trading. You know what I mean? Because it is like draining.
Exactly.
It is hard. Like it's hard. Like it's still hard for me, you know? And I think that trading community is just trading culture is just very toxic, right? And then you got, you know, I love that these prop firms came around to give an opportunity to everyone, right? But even now that this opportunity is out, people take advantage of it and still don't want to learn. You know what I mean? When they have all the tools, right? They have you guys, so they're not blowing their own live money, which they're not blowing like, because back when I trade options, dude, it was all personal money. You know what I mean? There was no prop firms, or there was prop firms, but they weren't as blown up as many people know now. You know, it was just pure people blowing money in options, you know, and they couldn't start again until they raised more money to trade again. Now these prop firms, you know, I could go do a DoorDash order right now and buy one of your accounts, you know, just with one DoorDash order that I do. So you guys have made it very easy, trading very accessible, right? And I think that's where people have had an issue is they find it so easy to just, keep buying accounts or, keep restarting when they have all the tools that they need, right? You guys are offering your guys' coaching, all that stuff, and they have all these tools and they still, run into these problems where they just don't want to fully mature as traders. I'll put it that way, right? We don't want to mature as traders, right?
Okay, DannysTrades. I think essentially what you're trying to say is 90%, 10% success rate. I think those are the 10% that put the screen time in, that are doing it day in and day out, day in and day out. You say you don't leave your house, man. You don't leave your house. You're constantly looking at the screens, right? That's why you're successful, right? You put the time in, man. You put the time in. You got to watch the screens, even if it's boring. Even if the shit's boring and nothing's happening, you still got to watch order flow. You still have to see how the market reacts when it's sideways trades. Learn how to range trade. Learn how to do trend trades, breakout trades, runners, all that. When news hits the wires. That's what it is. It's not, people get into this. It's like get rich quick, right? But it ain't. It's about putting in the screen time. Yeah. You got to see pattern recognition. You got to see where the orders come in and how market. That's what the 10% do. And anyone can do it. And please correct me if I'm wrong. You said you weren't that. You didn't like school. You weren't that great at school, but you're a hell of a trader, right? So the formal education ain't going to help you when it comes to these markets, right? Formal education ain't going to do the damn.
Exactly.
What's going to do it is screen time. You're the 10% that put the work into this, and that's why you're successful, right?
Of course. This is the thing with me, right? When I started trading, dude, I was every single day from morning to night, I was on the screen, and I swear, God hear me right now, okay? I don't swear to God, but God hear me right now.
Go.
I was on every single day from morning to night, and when I wasn't on at a night, I was doing DoorDash and Instacart to at least make money to fund my trading. So for people to say they got an excuse to not trade or excuse that they don't have money to trade or time to trade, dude, you can make the time, because I swear, I felt like I didn't have the time and I still made the time, right? So, yep, you're right.
Yeah, man. All right, that's real talk. All right, appreciate it. We got 5 minutes left. We kind of got a little sidetracked. There's your pullback. If anyone in there got long.
I do DoorDash in my Ferrari.
Yeah, do they charge extra for
that? Nah, I just deliver orders on my free time. Actually, I should do that because I'm bored a lot of times, dude. I'm just at home.
That'd be fun.
I love it. I love it.
Roll up in a Ferrari, delivering.
You guys looking to take any other trades?
No, I think
in again. I know market's about to close, but I think longs might come in. Might just give them a chance here. Longs might come in. I'm gonna wait a little bit.
I'm gonna work a 50. I'm gonna work a full, pulled pork at 91 3/4. Maybe.
What's he talking about, Danny?
Danny,
what's he talking about?
Deliver me a pulled pork and a Ferrari on this 15 lot right here.
All right. Yeah, I need to.
My man.
All right, longs look like they're gonna come in here, guys. If we can get a pullback, we stay above 17,689. We'll get some longs for the end of the day. I know market's gonna close in 3 minutes, but I'm just giving an idea of what could happen. So it looks there's a big order stacked at 85.
Where we got?
Up.
Hit me. Where?
But that's all the way at the lows.
Okay.
So, but that could mean that buyers are trying to buy this up because there's 3 orders stacked: 85, 80, and 75, all stacked up right now, coming in.
Okay.
So
we got 3 minutes, boys.
We got
3 minutes, boys. Let's
go.
go.
See what could happen.
Let's do this. Let's do this shit. Let's go. We got 2,200 watching Power Hour right now. Let's get those likes up, subscriptions.
Hey, 2,200. That's pretty good, actually.
All right, I'm in the longs.
Boom. He's in.
Day, guys.
Let's go. Let's get it.
So you market order right into that long. Nice, dude. Nice.
Yep. I did right into that long. I don't want that pullback. Just a pump into supply, and then I'm gonna get out. This will be a nice scalp here. 96.75 was my entry, which was very nice.
Okay.
I'm just looking to do
2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2
2 minutes. 3 o'clock, we're going to go to Eddie.
Don't you guys agree with me? Scalping is like the best thing you could do. Just ride the momentum.
You know, I'm not going pulled pork, but I'm in with you guys here.
Oh, here we go. One more pump, guys.
Here we
there
go.
You go. Here we
well,
go.
How about it? Come on.
I just need to get it up into. There you go. All right, guys. I need one more pump here, and then I'll get out for market close. Because market close, we might just drop. Because have you guys seen the volatility after market close? It's crazy. There you guys go. 2,000 on this,
boom.
and I'm out. 2,500. I'm out.
Damn.
I'm telling you, man. I just made.
Look at that.
About almost $4,000 on this live with you guys. You know,
and that's how you stick the landing. That's how you stick the landing on Power Hour.
Right.
Okay.
I guess it's gambling. That's the difference. But you know you're gonna win. It's not gambling. So look, right at my spot, we'll go back. Look at that. You know.
Welcome to Power Hour, man. That's what
we just make
beautiful.
Stick the landing. DannysTrades, Dolby time. You guys crushed it, man.
So.
Everyone, hey. DannysTrades, take us away. We got less than a minute left. Look at this rally. How about it, man? How about it? DannysTrades, take us with some words of wisdom.
Coming in.
Oh, yeah, man.
Guys.
Yeah, we got like 30. Hit him, Daddy.
Take trading. Learn as much as you can. Stop being lazy. You have prop firms, so you don't have to lose money. So to say it's an investment in time, right? But you're already investing your time if you're working, you're doing school and other things, right? You invest your time when you wake up. So learn. You have all the tools to make it happen. Do not fall poor. That was just a joke. But yeah, man, I really believe in yourself. I think that's just the main one. Believe in yourself because nobody else might believe in you. But if you believe in yourself, bro, you could become a monster. So you gotta make it happen. You know.
Nice. That's great advice. Great advice.
Amazing. Eddie.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. But you know what? I honestly had a good time sitting here watching the three amigos cashing out. Good stuff all the way around. Danny, good trades here. And way to share that education. Hey, just want to remind everybody, tomorrow, we got some big numbers coming out tomorrow. It's going to start around maybe 7 a.m. Central with an IMF meeting. Minor numbers until about 8 o'clock, where we're going to see the HPI composite. We do have a 9 o'clock consumer confidence. Jolts at 9:30, Dallas Fed service. We also have the later on the API weekly crude oil stock. So that's going to be some numbers tomorrow. And on the menu, TopstepTV menu tomorrow. Be here at about 8 o'clock. Hoag and myself going to open up Fast Markets with Rips, Hoag, MP, and Andre. All-star cast. Shoulder tap, Hoag and Mick. We got Dolby time and Pro Trader Mike for power players. Alyssa and James are going to do the Top Step quiz, 11:45 Central. Group coaching, Robert again and JD. Robert did a great job today. Back to the Futures, Robert, D-Time Dolby, and Deanna for market stalking. Deanna's going to be with us here that afternoon. And Power Hour, Dolby, Coach Dakota, and Cami Capital. Back to you, Andre.
Yeah, that's all for today. Dolby, take it away. Say what you got to say. DannysTrades, thank you so much, man. Appreciate your good watching you make money. Dolby time, I'll say, just say thank you for everyone joining us. Dolby time, you take it away, man.
Let's see what do we got. Chat, thanks so much. Everyone have a great week. Trade well. I'm getting used to these EMAs and VWAP, so hopefully that will help my trading and I can do a pulled pork 15 lot with the help of my new moving averages this week. But I am on Power Hour every day this week, so it's going to be a great time and look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Trade well.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye.